free AI agents course, Build and Automate Anything. So I'm about to show you how to build and automate absolutely anything with AI agents completely for free. In this massive 5-hour mega course, I'll walk you through every single automation you see behind me step by step. And you're going to learn how to build AI agents that handle your entire business whilst you sleep, the exact framework I use to automate complex workflows that used to take hours, and my secret techniques for building AI agents that actually make you money on autopilot. There's also timestamps, so feel free to skip to the automations you want the most. Today, what I'm going to show you is how to scrape anything free with N8N and this scraper agent, and I'll give you the full template for free. You're going to see, for example, how I easily scrape for free using Appify all of these leads for free without coding, and I'll give you the downloadable template for free too, so you don't even need to set this up yourself. And you'll discover my exact step-by-step process to build personalized AI outreach emails for we scrape leads. And you can even send them over to a Google Sheet and then fill in all the details right there. Now, you can do this for pretty much anything. So using Appify, which I'll show you exactly how to do today, and you can get free usage like you see in the bottom left down there. You can get access to, for example, like Instagram scrapers or tweets or Facebook groups or Facebook group comments, etc. Anything that you want to scrape, you can scrape leads and data in seconds and build personalized AI outreach emails from them all as well. I'll come on to that later too. And this is the exact system you can use to scrape pretty much whatever you want in seconds without coding, and then link it to AI. Video 3, this AI YouTube video automation is absolutely insane. So this was actually created with an automation using N8N like you can see. Let me play back the video and I'll show you some examples.
I can't believe I just did that.
So super high quality. That is Yeti losing his selfie stick in the snow. This is Bigfoot making a squirrel smoothie.
Out, folks! Totally organic, wild squirrel smoothie. Straight from my backyard.
We've got the Yeti using chopsticks over here.
How do people even do this?
We also have
Can you believe this? They're actually dancing!
Bigfoot dancing in the jungle with a vlogger annotating it, right? So the way that we've automated this is with this workflow right here. Basically what we've got is a AI video generator. Now you can tailor this to your business. You could use this for ads and advertising, that sort of thing. And basically what we're doing here is we're saying, for this, create a prompt, a caption, an idea, etc. And we've actually prompted the AI to generate video prompt ideas based on this, right? So you can tailor this all to your business or to whatever niche you're in, but these videos can absolutely blow up. For example, if you've actually been on YouTube and we have a look here, we type in, for example, video 3, Bigfoot, you can see like one of the top searches now is actually Bigfoot videos made with video 3. It's absolutely popping off on there and people are super interested in it. So if you're thinking about like generating AI videos with video 3 and then automating it, this is one of the easiest and best workflows I know. So what it's going to do from here inside N8N is going to take those videos and then map them to a spreadsheet that looks something like this, right? So for example, you've got the idea, the caption, the production, the environment, and the final output. And basically this whole automation not just comes up with the idea, not just generates a video, but also logs all of that, including the URL, directly in a spreadsheet so that you can easily track and keep track of all the stuff that you've generated. And you could easily, I actually changed this from Bigfoot to Yeti this morning. I could easily change it to a business. You could easily change it to whatever niche you're in. But the whole point here is like you can generate probably the best quality videos you can possibly find when it comes to AI with this workflow. And the crazy thing about this as well is like you've got the audio lip synced inside, so you don't need to use any sort of audio generation separately. All the APIs are just with video 3 and it's super simple to implement. You've got the AI coming up with the idea, the AI generating the prompts for the AI, so the AI prompting the AI, and then you've got the video being generated here. Now, if you want the workflow and the template for this, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. You can just download this template from me and then import it into N8N, and it will literally look like this, and you just customize it how you want, all right? So if we get back to this now, it's going to generate the idea to sheets, so we've got the details of the caption, etc. And you can post this straight to Instagram with the caption and the hashtags and everything else. And then from here, with the N8N agent, what it's actually going to do is take the caption, the idea, and the environment. And these are dynamic, so it changes every time you generate the outputs. And that is going to use Veo 3 to generate a prompt, right? So it's going to say, create a Veo 3 prompt based on this. Here's the environment, and in the prompt, explain like the situation, the environment, who's vlogging, etc. These are the outputs we get back. So in a bright neon lit cave, a giant yeti films himself clumsily trying to eat a bowl of cereal using oversized chopsticks, which is exactly what we got on this automation over here, with a bunch of penguins in the background having a great time. All right, and then we also have the system message. So we have the prompt, which is going to be dynamic each time based on the ideas from the AI, and then we have the system message for the AI to just make sure that the prompt is actually good, and you want to refine it, because if you don't, sometimes AI is not going to give you full context, or the prompt that it generates is not going to be very good. And so that's why we have the system message and the prompt over here. Now this is where it gets interesting. So stage number 3 is actually creating the video, and we're using something called FAL to generate this, right? So you can see here I've set the HTTP request to post the URL as the FAL API over here. And using FAL is actually pretty cool because you get loads of different APIs. Like, for example, some people will be watching this and they'll be saying, I can't afford to use Veo 3 API, etc., which is totally fine. And so what you can actually do if you go to the Explore section inside FAL is you can use other APIs. So, for example, they have Kling, which is actually a lot cheaper, I believe. And you also have even older models, right? So, for example, if you don't want to use Veo 3, you could use, for example, like the old version of Kling, or you could use Veo 2 in your image and video generations too as well. So, if you want cheaper ways around, that's one of the easiest ways to do it. And then you can plug in the endpoint here. The credential type, I've used a header, and basically what you're going to do is put authorization as a name, and then key space, and then your API key inside the settings there, right? So you can just add a credential for logging in, and then we can rename this as well. So I'm going to rename this, for example, let's put FAL login details. And then the good thing about that is, like, I've got those login details ready to go, the credentials are saved, and I can just generate outputs anytime I want, right? And then inside the body, we are taking the JSON using the body type prompt, and that's going to send the prompt from our spreadsheet over to FAL, which is then going to use Veo 3 to generate the video. Now, inside the batching section over here, we've got one item to batch, and we're going to wait 2,000 milliseconds to batch that in between batches, right? So if you're generating multiple videos at one time, this just gives the API enough time to generate outputs without getting overloaded. Okay, so far we've generated the idea, we've plugged that into a spreadsheet, the AI has come up with the prompt for Veo 3, and then we've plugged this into FAL. Now we've also got a wait section here, because the thing is, if you want the actual output, so this is the output from FAL for Veo 3's video, it's going to take a little while to load. It might take 3 minutes to generate that video. And so what we like to do here on this side is we're going to wait for 250 seconds before we actually try and pull out the outputs. And that just allows us to wait before we actually ask for the video. If you ask too early, if you have no wait, then it's not going to pull in the right URL. And then after this, we've got a HTTP request, which is get. Right? We're using our FAL login details that we plugged in before, and we are taking the request ID, plugging that into the end of FAL's endpoint, right? So this is the endpoint for requests, and then we take the JSON request ID, which is dynamic each time, and then it automatically grabs the URL of the MP4 file that we can download, right? Why do we want to do that? Because otherwise you're going to lose a video and you won't be able to find it. So you want to keep these inside a spreadsheet so that it's neat, it's organized. And also, if you want to plug this into, say, YouTube or Instagram or TikTok automatically, which I'll show you how to do in a second, then this allows you to do that. And so we've got all these different videos generated with AI, and we can just keep a track. Also, you could schedule loads of content and then come back to it later as well, which is pretty cool. So from here, we have generated the video, we've waited 3 minutes, and then from this point, we have gathered the response of the URL, right? So we've got the FAL video details back. After that, we just want to plug in the final URL, which we only get at the end of the automation, back into the spreadsheet, as you can see over here, and we are good to go on that, my friends. All right, so that's basically how the whole automation works. You can grab the template inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Feel free to get it, link in the comments description. If you're wondering, okay, how much does this cost you each time? Let me show you an example. So if we go to usage over here, we can see how much it costs us each time to generate the outputs. And you can see I've spent $26 on Veo 3 just testing this out. And that was me trying to figure out how to do this workflow. So for you, it's going to be even cheaper. And then if we click on this, we can see our recent requests over here, right? And then if we go back into the usage, so I've created 2 different workflows today, and it's cost me, so I think it's cost me $6 today to use this. Sorry, how much is that? $12. So it's cost me $6 each time to generate a video, just being 100% honest with you. So these 2 videos, one hour ago, another one another hour ago, and you can see the videos generated right here. Now, also, what I'd recommend here is inside the idea generator, you can actually keep generating more ideas. So if you don't like the first one, you can click generate again, right? And then you can just test this out. So if we click on this, this is using ChatGPT to come up with the ideas. We'll wait for that to load, and we'll get the outputs. Zaga is asking Veo 3, which is paid version. Yeah, so it's paid to use this API. Like I said, if you want if you want a cheaper version, then you can just switch between APIs inside FAO, right? So if you want to use like a cheaper video generation method, then you can use pretty much the same method, but instead of using Veo 3, which is of course the most expensive right now, you could use Kling 2, or you could use Veo 2 as well. The other thing I would say here as well is that obviously right now it's expensive to use, but it's only going to get cheaper. And also if you're making money with a monetized channel, then you're going to make that money back anyway. And it's just a lot faster. So like, for example, if you're thinking, okay, I've got a choice. I can spend hours messing around with this manually, or I can pay for this sort of API and then generate the video and save myself 2 hours of time. Then you would go, if you're a serious business owner, you would go with saving the time. On average, the videos generated are 8 seconds. So you can see Veo 3 always goes with 8 seconds. But what you can actually do is stitch these together, right? Which is something I'll show you in a second. So I just want to show you the ideas of what we've generated here. So for example, Yeti vlog goals, etc. It's come up with loads of cool ideas right there, which is awesome. All right, so we've come up with different ideas. If you want to generate another one, you can. There we go. So this is Yeti filming his morning routine with giant pancakes, and then we could generate a full video on that. So if you want to figure out, okay, how do you stitch these together? Let me show you an example. So we actually have inside the AI Profit Boardroom this workflow. And basically what it does is it stitches automatically videos together. So let me show you an example. This is probably the easiest way to create long form AI videos from what I know so far. So for example, if we have a look at this video, this is multiple AI videos generated together in an N8N workflow. And you can stitch them together that way. And that's all automated, so you don't need to do any video editing. So let me show you exactly how that works. If we go back to N8N over here. All right, inside N8N, what we can do is click on Create Workflow. And then inside Create Workflow, we're going to grab that short workflow like this. We'll download that. Then we're going to go over to N8N. We're going to import from file the shorts JSON. That's going to have all of these files. And then what you want to do is you can see this stitch video module right here. And basically you can take all the outputs from file, and using the MPEG API from file, you can actually stitch multiple videos together, like you can see. So this is taking all the videos from here plugging them into an automation here, and then we have all the videos just locked together, right? And so you can insert that into your workflow, and then using that, you're going to wait probably about, I would say, a couple of seconds to stitch them together and get that final video together. So for example, if we pull this up, this using the MPEG API stitches all the videos together from that previous generation, right? And so that's how you can generate like longer videos. And then for example, you could generate 5 videos, stitch them all together. And also with this automation that's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, what you can actually do is you can generate multiple different storylines together. So what it does, for example, is it takes an idea, like for example, a monkey stealing a GoPro, plugs it into 13 different scenes, as you can see. So there's 13 different scenes using this automation. And then from there, we can put that through file again, generate all the videos like you can see. So we've created 13 different videos, and then you can stitch them together with the file MPEG API. So that's how you can create multiple videos, stitch them together in an automation, and you're good to go. Someone's asking, like, what are the benefits to use N8N with GitHub? I've never really used GitHub with N8N, so I'm not going to be SEO there, and I just want to be 100% transparent. If it's something that's really popular, we'll usually build it inside the AI Profit Boardroom for people. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really use GitHub that much. I just like to be proactive. So basically, that's how you can basically take the automation, generate the video, come up with ideas, stitch them together. And then for the auto posting, let me show you how auto posting works. So I'm just going to leave that. We'll create a workflow here. Inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you can grab this template, and I'll walk you through it in a second. But essentially, you can automate content across YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Threads, Twitter, etc. So if we take this blueprint, then we're going to go back into N8N, and we'll import this blueprint. Here we go. And now inside N8N, what you can do is you can actually schedule the automation to check your spreadsheet like once a day. It will check the N8N automation with all the URLs, etc. So you can see, for example, here it's pulled in the information from the spreadsheet, and on the outputs you've got all the details of the caption and everything else. That's going to send it over to Blotato, as you can see. And Blotato, using its API, can then post to TikTok. And that's how we automated that post to TikTok that I showed you earlier, right? And so you can take the videos from your spreadsheet, which are logged right here, run it through Blotato, and then you could plug that through, for example, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, etc. And so using this, you can automate the whole creation of the video, automate stitching the videos together so you don't need a video editor. And then from there, you can actually use this automation inside the AI Profit Boardroom to automate posting it to social media as well. And so you can see that with N8N, you save time. All you're doing is clicking a button. It saves hours on like video editing, uploading the content manually, and also like you can scale this, right? So for example, you can imagine that if you were trying to build 5 or 10 different TikTok accounts or even more, like you're not going to use a manual process where you have to rely on humans to upload the caption and the video and everything else. What would be much smarter as a business owner is to use automations like these, where you can just save a lot of time. And that's a benefit, really. Also, the other benefit of using N8N as a workflow is that it automates the idea generation as well as the prompt generation, and you've saved yourself clicking about 100 buttons, which would be totally pointless when you can automate it with N8N. So that's a benefit. And also, you can just log this all in a spreadsheet. You can imagine how annoying that would be to plug this all in manually. So you're saving yourself, if you scale this up, you're saving yourself dozens of hours, really. So that's how the whole process works. If you want the workflow, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can see, for example, we have inside here the N8N automation. We also have the Reels automation and everything else. If you want to see an example of a TikTok account that's doing this and absolutely smashing it, you can see an example of Bigfoot Boys TikTok account. 3.1 million, 36,000 views. Like, it's insane how well this works. And the videos are really cool, and you can automate that with N8N. I've included the Google Sheet template as well in here, and the auto poster link as well. So you can just steal this stuff from me, along with the viral reels workflow too, if you want to stitch this stuff up. So feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. What we also do inside here, and this is what inspired me to actually create this automation, is we post and basically ask you what do you want us to create, and then we create that automation for you, right? So whatever automations you want, we can build them within reason inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can also ask any questions you have. This is where I hang out, so if you want to ask me questions personally, you can. And also, on top of that, you don't just get automations built for you. You don't just get all the automations I've shown you. You don't just get the community access, but also you get 3 live coaching calls per week. And if you can't access them, or if you can't make the live calls, then you can watch it back inside the AI automation examples inside here. We also have a YouTube AI video course here. So if you want to learn about how to make money with YouTube, based on how I've got over 22 million views on YouTube and made hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars from YouTube, then you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, right? And if you're just like, okay, Julian, I want you to automate all this stuff for me and just implement it for my business, we can do that. So feel free to book in an AI discovery session, link in the comments description. We can jump on that call, look at your business, and then show you exactly what you need to do, all right, step by step. Also, if you're wondering, okay, what are some cheaper alternatives? Because I know some people will be asking, like, is this free? Blah, blah, blah. So we actually have some free alternatives inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This new AI avatar automation is absolutely insane using HeyGen and N8N. So this video actually that I created right here actually generated, and you can do it all in one click using N8N and this workflow that I'll show you how to access today. Let's play it back and see exactly how it works. Hey everyone, it's Julian Goldie here. Today, let's dive into some fascinating AI news. First up, UK courts. So the actual script was fully generated with N8N. The video then went through to HeyGen. It was automatically posted using this workflow right here. Now, if you want a super basic version, right? So if you don't even want to generate the script and you want to edit the script yourself, I'll start with that just to make it easy and to show you how this works step by step. So essentially what you're going to do, this is the first step, is make sure that you set up your own avatar. Now, I did this as an example today. It was really quick and easy. Literally, you can see I generated this morning. It's a video of me.
Hey, Julian Goldie SEO.
And you can also change your voice. So if we go inside here, we can select this voice right here. Let's play that back.
Hey there, here's how I sound. Hope you like it.
So this is using my clone of my voice using 11 Labs, and then we've got the avatar video right here. You can change the resolution to 4K as well. You can also change whether you want it as a circle, so for example for screencast, half body, close up, etc. And if we go back to the editing over here, and basically you can add like 300 different looks and angles, and you can even take these from videos. Now when you're generating the avatar, if you wanted to create a photo look, you can just go to your avatar, click add a new look, and then use photos. Or if you want to record your own video, you only need like a 30-second video to train this up, like you can see right here. So it's pretty easy and simple to do, very quick. And then using that process, you're going to create a HTTPS request on N8N. So you would just go to add node, HTTP request, and using that, you can start creating the video. It's as simple as that, right? So you can see, for example, here, the way that we've set this up, we've used post. The URL is this one, so this is from HeyGen's endpoint. Which you can get the documentation for right here. By the way, if you want all this stuff, it's inside the AI Success Lab has all the links to everything that I'm talking about. And then if you want to get the actual template, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, so you can just download this and import it directly yourself. But if we go back to HeyGen now, basically what we're doing is we're uploading these details into N8N. What you can do is even import CURL and just take this and import. But basically we've got method as post, URL is this, the credential type, I've put header and auth, and then I've saved my HeyGen login details. To use HeyGen and log in as a post request, you're going to use the name as x-API-key, and then for the value, you just grab an API key, which is pretty simple and easy to do. If you go over to, let's have a look, Julian, settings, subscriptions and API, and then you can just grab an API key over here, like you can see, or you can refresh and create a new one. So that's basically how you get the API key and set up the login credentials. Then we send the headers, and we use the headers below. So accept application/JSON. And for the send body, we use JSON, using JSON. And if we pull this up, you can see how I've set this up, right? So my avatar ID is plugged in here. This is the input text, just as an example. And this is the voice ID, right? So if you're wondering, okay, how do I customize this to my avatar, to my business? Number one, you set up the credentials for HeyGen. Once you've done that, then you're going to plug in the avatar ID, right? How do you get the avatar ID? So all you do is you go back to HeyGen, you go to avatars, you go to the avatar that you want to grab, and then you find the specific scene or video that you want to plug in, right? So for example, if we go to the 3 dots at the top, copy avatar ID, then go back to N8N, plug it in there, you're good to go, all right? Now for the voice, you can do the same thing. So if we go to AI voice, then we can go to the voice clone, then we can get the voice ID, and we can plug that into the voice ID over here. And then this text, if you've got your own script that you want to plug in, you can just paste it in, right? So you'd paste it in between the quote marks right here. That's basically how it's set up. You can also change the dimensions there as well, so that's nice and easy. Let's say, for example, you wanted to generate a landscape video or that sort of thing. You can quite easily. And then from here, literally all you do is you just send that to HeyGen, right? So for example, if I say, okay, I like YouTube, just as an example of the text, we'll hit test like so, we'll hit execute node, and then you can see that's generating, right? Now if we go back to home, inside inside HeyGen, you can see the HeyGen avatar being generated in the top left, in the bottom left over here. So that's taking the API and then plugging this through HeyGen. Pretty simple and easy. And then all you need to do is just grab the URL of the video you want to retrieve, right? So for example, if we go to this HTTP request, you can change the method to get URL as this, credential type as this, and then using fields below video ID, and we take the video ID, right? And then we send the headers, accept application JSON, and that's pretty much it. And then just make sure you got the credentials set up. So that's it for the very simplified method, right? So we've got that video generated using the API over here. Let's click play on this.
I like YouTube. I like YouTube.
It's not bad, right? It's not bad at all. It's pretty convincing. I think if you look at that versus the video you're looking at now, pretty similar, to be honest with you. And then if we go to test over here, so let's click on test step. What that's going to do is it's going to take the video URL, like you can see over here.
I like YouTube.
And that is a video URL that we just generated from N8N. Obviously, it was a super short example, but you could make it much longer if you're willing to wait. And that's basically the simplified SOP and template. Now, if you want to get that's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you can grab the basic version right there. If you download that, and then I'll delete these just as an example. And then we import the file that we just downloaded, the JSON that you can get from the AI Profit Boardroom. That's ready to go and ready to set up, right? Now, if you want a more advanced version, which is way more practical and useful in real life, then you can use this process, right? And this is way more powerful. So essentially what we're doing here is we are actually automating the research and the script writing and then plugging that through HeyGen, right? And so the way this works is you can actually just go inside the chat here. So you can go inside the chat and then you can send a message and tell it exactly what you want, right? What that's going to do from there is take the message or the topic that you want to research and start generating the outputs, right? So for example, if we go to the research agent over here, this is connected to Firecrawl. So you can see it's connected to Firecrawl over here. And it's doing a Firecrawl search from Reddit to get the latest news, right? So it says, for example, search Reddit for the keyword I give you, search useful posts, finding relevant marketing insights, generate content concepts, blah, blah, blah. Use the Firecrawl tool for search. So that's using the attached crawl. And then this will take the latest information from today off Reddit and then generate a script later using that scraped information from Firecrawl. And by the way, Firecrawl is free to use. I haven't paid for it, right? So if we look at this research assistant, we put in the chat input AI news today. It came up with this output. So it grabs all the notable AI news insights from Reddit today. And then what that's going to do is relay that information over to our script writing agent, right? So if we go to the script writing agent over here, you can see it's like, here's some news insights. And what we're saying is based on the research from today, right? So from that previous module, write a short fun script for my YouTube video. And then inside the system message was said, you're a helpful script writing assistant. And then also you want to make sure that you just put this in like plain text, because if you generate the outputs in any other format, then it doesn't seem to get recognized when you send this over to HeyGen, right? Because it has to be like plain text. If you have any formatting or HTML or that sort of thing, it's going to mess up the JSON later. So keep that as normal. And then it said, hey Julian, it's hey everyone, it's Julian and Goldie today. Here's what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. And then it created a short script. Now, obviously, like you'd want that in a real life situation to be like 1,000 words, 2,000 words, which you can easily do using the scriptwrite agent. Just change your prompts inside here, right? So once you've done that, you've automated the research from today, which is useful in itself as an N8N automation. You've automated the script writing, which is also pretty useful. But the most important part here is generating the avatar video, right? So what we've done here is using that HeyGen method, exactly the same inputs as we organized before. We're sending that to HeyGen, and then from HeyGen, we are using a HTTP request, generating the video, and then we've got that good to go using HeyGen. Now, at this point, you might be saying, okay, that's great. You can automate the research, you can automate the scripts, you can automate the video creation using an AI avatar, whoopsie-doo, but how do you actually post this to other platforms? So what we've actually got inside the AI Profit Boardroom, as well as this automation, which you can download from the AI Profit Boardroom, right? So you can download the HeyGen templates right here. What we can actually do from there is we can use Blotato and the auto posting automation. So let me show you an example of that. So using this N8N auto posting workflow, we can actually post directly to whatever platform we want, right? Using Blotato. And Blotato basically takes the URLs from your previous workflow and plugs that through TikTok or YouTube or Instagram, whatever, right? So you can see, for example, here, you can use this on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Threads, Twitter, LinkedIn, Pinterest, etc. And essentially what you're doing is you are going to take the URL, put that into Blotato, upload the video, and then send it over, right? Pretty simple and easy. If you want an example of that in practice, let me show you. You can go to the profile and then grab that video over here. So just to be very clear here, you can get this from the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. You've got the auto posting workflow that you can import right here. You have the HeyGen N8N automation that you can import right here. If you like video automation, stuff like this, then I would also recommend checking out the Bayo 3 automation. You can do some really cool stuff with that as well. And this is all available to download inside the AI Profit Boardroom, right? So you can just grab these JSON files, you can upload those into N8N, and you can automate video creation very easily, right? And I think, to be honest, that's the future of social media, to be honest with you. Like, how are people going to compete with videos of Bigfoot or Yeti? For example, if Bigfoot was presenting this video as a screencast and you had a choice between that and me, you're probably going to watch the Bigfoot screencast because it's way more interesting and attention grabbing. And also, even like the way this process works, it's way more automated, right? It's way faster and efficient, which means there's going to be more content flooding the internet, and therefore it's going to perform really well, right? So I think that's something that you definitely want to start thinking about now, whether it's for your business, whether you're trying to make money with video, whether you're trying to get more customers, etc. We're going to be implementing it into our own business. It's pretty simple and easy to do. And I've shown you exactly how using this step-by-step process, right? You can do this with HeyGen. You can do this with Bayo 3. The outputs are really good. You can also, for example, create your own films and stuff like that as well. So let me show you an example of that. If we go back to HeyGen over here, You can even create avatars of, like, here's an example of Yeti, right? So this is Yeti vlogging. The audio was synced as well to the photo, and that can be automated using HeyGen as well. You've got another example of a Roman soldier, so you can create like films out of this, as you can see. And also even UGC, and what I mean by that is like ads, right? So for example, if we have a look at this video.
Do you want high quality backlinks? Click the link below to get started.
You can see how easy that is to do right there. Carlos asks, why did you decide to use Reddit? Can this also crawl X? Yes, it can crawl Twitter as well. So, for example, if you wanted to use Twitter instead, let me show you how that would work in reality. So, for example, if we go back to that N8N workflow, and then we go to the research agent, and then inside here, we can just say, okay, search Twitter or X for the keyword I give you. We can test that step. We'll unpin and test that. All right, so we're looking at AI news today. It's going to use Firecrawl to crawl Twitter. And then you can say, and then you can see here it says, here are some recent posts about AI news, what's happening, etc. And then you can generate the script based on that, right? So if we take the recent posts about AI news, we can easily do that. Let me go inside the examples. What we need to do is just change this to Twitter inside the system message. Let's click test on that. And then if we go to the HTTP request over here, we just need to change this to x.com. So change the query. So this Firecrawl tool is currently using, it was using reddit.com, but we're going to change that to x.com. Let's go back to the research agent now. We'll test that step. Fosh Leo says, he's posted it 3 times, mate. Chill out. So have you seen Google Workspace Vids tool? You can search Google Images, GIFs, videos, etc. right in the tool. I think it could be automated with scripts. Yeah, I think that could be something good as well. Yeah, it's another thing to look at. But if we go back to x.com, we can now see that it's scraping x.com, right? So you can see inside the URL, it's looking at x.com specifically. And then from here, we can go back to the script writing agent. We can unpin and test that. And it will take the information from x.com and then use that to generate the script. Right, so OpenAI just made Wave by acquiring Journey, blah, blah. And if we go to the news, just to clarify and make sure that's correct. So this is saying about Journey and OpenAI's AI company acquisition from OpenAI. If we go here, you can see that news was just announced a day ago. So it is literally scraping the latest news from X and then using that to generate the outputs. Now, this in itself, these 2 modules right here are amazing, right? Like these 2 modules you could use pretty much every single day for any business that you're in because you want to stay up to date. So you could literally, if you wanted to, you could just delete that section and just have this as like your own research and script writing tool, right? Or blog writing tool or whatever. But if you want to automate AI videos on top of that, then it's quite easy to add this stage 3, as you can see. And you can get all of this automation inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just go to the HeyGen N8N automation. You can see all the other stuff that we've built here. So for example, like a Firecrawl Reddit bot that could be used for X or anything else. We've got a Veo 3 N8N automator, HeyGen automator, translation bot, like even a social media post as well. So you can see this crazy social media post right here. So all these workflows are inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description. And you can download these workflows and then just import them into N8N. We also do 3 weekly live coaching calls per week. So you can see here, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. We also, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, we do coaching calls live that you can jump on. If you have any questions in between, you can post in the community, ask me anything. What we also do is each week, we ask you, like, what automations do you want us to build for you? And we'll just go off and build them. So whatever you want to see, we're going to build those automations and we're going to share them with the community as well so that everyone gets access, and the value of this community just improves every single day. We pretty much add in new automations and new cool stuff based on what people want to see, and we just listen to you and your ideas, right? So feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And then also, you can post in the community, you can connect with me, loads of benefits for being in there. And also, you get all the systems that work for me right now. So all the stuff that's allowed me to scale my business and make money, I've actually inserted as templates inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So feel free to get that link in the comment description. And if you want to get a done-for-you service where we just implement AI for you, we can look at your business and figure out, okay, what do you need to automate, and then how can we do that? We can do that for you fully hands-free, and you can just book in a call, link in the comments description. We're happy to do that for you. We call it the AI time machine method because we're saving you hundreds of hours using this process. For example, if your time is worth like $100 to $500 per hour and you free up 100 hours per month, you're saving $10,000 to $50,000 per month. It's a great investment. So feel free to get that link in the comments description and you can book that in directly. Appreciate you watching, and I will see you on the next one, peeps. Cheers, bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you how I automated with Veo 3 this video using an N8N workflow. I'll show you exactly how to get the template today as well. Let's play back this video. I'll show you exactly what we've got here.
Folks, totally organic, wild squirrel smoothie, straight from my backyard.
So that is Bigfoot vlogging, and this was actually inspired by a TikTok account that's absolutely blowing up. You can see using a similar sort of process, they're creating videos with Bigfoot vlogging, but I actually turned it into an automated workflow like you can see right here, where you can just click a button and generate these sort of videos as you want. Now, step by step, let me run you through exactly how it works and how to use this automation. By the way, if you want to steal this from me, you can get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. Veo 3 automation, you can see all the templates right here, plus the importable JSON file, so that you can just steal this stuff from me, all right? You don't have to even set it up yourself. So, as we can see right here, we have the trigger for the automation, and so basically you can just schedule this to run like every 24 hours, or if you automated this to a TikTok account or Instagram account, which I'll show you how to do later, then you can use this process to just automatically schedule the content that you create directly to TikTok or wherever, right? As an example of that, here is a video I actually automatically posted using AI to my TikTok account. It was pretty easy and simple to do using the processes that I'll show you today. So as we get into this, we've got the schedule trigger. This is going to run every 24 hours. Then we have the ideas generator, right? And basically what we're doing here is we're saying, like, give me a funny idea related to Bigfoot vlogging in the jungle. Here you can just customize this to whatever you want. For example, let's say you wanted to have, I don't know, aliens doing like an MTV crib style video. You could just change the prompts right here step by step, pretty easy and simple. And then we also have a system message down below which shows exactly how to create the caption, how to generate the idea, how to set up the environment, so that we create really nice outputs from the videos that we generate. Okay, so we've got ChatGPT generating the prompt based on our niche. You can change the niche to whatever you want. This could actually be really good for ads as well. I was thinking, for example, for generating like UGC, I don't know, for our SEO agency, maybe Bigfoot promoting SEO backlinks. Using this process, we could easily generate that like this. Not even difficult at this point. So it's absolutely mind-blowing. You can see the outputs right here. So it's generated the caption, Bigfoot vlogs, the idea, Bigfoot shares his breakfast, totally organic, a squirrel smoothie, environment in a vibrant jungle, Bigfoot holds his camera with furry hands, right? Now, you can actually check this step by step. So if you're like, oh, I don't really like this, right? I want something new. So if you click test step again, what they'll actually do is redo the automation, and then you can generate another idea, right? And just generate whatever you want. So for example, here's another one. It said Bigfoot's wild adventures. Bigfoot shows off his breakfast, tree bark and mushroom smoothies. In a vibrant jungle, Bigfoot spins around with a selfie stick, chaos ensues, right? And it's got all the captions, the ideas, etc. So that is stage number 1 of the process. What I've actually done is broken it down into 4 stages, just so it's easy to understand. So you can see this is the idea generation section, and you also want to add a structured output parser so that you can generate the JSON from the text that you generate, right? So the AI agent creates this text, and then the output parser from JSON actually separates that into caption, idea, environment, everything else. Pretty simple and easy. Now, what that's going to do from here, once you've generated the ideas, is it's going to move on to the video prompts. For example, if we check this out, this is our ideas. This is generated via a Google Sheet. So we'll log in all the ideas that we generate and everything else into a nice little spreadsheet with the idea, the caption, the production, the environment, the final output, and also the ID of the video. And then the good thing about this is, for example, these long URLs, which you might want to chop up or edit before you post, those long URLs, they're captured inside a spreadsheet, which is great because then when you need to come back to this, or if you need to share this with your team, etc., you can just use this nice little spreadsheet. And also it just counts up how many automations you've run, as you can see. Okay, so what you can see, for example, here is that it maps out in the settings the caption, the idea, the environment, etc. And it maps that to a Google Sheet. So if we check this out, we've set up an idea to sheet, Google Sheet within a document. I've actually created this template that you can steal from me. It's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, so you can just grab that Google Sheet template if you want. And inside here, we've got the ID, and usually I just set that as like equals row, brackets, -1, so that it captures and counts each row. We've got the caption, which is pretty easy to generate with Bigfoot's Wild Adventures. The production, so like that's the actual status, is it ready to be produced or not, and then the environment. The production bit here is quite interesting because actually when it comes to auto posting to any sort of social media platform, that production section right there allows you to say this is ready to publish, and then your automation later can pick it up and filter those out, right? We have now generated the idea, plug that into a spreadsheet. Next up, what we need to do is start generating the video prompts based on the ideas, right? So you can see here we've got an AI agent that takes the caption, the idea, and the environment, and then plugs it into a prompt. So we've said create a Veo 3 prompt based on this, and it's taken the dynamic JSON idea, and then we've said this is the environment, and basically it's taking the environment, right? So when you're generating a video, this is really good because you're taking not just the idea of the video, but you're also painting the scene in the background in terms of how it could be, right? So for example, it could be Bigfoot on a mountain in the middle of the Ice Age, vlogging about drinking a cup of tea and how good that is, right? Whatever. And then inside here we've said in the prompt explain the situation and who's vlogging. The main reason for that is because Veo 3 needs context over what it is, etc. And if you don't have context or enough context, your outputs won't be that great. So you can see, for example, here it's created the output based on the idea. So it said in the heart of a vibrant jungle, thick greenery surrounds an unexpected creature, a friendly Bigfoot. His furry hands gripping the camera as he captures a moment like no other, blah, 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 right? And then also in this section, we have the system prompt. So let me pull this up. Inside the system prompt, we said, right, you're an AI agent that use this format. We've got these details, prompt rules, etc. Here's what to do, blah, 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 right? Nice and easy. So what that's going to do is it's going to take the ideas, plug it into Google Sheets, create a prompt out of that, and then we're going to send this over to Veo 3 using a powerful API, which I'll show you in a second, right? Now, inside the AI agent as well, what I would recommend is as you're going through each section, test it out step by step so you can test each section. And also, like, it can be expensive to generate the outputs. So, for example, with the API on Veo 3, it can be quite expensive because it's brand new. And so you just want to make sure that each time you generate an output, you pin it, right? So for example, you can pin it like this, right click the module, pin that, and that will just allow you to keep the output so you can test the next stage and the next stage, right? You're relaying the information between each module. So let's move on to actually generating the videos now. You're 75% of the way in. And this is the HTTP request, right? And so using this, what you can actually do is generate outputs from file.ai, right? There's actually quite a few different APIs that run with Veo 3, but FAO I think is the easiest, and also uses a bunch of other tools as well. What you want to do first is make sure that you top up your balance inside FAO, and then inside here, if we have a look, you've got the Veo 3 API. Now, this actually just came out a few hours ago, and the cool thing about this is it's unlike any other AI video generation because it generates audio and it's super realistic. It's crazy realistic, right? And so you can grab the API from here. I've actually just pre-programmed this with our Veo 3 URL, and then for the authentication, we've selected generic credential type, header auth, and then you just want to set up your credentials, right? So if we go on here and we edit these, you can see basically what we've done is we put authorization as the name. So use authorization as the name. And then for the value, what I've actually done is type in key space, the API key of FAO. Now, if you want to get your API key from FAO, you just go to your account over here. Then you're going to go to API keys, add a key, make sure that you save that and copy it because otherwise you'll lose it. And from here, you can grab this API key. You would again type in key space and then copy and paste your API key into N8N inside the value section. All right. That took me a little while to figure out. If you have any questions, just ask me inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I can help you out. And then inside here as well, we've selected send body, JSON, using fields below, and then I've mapped this out, right? If you don't get this right, this can mess up as well. So you want to select JSON, using fields below, prompt, and then you're grabbing the JSON output, which is the prompt from the AI agent, right? And the reason that you're selecting name is so that FAO understands, okay, this is a prompt to generate the content with. Now, for example, if we go back to Veo 3 over here, we can actually look at our previous requests. And if you don't get this right, like I didn't get it right the first couple of times, as you can see, it totally messed up. And we got these 422 errors, right? And the reason is because this wasn't set up with the JSON. So make sure that you set up this properly. If you just want the template, you can steal it from me. And also, you want to be careful with batching, right? So this is expensive to generate outputs with. So I just go with 1 item per batch and then batch interval 2000. And that keeps things running nicely in the background, okay? With that process, you can easily connect FAO to Veo 3. I think it cost us about $3 to $4 to generate each output. Now, what I want to say here is if you want a cheaper way to do it, a cheaper way to generate videos like this, you can actually do that with another automation inside the AI Profit Boardroom, which is this one inside the classroom, the N8N viral reels workflow, right? This is a lot cheaper. It's actually using something called Flux and Kling, which are way cheaper. Before you start commenting in the video like it's too expensive to generate, etc., you can just grab the resources in the blueprint. I know not everyone's going to comment like that, but I know some people will. So if you want to use Veo 3, you can. It's more expensive. If you want to use Kling, it's cheaper, and I've shown you exactly how to do it. Plus, I've given you the template inside the AI Profit Boardroom where you can just grab this stuff from me. So once we've done that, then we're going to go to here, and we're good to go. Again, test each step. You can see the output. So this is the response URL with all the details right here. And if we X off that, we've now scheduled, got the idea, sent it to Google Sheets, created the prompt, posted it to FAO.ai to generate the video. And then the next module here is a wait module. Now, it typically takes about, I would say, 3 to 4 minutes to generate outputs from Veo 3. So I've selected the wait amount as 250 seconds. And then what that's going to do is wait before it tries to get the HTTP request directly from FAO over here. So for example, what this is doing with a GET method for a HTTP request is it's grabbing the URL plus the JSON request from the output, right? So basically, it's just taking this unique ID number from FAO when we generated the video inside Veo 3, plugging it onto the end of the FAO URL, and then again, we've used the same credentials inside here, and that's pretty much it. It's as simple as that when it comes to getting the output. So you can see, for example, we've got the video URL on the right-hand side. If we open this up on a new tab, let's check this out. So this is the video that we've generated, and that is good to go, my friends. All right. Then you got the content type, file name, blah, blah, blah. So that's pretty cool. It's a really easy workflow, really easy automation. You can see how it works step by step. And then the final stage is we want to capture that information as well. So for example, we've got stage 4, video to sheets here, URL to sheets, and then inside here, we've just plugged that back into our Google Sheet. Now, the way that we've set up this module is we've set this up so that it's got the credentials, sheets within document, and the operation here is update row. So it goes into that N8N video to sheet template that we've talked about, looks at the first tab, and then we mapped it manually, right? So we said, take the idea, match the idea from previous, which you can see right here. And then once you've done that and mapped it out, inside the final output over here, plug in the video URL, which you can see on the right hand side over here. So we've generated 3 different videos using this process. This is actually an old one with Kling. If you have a look at Kling, let's pull this up. So Kling's output is okay, but it's only going to give you like music in the background. It's not going to give you dialogue, right? Whereas, for example, if we have a look at these 2 outputs from the N8N Veo 3 automation.
Check it out, folks! Totally organic, wild
believe
squirrel
this?
smoothie,
They're
straight from my
actually
backyard.
dancing!
Right, so let's have a look at this one. Let's go full screen on this bad boy.
Can you believe this? They're actually dancing!
Alright, so that was Bigfoot dancing
Can you
with Monkey.
believe?
And that idea was Bigfoot accidentally streams his dance off with monkeys. Here's the caption, here's the environment, and then we're good to go. And then this one is the squirrel smoothie example. That's the video URL. And then I've already shown you that, so I'm not going to play it again. But you get the point. Really easy to generate these videos. Really didn't take a long time to set up, to be honest with you. And then also, you can just import the workflow from me. So if you go into the AI Profit Boardroom, it's quite easy to set this up. For example, if we go inside here, we'll download the Veo 3 automation. Then you can just go to plus, workflow, personal. Then from here, you're going to go to import from file, downloads, download that, boom shakalaka, you've got that imported, right? Beautiful. And then you can just plug in the details as I've shown you today. Right, really simple and easy to do. And you can also steal the spreadsheet from me. That's inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just go to the Veo 3 automation section. It's got the Google Sheet, the API details, the example TikTok account. And also, if you want to learn how to post this stuff directly to social media as well, what we've actually got here is an auto poster N8N workflow, which takes the URLs from the spreadsheet, plugs it through Blotato. Blotato can plug that into TikTok automatically or any sort of other platform, as you can see right here. So Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, etc. You can do all of this inside this automation. And the automation to import is this one right here. Right? Super simple and easy to set up. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all of this stuff, feel free to get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. Comes with tons of other AI agents and workflows. You can see all these different courses that we've got right here. Each of them has different modules and all sorts of crazy stuff. And then inside the community here, we're super active. We make sure we answer your questions. You get help whenever you need it. For example, Jake commented on this and we got back to him ASAP, everyone helping him out. And then also we do 3 weekly live coaching calls. So if you join today, you get 3 coaching calls per week. And if you can't make them, you can actually watch them back inside the Q&A call recording section over here. And additionally, inside here, what we actually do once per week is we create automations based on what you want to see, right? So if you want to see something, just let us know what you want to see and we'll create the automations for you. So for example, you can see here we got 36 people commented on this thread for automations they wanted, and we just built them all out in a personalized video, as you can see right here. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Massive value right there if you want to save time, make more money and scale with AI. And additionally, if you want us to just automate all of this stuff for you, feel free to get a free AI strategy session, link in the comments description. Basically, you can jump on that call, book it in, and what we can do on that call is essentially look at your business, look at where you're spending all your time, audit, and then explain exactly what you need to automate. And if you want us to do it for you, we can directly. So feel free to book that in, link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. Tyler's asking, how do you continue the same video into a scene with continuity? I don't think you can actually, unless you're using Kling. If you use Kling, then you probably could, but typically you can't. But if you use something like Bigfoot, for example, Bigfoot is quite, like, it's a universal character, right? So it's going to look very similar and speak very similar each time. But right now, I think the best way to do that is probably with HeyGen. if you've got a HeyGen avatar, then you can just use that over and over again and you get the continuity. But Veo 3, I don't think it's very good for continuity, to be honest, from what I've seen. New N8N Slack agent. Want your own customizable AI assistant right inside Slack? I'm going to show you exactly how to build this and connect it using N8N, and it's way easier than you think. Plus, I'll give you the free downloadable template, and I'll walk you through the entire setup process step by step. Plus, you'll get my free template, link in the comments description, and you'll discover how to connect N8N to Slack in just minutes. You'll learn the exact API settings I'm using and how simple it is. Today, I'm going to show you how to link Slack to N8N so that you can basically have your own AI agent directly inside Slack, and then you can customize it exactly how you want. So I'll show you exactly how to set this up. Plus, you're going to get the free template inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. And so you can see Slack is connected over here. If you go to our Slack channel, you can see that it says here, hey, automated with this N8N workflow, and then it links directly to our N8N workflow that automated this process, right? This is really easy to set up once you figure it out, okay? So let me show you exactly how to set this up step by step and the whole process. So if we have a look at this particular AI agent, what we've done over here is we've selected a post message node. Now, if you're wondering how to do that, you just add a node, you're going to type in Slack, and then from here, we're going to select actions, and we're going to click on send a message, right? So inside my settings for the Slack automation, I've set up a direct login. So the way that you can do that is you can just go to the drop down over here, create new credential, and then you can actually log in with Slack directly. Then in the resource section, you can select message, operation equals send. You can select a channel over here, and then you can choose which channel you want to post in, right? So for example, let's say from the list. Inside the message type, we've just selected send message, and then you can put whatever message you want. So for example, right? Now, I'll come on to what you would send in a second, but what you want to do while setting this up is you want to go to api.slack.com, right? Then you're going to go to create new app, like you can see, and then from scratch, right? So let's say, for example, we want to put SEO bot as the app that we want to build. I'm going to build that inside our space over here. So we're going to create the app like, and now once you've set up this SEO bot, you're going to see a page that looks like this, okay? So what we need to do from here is we need to go to OAuth permissions. Then we're going to scroll down. So scroll down the page. And then inside scopes, you're going to add a few different settings, right? So for example, for my example, the scopes that we added previously, apps mentions channels, join, channels, chat groups, right? And this basically just allows the agent to interact directly inside your Slack. So you can just select the options that you want, as you can see right here. If you want to steal these settings from me, I'll put it inside the AI Success Lab, inside here. So you go to api.slack.apps, go down to from permissions, use the settings below. And I've screenshotted them for you right here. Now, if we go inside our Slack channel, like you can see, we're just going to tag in. And before we do that, we need to select auth tokens and install to Unlimited Goldie Agency. So you go to permissions, then you go to install to your Slack channel. So we're going to click on that and we'll install this app to our channel, as you can see. Dev Ryan says, thank you, God bless you, thank you, and thanks for watching, appreciate you. And now we've got this set up, we're all good to go on that, all right? Now, if we go back to our Slack channel, so you can see I'm inside my Slack. Here we can press app, and we are going to type in SEO and SEO bot, all right, as you can see. Now, what you'll see is that we have to add the Slack bot to the channel, right? So we're going to add them like we've invited the SEO bot to the channel, and now it's been added. Happy days. Now, if we test this operation, so you can see we've tested the send message with the message text, hey, you can see that we've posted a message from N8N directly to Slack. Happy days. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set up a trigger. So we're going to delete that. I'm going to select a new trigger, and this is going to allow us to monitor any times the bot has been mentioned, right? So this bot on N8N, monitor any mentions of it inside Slack, and if it receives a mention, then it's going to reply back to us. So we've got the Slack account, bot app mention. We can select watch the whole workspace if we want to as well. And then what you're going to see is a webhook. So you're going to take that webhook URL, just click it to copy it. You're going to go over to your API settings. So we've got the SEO bot app here. We're going to go down to events. So you can see event subscriptions, enable events, and then we're going to paste in that webhook. We just need to click test inside our Slack trigger. So let's click test. So that's going to listen out. We're now going to retry, and that's been verified, right? So we've verified and linked the webhook URL. Now what we need to do is click add bot user event, and we can select an event that triggers the automation. So as an example, we've selected app mention inside the N8N example that I built previously. Select app mention inside yours, for example, as well. So here we go. Then we'll hit save changes, and that saves the event of the agent being mentioned, right? So it's linked to our workflow. So if we go back to our channel now, and we mention our SEO bot, you can see that's now filled in the mention of the bot and selected it as an event. Beautiful. Now what we need to do in between the Slack trigger and the Slack post message is to add an AI agent. So we're going to add a new module, click the plus sign, click AI agent, connect it to the chat trigger mode. We can add some system message. So we'll put you are a helpful assistant. We'll take the text from the previous module. So you can see it's taking the text from here, plugging it into our AI agent. It's a helpful assistant. And if we go back now, all we need to do is just add a chat model. All right, so I'm going to select OpenAI. You can use OpenRouter if you don't want to pay for APIs. So either way, you can connect OpenAI to your AI agent. We're going to link that AI agent over to Slack over here, right? So let's just test this out. That's got the information from the previous module and passed it and relayed it over here. All right, and the output is, hello, how can I assist you today? Now, what you can also do is add a memory in here. And then inside our Slack message here, inside the message text, we're going to delete that. And we're going to take the output from the AI agent, right? So basically when the AI agent responds, it's going to be taking the output and plugging it back into Slack. So let's test that step. This is the Slack channel that we've created. We're going to hit test step and you can see it says, hello, how can I assist you today? And that is using the N8N workflow. Beautiful. So that's basically how we've connected Slack as an AI agent in a really simplistic way. If you want to steal the template from me, I've actually included the Slack template inside the AI Success Lab, but essentially it's pretty simple and easy to do. If you want to get the settings for each part, let me show you exactly how. So I'll plug that into the AI Success Lab with all the screenshots. And what I'll also do is inside the AI Success Lab, I'll include an SOP step-by-step on exactly how to install this stuff as well from the transcript today. So that's essentially it. That's how you can connect Slack. Now, if you wanted this to go live, for example, what you would actually do is you would make this active, as you can see. And then if we go back into the Slack trigger, we can now get the production URL. All right. We're going to go back over to Slack in the API settings over here. And inside the event, we're going to change the webhook to this one instead, because that's the live webhook. Yeah, right. We'll hit save changes. Let's test this out. And now you can see as soon as I posted that message, it's replied to me instantly. Now, if you wanted to make this AI agent more useful, what you could actually do inside the system message here is you could actually just change this. So for example, you could say you're an SEO expert writing SEO content. The keyword, you write the article. All right, just as an example, random example. So we're going to make this active again. Then we're going to go back to ads and we'll plug this in. So we're going to tag in the SEO bot and say keyword equals SEO training Japan. And now you can see that it will respond to us talking about the SEO keyword that we want to write about and the content, etc. So if we go inside here and we say write an article about SEO training Japan, and we just make sure we tag in the SEO bot. There you go. You've got the article written in Markdown format, created the whole thing. It's written it down in Markdown. So if we, for example, take this content now, we'll go over to Markdown Live Preview, check the content from the SEO bot we just created, and we've got a full article written and ready to go. Obviously, you would tweak the prompts. This was just a test, but you can see how easy it is to build your own bot inside Slack, link it to N8N, and then whatever you want to automate or whatever you need help with, you can easily have AI integrated directly inside there. N8N as well, it does have a Discord feature, so you can do the same thing inside Discord, but essentially that's how it works step by step. So you can easily see how to build Slack bots, how to create them, how to set them up inside N8N. If you want the template, go to the AI Success Lab. It's got all my settings, plus a step-by-step tutorial on how to build all this stuff, what settings to use. And if you just want to import the Slack template, you can actually download it here. And then if we, for example, created a new workflow inside N8N, we can upload the JSON file that we just created for Slack, AI agent, just imported automatically, and you just customize it based on the settings for your own app, right? But you know exactly how to do that today. Now, if you need help setting this up, if you want all my best automations, and if you want to make more money with AI and basically automate and save time, you can see how much time you would save with that one single app, then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. It comes with tons of automations like this. It's a community focused on making more money and saving time with AI. And not just that, but it's got an awesome community of people serious about growing with AI. It's got an awesome classroom with all of my best automations, and also weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on the weekly coaching calls, get support. You can also DM us if you have any questions, and you can post inside the community if you need more help. But the main thing here is you get everything you need to implement and learn how to build your own workflows and automations based on what's working for us, and you can see how powerful this stuff is. So thanks so much for watching. Feel free to check that out and the AI Success Lab inside the link to the comments and description. Cheers. N8N and AI agents automate your sales calls. If you want an AI assistant to call leads and book appointments whilst you're sleeping, then I'm about to show you the exact N8N workflow that automatically checks your calendar, calls upcoming appointments and pre-qualifies them, all autopilot in this video. And you can learn how to build an AI voice agent that confirms appointments and does discovery calls for you. You'll discover the step-by-step process to connect your calendar to an outbound dialer and how to get faster responses with GPT-4 Mini real-time. Plus, I'm going to give you the whole template completely for free. Let's get into it. Today, we're going to be testing out and building out some N8N AI agents live. So the first thing that I'm going to show you here is an AI voice agent. So if we, for example, test this outbound dial, and I'll just show you exactly how it works in a minute, but we're going to test this out and just make sure it works. So what this is going to do is take the details from my appointments and then give me a cheeky call on my number, as you can see right here. Boom. Let's answer it right now.
Hey, this is Julian Goldie's AI assistant. I was just calling about your call. What's your biggest challenge with SEO right now?
Right now, we need to get more leads, more traffic, more sales.
Got it. You're focusing on increasing leads, traffic, and sales. That's crucial. Are you the one making the final decisions on your SEO strategy? Or is there someone else involved in those decisions?
Yeah, so that's mainly me.
Great. It's good to connect with you directly. What have you tried so far to boost your SEO results? Are there any specific challenges you faced in your link building efforts?
Yeah, so right now we just don't know where to start. We've been watching Julian Goldie's videos, and it's confusing us more than helping us, my friend.
I totally get it. SEO can be overwhelming at first. What if we focus on defining clear, achievable goals for your SEO strategy?
So you get the point. Easy to automate, and this is all based on the custom criteria that we put inside this report. It can work for you whether you're doing outbound calls for appointment setting, whether you're doing outbound calls, for example, for, let's say you are trying to get clients in, or let's say you've even got a call funnel where you just need to reach out to leads and that sort of thing. This is quite easy to set up, pretty simple automation. If you actually just want to skip ahead and just steal it from me, then you can get it from the AI Success Lab, which is completely free. Let me pull that up for you as an example. So if we go to the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, go to the classroom, AI course, and then boom, we have the N8N appointment setter, and you can just download the resources directly from me. All right. So let me show you exactly how this works step by step and exactly how to set it up. Right. So first thing that you want is to have a schedule. Right. So you can see here, for example, every day, 9 a.m., we can schedule this workflow to run. And what it's going to do is check my calendar. So it's going to run through my calendar over here. It's going to say, right, over the next sort of 24 hours, what have we got going on? Who are we going to need to contact? So, for example, we've got Julian Goldie's N8N party. He's booked in a call. Let's call him. So it's going to take all the calendar information and plug it in. So in terms of the settings here, if we pull this up, we've got days between triggers, 1 day, trigger hour, 9 a.m., trigger minute. Don't worry about that. And that is just a schedule for a trigger. So the first thing that you want to do is just add a node. Right click here, add node, and then just a scheduled trigger. That's the one you're going to select, and then use these settings like so. If you want to steal these settings from me, what I can actually do is just screenshot those and plug them into the AI Success Lab so you can get the details completely for free, right? You don't need to pay for this. It's completely free. You can just steal the schedule trigger settings from me down here, right, folks? Now, the other thing you can do as well is you can actually use your 11 Labs custom-made Pro Voice as well. So if you want your voice to be more lifelike, then all you do is you use 11 Labs, create a custom voice using the Pro package, and then your voice can be exactly like a clone of yours, pretty much. Now, John asks, did you set your schedule by your timing or the key customer country? So this is just based on our timing. You can do it however you want. You could set up a trigger based on the country and that sort of thing as well. So now what we've done is we've set up this appointments trigger. All right. So you can see here for new appointments, basically what we're doing is we're taking the daily schedule and the details of the appointment, and then we're saying, right, after now and before 24 hours later, get all the calendar invites from this particular list, right, from this email address. And so it's logging in with my Google Calendar. It's quite easy to add a credential. You just click on create new credential and then sign in with Google. And then using this, you can easily just log in with your Google, set up a resource, get the latest calendar appointments from your calendar. That's going to say, okay, within the next 24-hour window, let's get all the calendar appointments like you see over here. And then we can use those to plug them into our N8N agent. All right. So if we were setting this up from scratch, you're going to add a node with the details of the daily schedule. Then you're going to add a new node called Get Appointments. All right. So to do that, you can just click the plus sign over here. You would add a schedule trigger using that. And then after that, you're going to link that to a calendar invite, right? You select Google Calendar and then get many events, and then you're good to go on that as well, right? We'll just delete that for now, but you see the point. And then if you want the settings for this, let me pull that up for you, and we can plug that into the AI Success Lab as well. All right, so if you want to steal these from me. Also, one thing to note here is we've selected return all, so that returns all the appointments in the calendar for that specific window. And for all the settings, I'll put these inside the AI Success Lab. Just go to the N8N Appointment Setter 2.0, and then you can get the details. The reason it's called 2.0 is because I did previously set this up a few days ago, but I didn't like the prompts that much. I didn't think it was that good, whereas now I actually think the prompts are 10 times better, and the resources and the results you get from this are a lot better than they've ever been, all right? So from here, we've set up the daily schedule. We've set up the appointment collector. Then that's going to go to this AI agent. Okay? And essentially inside this AI agent, we've got this prompt, which basically takes the information from the appointment. So for example, it's collecting the event name, the date and time, the time zone, and the description. And then it's saying, here's what you're going to do when you connect. Be patient, slow down, wait for the appointment details, etc. So that's the user message that we use. We selected define below as the AI agent, plugged in this prompt, and then require specific format. Right? So basically what that's going to do is allow you to connect a parser to the AI agent that takes all the information from here and then organizes it neatly. I'll show you how to set that up in a second, all right? And then from here, we also have a system message. So we have this system message that basically says, like, you are Julian Goldie AI, the world's best appointment setter. Call the lead who has already booked in a call from Julian Goldie's calendar. Confirm that they can attend at the scheduled time. Here's what to do, blah, blah, blah. Right? If you want the full details and want to copy and paste for that, let me put the system message inside here. So that's for the N8N agent. And you got the prompt message and the system message that you can just copy and paste from me. Now, by the way, if you just want the template that you can just copy and paste and literally just import, then we have the appointment setter agent template down here inside the AI Success Lab. So you can just download this stuff from me, all right? The other thing to note here is when you're doing this, if you want like support, if you want help, if you want implementation support, etc., then feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. This just comes with like weekly coaching calls, awesome community, all my best AI agents, plus DM support. So if you need help implementing this stuff, if you get confused along the way, just join the AI Profit Boardroom and then you can get the help and the support you need. All right, so what we're going to do from here is we'll set up the Outbound AI agent. I've shown you all the settings for this. I'm just going to grab that and copy it for you as well. And then you just want to link this to an OpenAI chat model. I actually use GPT-4 Mini with my OpenAI account. You could use even OpenRouter or something like that. If you just want to use this for free, then you can use OpenRouter, plug that in, change your settings, and you're good to go. But basically, the main thing here is like you're creating an outbound agent that passes the information from the calendar event and sends it over to this structured output parser, right? So to set this up, like I said, you want to make sure that you select require specific output format, and then from here, select structured output parser, and then for the schema type, select define below, right? Don't select generate from JSON example, select define from below. From here, you've got all this information in terms of what's going to be sent over to the AI agent for booking. Now, you can see here, for example, we are passing the information into the properties, event name, date, time zone, about, contact, phone number, email address, decision maker, etc. Basically, what we're doing here is we're going to collect the data from the appointment and we're going to fire that over to our agent that does the outbound dials in a minute. I'll show you how to set that up in a second as well, right? So if you want the outbound parser, details to copy paste, you've got them all right here. Now, just to recap, you set up the daily schedule trigger so that the automation runs at 9 a.m. every day, and it looks at the appointments over the next 24 hours. Then this gets all the information from your calendar and it sends it over to the AI agent, which is going to pass that information so that we can put it in a structured format for outbound dials. Now we're on to the final module, right? Pretty simple stuff. So on the final module, what you're going to be doing is using a tool called RetailAI.com. And Retail AI is basically automated outbound voice dialer, right? It's a voice agent. And you can connect it to N8N, and it's pretty simple and easy to set up. For example, what you want to do is you want to go into RetailAI.com. You can get a free trial, and they'll give you $10 free credits. And essentially, you're going to create an AI agent. The one that I used to set up is a single prompt agent. So just select create agent and then single prompt agent in the top right. Once you've done that, you're going to see an example like this. I've selected GPT-4o Mini real time to get faster responses on the call. This is more expensive than using something like GPT 4.1, which is a lot slower, but also cheaper. So it depends. Do you want speed or better quality, right? That's up to you. Do you want to go cheap or do you want to go fast? You can't really do both. And so what we've done here is we've plugged in this prompt into our single prompt AI agent. If you want the instructions, I'll put it inside the AI Success Lab. But basically, you can click this link and then plug in these details into a single prompt agent. Ideally, you want to use O Mini real time. Once you've done that, you also want to load a knowledge base. What I actually did was I uploaded a document of our sales SOP and our outbound selling SOP that can train the agent on exactly what to say on the call. We do it because we want to make sure that the agent knows what type of questions to ask and what our process is on getting those calls confirmed. And bear in mind, like, this is a massive win. If you're running Facebook ads, if you're running any sort of booking appointment funnel, which I know a lot of you guys are out there and girls, right? Then this is an easy way to reconfirm the bookings, make sure they actually show up, qualify them, and even get the call recordings so that you can make sure, you know, these are qualified leads and you can get warmed up. You could also get the details of the call from your AI agent, and then with that transcript and the notes, you're more warmed up and you're more ready for the call because the discovery process has already been done inside the sales process. So just to be clear here, we've set up the knowledge base. In terms of the functions, you just want to make sure you add end call as a function there. Then you've got the knowledge base set up. Speech settings, these are the speech settings. I just went with the default ones. Call settings, these are the call settings that I've set up. And it's important to put inside the instructions here, like, just be patient and wait to connect. And also only ask one question at a time. This is important too, because otherwise what it does is it blasts like 10 questions to your client as soon as they answer the call, which you don't want, right? Now, the other thing to note here is when you're doing this, if you're going to call them with AI, as far as I'm aware, due to compliance, you need to be careful, right? So you need to make sure you have a disclaimer if you're going to call anyone with AI before they opt in and book the appointment. That's for compliance reasons. Now, I'm not a legal expert, so I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do or how to do it. You can always check with a legal expert. But as far as I'm aware, that's what I know. So just make sure you do your own research before you test this out. So from here, what you also want to do is select from the welcome message drop down with a dynamic begin message. So that's going to take the information from the call, which we've passed inside here. So it's got the details of the event name, who's going to be attending, the email address, etc. And then it's going to personalize the information to that person, right? And the good thing about this is faster than human appointment setter, and it's easier to set up. Honestly, it's way faster to train this AI agent to do outbound calls for you than it is to train an appointment setter. I can tell you that for free. All right, so we've run through all the settings right here, and then you just want to click on publish, so you can see an example here, and select an outbound phone number. So you can see we can select our outbound phone number here, right? Now when you're setting this up, you also want to make sure inside the phone number section here, you add a new phone number. So you can click on buy a new number. You can buy it for $2. You get $10 of free credits. So it's basically free. And then you just need to verify it, which you'll see the top settings in the right? So you verify it on your mobile phone, take a picture of your ID. It verifies in about 60 seconds from my own experience. And then you're going to assign that outbound agent to the information. So these are my settings for the phone number, right? So we've got the outbound call agent. That's taking the agent from our agent section over here, as you can see. And then inside the phone number section as well, that's basically it, right? We didn't select an inbound call agent or anything like that. I actually disabled the inbound, but you can see how easy it is to set that up. If you need the settings, let me grab the settings for you and I'll plug that inside the AI Success Lab. And by the way, I'm not the genius that set this up. I learned this stuff from AI Workshop on YouTube. Would recommend checking out his channel. He's very good at N8N workflows. So from here, we've got the agent set up, we've got the phone number set up. The thing that we also need to do is create the API key. So you need to grab an API key like you can see, and then we're going to plug that into N8N in a second. Right? So just to be clear here, inside Retail AI, you've created the agent, you've set up the phone number, and you've also set up the API key. And from there, you're good to go. So once you've done all of this, then what you're going to do is go back to N8N and you're going to select HTTPS request. So you're going to add a node that says HTTP request, and then the method is going to be post. That is the method because you're posting outbound. You're just going to delete that, right? So you can see this is our HTTP request module, and inside here we've got the outbound dial section. So what we're doing is we're taking the information from the AI agent. So for example, the phone number, the time zone, what the appointment is about, the contact phone number, etc. Then we've got this URL as the URL, okay? So if you need that URL, let me plug that in right here. So that's the URL you're going to plug in. And then in terms of the generic credential type, select custom auth account, and then you're going to take your API key and plug it inside JSON code like this. So this is an example, right? So you got the headers, the authorization, the content type, and you just put your API key in this section right here. All right. Obviously, I'm going to delete my API key after this video, but I just want to show you exactly how it's set up to help you. And that's why I'm exposing it to everyone on the video right now. Then from here, you're going to scroll down once you've set up the custom auth account, and you're going to select send body, JSON, using JSON, and then you're going to take this JSON information like. Now, this is the dynamic information from the appointment information right here that's been passed. So you can see an example right here. If you want to take that code from me, let me show you exactly how to do it. So this is the JSON body on the HTTP request as an example. You can customize this as much as you want. You can also take this information and just ask ChatGPT, like, what's the best way to format it, or I want to add this field or that field, etc. if you want to customize the JSON without actually being a coder. Right? But basically what we're doing here is we're taking the phone number from Retail A and we're plugging that inside the JSON. Right? To get the phone number, you just go to phone numbers over here. You're going to find that phone number you created and then just copy it and plug it into your settings like you can see. The to number is going to be the number from the calendar event. which is right down there, and it's dynamic. The name is going to be the event name that you can see from the calendar event. Same for the phone number, the reason, start time, that's all taken from the event. And then the final thing here is that you need to get the agent ID. Now, if you want to get the agent ID, you just go back to agents, then you're going to click on single prompt agent, and then from here, you're going to copy this agent ID in the top left. That allows you to grab the agent ID and then plug it inside the JSON file like you can see over here. So once you've done that, you are good to go, my friends. That was basically it. You selected the URL, the authentication, added the custom authentication, sent the body, JSON, using JSON, plugged in the JSON from the AI Success Lab, and then you are good to go. Now, as you're running this workflow, you want to test each section, right? So test a step, make sure it works. That's going to relay the information to the next step so that when you get to the outbound dial section, you're able to test it and make sure this works, right? So for example, again, if we go and we test this step, it's going to be a slight delay inside Google Voice or wherever you're taking the call.
Hey, this is Julian Goldie's AI assistant. I was just calling about your call. What's your biggest challenge with SEO right now?
Right now, mate, we are struggling with building backlinks.
Building backlinks can definitely be a challenge. Just curious, are you looking to improve your site's authority, or are you focusing more on driving targeted traffic?
Yeah, right now we just want to get more targeted traffic to our website. We're trying to rank for our certain keywords.
Got it. Targeted traffic is crucial for ranking. When you're aiming to rank for those specific keywords, do you currently have a strategy for identifying high-quality sites to get backlinks from?
No, we have no idea how to find them.
No worries. A good approach is to start by identifying websites that are already relevant to your industry or niche. Have you tried looking for sites that already rank for your target keywords, or those that are considered authorities in your field?
Not yet.
That's a great idea. Building relationships with authoritative sites in your niche can really boost your SEO. You might start by reaching out to them for...
Alright, so you see here how it's like actually quite a powerful automation where you're not just doing the discovery process with the potential client and the customer, but also you're giving value to the person that they're calling up, right? Because you can see this AI agent is looking at the situation, analyzing what they can improve, giving them tips on how to improve, and then setting that process up so that when it comes to the actual call that my team will take, that client has already got value, understands that we're the experts, is already impressed by the process, and is now warmed up and ready and knows exactly what they need to do to get more SEO traffic, right? And this would work for any agents or anyone running a sales call funnel. So, hope that helps. And I have downloaded that template and plugged it inside the free AI Success Lab, like you can see right here. You can get it for free. I just wanted to help you. That's why I'm giving you all this information, all right? It's absolutely amazing what you can do with this. It's amazing that N8N can do it, and you can see how easy it is to set up. Now, as I said, I'm going to have to just delete my API key. So you can delete your API key like so. Just make sure you set up another one and set that as a webhook, and then your API key is done and dusted, my friend. And that's basically it. And then if you want to import this stuff, let me show you how easy it is. So if we go into workflow, personal, we're going to download the template from the AI Success Lab, which you can see right here. So this is the JSON code. We'll download that. And then we'll go inside N8N, and we're going to go to import from file, upload the JSON, boom shakalaka, agent is just set up, ready to go. It didn't cost you a penny because you can steal it from me inside the AI Success Lab, all right? So that's basically it. Thanks so much for watching. Feel free to get the AI Success Lab completely free inside the link in the comments of this video. And again, if you want to get help, support, if you want to get weekly Q&As, if you want to get coaching, DM support, and just meet an awesome community of rock stars in AI, then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with an awesome classroom of all of my best automations, templates, workflows. Comes with weekly Q&A calls, and we're going to be start doing 3 calls a week. So you're going to get tons of value inside there. And it's basically just a community of one goal for everyone who joins, which is to make more money and save time with AI. So feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. I appreciate you watching. Here's how to build and replicate any N8N AI agent in one click using Claude. So you can see, for example, here, we actually screenshotted the workflow we wanted to replicate. Then we created the JSON inside Claude. I'll show you how in a second. If we paste that into N8N, you can see that has come out perfectly. And today I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Now, I just discovered how to build N8N AI agents in seconds using Claude. So you can basically take a screenshot of any N8N workflow. I'm going to show you exactly how to build up a custom built project like you can see right here. So you'll get basically awesome copy-paste JSON that instantly creates the entire automation. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up Claude with the custom built instructions like you can see right here. You'll learn the exact prompt template that makes Claude an N8N expert basically instantly. You'll get all of this for free, and I'll show you how to replicate any workflow with just a screenshot, even adding custom modules. And you'll get the free resource I created so you can steal this entire system from me. So I'm going to show you how to basically get Claude to create and copy almost any template you can find. So basically what Claude can now do using this process, I'll show you, is very specific, and I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to set it up. It can now create agents like you can see right here that are basically copy and paste, and then you can paste those directly into N8N, right? So as an example, this is one I actually built earlier. And if you want to build this out yourself, let me show you how. So we'll just delete that. And this agent is custom trained on N8N's documentation to be able to build and copy paste N8N templates, right? So for example, I actually took a screenshot of this N8N workflow that I wanted to replicate. Then I said recreate this workflow, and if we copy this information right here and then paste it directly into N8N, you can see that it basically creates a really simple workflow based on our screenshot, right? So this was the original screenshot, and this is the whole workflow. And you can see it's even added the same sticky notes inside the workflow, so we can easily just copy, paste, and replicate any N8N workflow using this custom trained Claude project. Here's another example. So if we grab this one, let's copy this, and then you can see this is one that you can easily build out. And yeah, it's a simple but powerful workflow, right? I want to show you another one as well. So if we say, for example, create a AI voice agent for N8N inside the N8N JSON builder, it's now going to start coding out, right? So you can see it's thinking about it, and it can basically produce like copy paste JSON code, right? So the way that this works is we've actually got this custom trained prompt over here. I'll put it inside the AI Success Lab so you can get the prompt for free if you want to just steal this stuff from me. But basically we've said you are an N8N expert N8N workflow generator. Your job is to create fully functional N8N workflow JSON that can be directly pasted into N8N to create working automations. JSON should be complete, valid, ready to use, blah, blah, blah. Then we've included instructions on how to do that, what to set up, etc., the output format, and the goal. That is directly inside the project details of this agent, right? Now, what you can also see here is that we've attached information on the JSON, cheat sheet for N8N, and also a bunch of other N8N templates that it can learn from, right? The way that this works is, let's take, for example, this information right here. Basically has documentation on exactly how to build out AI agents. Now, I've attached that all inside the AI Success Lab, so you can just upload this knowledge if you want to. Essentially, to set this up, if you want to create a new project inside Claude that can build stuff like this, you just click on projects in the left-hand side. Then you're going to click on new project. From here, create project. And then from here, you're going to name your project, right? So for example, Claude N8N Assistant, right? We'll create that project like. Then from here, inside the project knowledge, we're going to upload from a device. And I'm going to take that information that's inside the AI Success Lab and just upload that. So what I also like to do is just upload a few N8N template projects. So I've actually got some of those inside the AI Success Lab. But if you want to see an example of how I do it, we can type in JSON here. Scroll down, get the web scraper agent that I've previously done, grab the appointment setter agent, upload those, and we're good to go. All right. Now, if we go back inside here, and let's say we want to replicate this particular agent, we can just take a screenshot of any N8N workflow that we want to replicate. Then we're going to go back into Claude, and using the project and the project knowledge we've set up, we'll paste in that screenshot, and we'll say replicate this into a JSON format for N8N. Crypto White Hat just tipped $5. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. And Nicholas says, this is scary, reminds me of malware. I think you're referring to the MCPs I showed earlier. If that's the case, yeah, just use that stuff at your own risk. But you do need to be careful what you install. I show this stuff as a guinea pig, but obviously you do need to be careful in terms of what you build, how you build it, what you install, etc. And that's down to you and what you want to do. But I take the risk for you. Now we're going to wait for this to load. And you can see it's basically building out the JSON format, right? Which is pretty cool because then you can copy and paste this stuff directly into N8N. So we're waiting for that to load right now. And then do is just copy and paste that in, right? So for example, this is the original template we took a screenshot of. As you can see inside Claude, here's the screenshot. And then if we go to overview, we'll leave without saving that. We'll create a new workflow. And then all we're going to do is take this information, like copy it, paste in that information, and boom shakalaka. We've got the AI agent fully replicated, right? So we've got the outbound dial, the structured output parser, the OpenAI chat. You saw the original a second ago, which is this screenshot right here. And this is the workflow automation that's created, right? Nice and simple. We could say as well, if we just want to add an extra option to that, we could say, okay, add a Google Sheets node to this too. So I can output the agent workflows to Sheets, whatever. And let's say you want to add an extra module to your N8N template, but you don't want to add it manually. You can get Claude to put out the JSON. Now, one thing I want to say right here is this has worked beautifully this time around. So you can see that automation is actually awesome. Like, it looks really good. I don't want to BS you though, because sometimes it doesn't go that well. And if that's the case, you just need to tidy up. But what I will say is that typically it will give you the 80-20, right? So it will give you like the 80-20 of the format, and then you just need to make a few changes before you finally go live and test out. But in terms of adding the modules, setting it all up, etc., it is quite easy to set up with this Claude AI assistant. And if you're wondering how do you set up, you create a new project, you insert the custom instructions from the AI Success Lab, you upload the knowledge inside the resources section, as you can see down here, and then from there, you are good to go with your N8N agent. And what I'd recommend is that you don't necessarily describe what you want. Instead, what I'd recommend is that you actually take a screenshot of what you want and then replicate it that way. That seems to work a lot better, right? Because then it's got a visual understanding of what you want, right? So if we have a look, this is the new workflow from N8N, the Claude assistant. And then you can see here it's taken exactly the same workflow, but this time it's added the Google Sheet module as we requested, right? So we've just literally copied and pasted that in. It's taken the Google Sheet section, like you can see, that's all plugged in, ready to go. And then we just need to map this out and connect it to a Google Sheet. But essentially, that's how you can set up the whole process. Really easy to just copy, paste, and replicate almost anything that you want. If we go back to N8N over here, all right, and then inside N8N, we're just going to go to templates and find like a template that we could actually set up as an example. Then we're going to take this template, like we'll copy that image, as you can see. Then we're going to go back to Claude, start a new chat inside the project section. So let's find the N8N assistant, we'll put that in, and then we'll say recreate this. And literally, I would say in about 60 seconds, you're going to have your full JSON ready to go. Now, you might need to say in your instructions as well, just recreate this in JSON for N8N, etc. That's essentially it, right? Just going to go back to the original JSON builder. So here we go, in, and then it's going straight into JSON, as you can see, right? So it saves a lot of time, automates, replicates, copies and pastes for you. And to be honest, like what you could even do is you could link this to something like the MCP browser agent. So I've got browser MCP there. I could go inside Claude, and I could say, create that JSON file inside the project section, and then go to N8N and paste it in as a new workflow. You could probably fully automate that if you wanted to. I'm not going to do that in this video, but I just want to give you some ideas of what you could build, etc. So if we just copy this JSON format from the JSON builder, then we're going to go over to N8N, we'll paste that in, and there we go. Crazy thing as well is if you actually compare them side by side, so this is the original and this is the version that we created. This version actually looks a lot neater and nicer, right? Super neat, super tidy. It's got nice sticky notes there as well. The automation is fully linked together as well. And it was so easy to build that just using this custom N8N project builder. Now, it actually took me a few hours to figure this stuff out. But essentially, if you want to just steal it from me, take the custom instructions, take the custom knowledge inside the AI Success Lab. It is completely free, link in the comments description, and then you can just grab this stuff from me. The other idea that I had as well was that what you could actually do is you could go to N8N JSON Builder, like you can see. You can go to Claude projects, then go to new project, type in all the details you want, right? And then we can actually take the official N8N docs from GitHub and load that as knowledge inside Claude, right? So if we click on the plus sign under project knowledge over here, then we'll click on link, hit the copy and pastable GitHub URL, paste that in there, and then you can select which official documents from N8 GitHub you want to custom train that project on, right? And then you're probably going to get even better outputs because you're using the official documentation from N8N to build out your copy and paste machine, right? But either way, you can now get your AI agents to build other AI agents and replicate any N8N workflow that you want in a copy and pastable format, and it's completely free. It's crazy. So feel free to get all my notes inside the AI Success Lab if you want to steal this stuff from me. Again, you really do need the knowledge, so you need to download that. Make sure you've got that plugged in as well. And that is free inside the AI Success Lab. If you want support and help and you want an amazing community of people all interested in scaling and growing their business with AI, including using N8N automations, then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an awesome community where you get DM support, you get weekly Q&A calls, you get a community you can post in and ask questions to, and there's 584 serious entrepreneurs trying to scale their business with AI. So feel free to get that. Link in the comments and the description. What I'm going to show you is a way to automate outbound calls, right? And you can basically get an AI agent to call your appointments or your sales leads or anything like that automatically as soon as they opt in. So here's an example right here. This using N8N is an amazing workflow, absolutely beautiful. And if we click on the outbound dial section, we can just run a test call. So let's test this out right here. We're going to click on test step. That's going to execute the node. As you can see, phone call type. And then you can see the phone call coming through here. Let's answer that.
No worries at all. Take your time. I'm here whenever you're ready. If you need a moment to get settled, that's absolutely fine. Just let me know when you're ready to continue.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? I really appreciate you taking the time to chat today. I just wanted to quickly confirm that you're still good for your scheduled call with Julie and Goldie. Is that time still convenient for you? And is this the best number to reach you on for the call? Also, before we jump in, I'd love to learn a bit more about you and your business. What's the main SEO or link building challenge you're hoping to solve right now?
Yeah, so right now what we want to do is scale our business with SEO, get more organic traffic.
That's fantastic. Scaling with SEO and boosting organic traffic is definitely something we can help with. Just to make sure we tailor the call to your needs, could you share a bit more about your current situation? For example, what's your main goal for the next 3-6 months when it comes to SEO or organic growth? Are you the main decision maker for SEO investments, or is there anyone else involved in the process? And out of curiosity, what would make this upcoming call a big win for you? Is there a specific result or outcome you're hoping for? No rush, take your time. And if there is anything you'd...
All right, so we're going to end that call right there, but you get an example of exactly what we've done, how we've done it, etc. So the way that we've done this, creating this AI agent that can basically call your sales appointments, reconfirm them, is really simple and easy, right? So what you can see here is we have an N8N automation. It's completely free to get access to. If you go inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, and then go to the N8N outbound calls agent, you'll find the template that you can just import straight into N8N right there. But essentially what we're doing here is we're taking appointments. For example, you can see this calendar is linked to new appointments that come in. Then from here, we have an AI agent that basically responds and figures out, okay, what to say, etc. And that sends the information over to a tool that can make outbound calls. Absolutely amazing. and you can sync this to a sales calendar, or it could be to appointments, or it could be whatever you want, lead generation. You have to be careful, of course, because if you're making calls with AI, you want to make sure that it's all compliant. I'm not a legal expert. This is not legal advice. You can figure that stuff out and research it, do your own research, but you get the point. This is how powerful it is and how it works, right? So, for example, the way that this works is it's taking appointments. So I'm going to just set this up in a new tab as a new automation just to show you how easy it is, right? So if we go inside N8N, you're then going to go to create workflow, and then inside N8N, from here, what you're going to do is add a first step. Now, I would recommend that you have this running on a schedule. So it could be like, okay, 9 a.m. each day, we're going to run this automatically based on my new appointments, right, from the day before. Just reconfirm everyone, make sure everyone's going to join the appointment, right? Then from here, what we could do is we're going to add a new section called calendar, and we're going to select inside here, get many events. Now, with get many events, basically you just want to connect to your Google Calendar, like you can see. You just sign in, it's pretty simple, allow access to N8N. And then from here, you can actually get access to your emails. So for example, this is a random email address that I've used for the process. And what this is going to do is it's going to take appointments from this email address. So here's an example calendar with appointments. So you can see we've got an N8N party happening tomorrow within the next 24 hours. It's going to take that information and send it over to the AI agent. Now, the way that you can do this is you're going to have the settings as Google Calendar account, resource, and then you can click on return all. So just select return all, toggle that on. And then from here, we can just select, okay, anything after right now, but before 24 hours time. All right, so we'll plug that in. And basically what that's going to do is take all the appointments within the next 24 hours. So from here, we can just test that step. And basically what that's doing is taking all the information from the appointment and sending it over here. So you can see this is all the information about the appointment, when it's going to start, when it's going to end, etc. So just to recap here, we've scheduled a trigger to run every 24 hours, and then we've set up Google Calendar to grab all the latest events. From here, what we're going to do now is set up an AI agent. So you can see we've got the Outbound AI agent. The way that we set this up, we just click on this, and we need to link this to a model. Now, you could use OpenRouter for free, something like that. I'm just going to use OpenAI because it's easier. So I've got this connected. If you don't know how to connect this, you just edit the credentials and plug in your API key from OpenAI, and then you're good to go. All right. So we've got schedule the trigger, Google Calendar, AI agent. That's got the information right there. And then you just need to program this AI agent to be able to run your instructions. So here's an example, right? So it's got the source for the prompt. We're going to select define below, right? And then we're going to plug in a prompt, as you can see right here. So we've pasted that in. Now, if we open this up, what you can see is we are taking in the information from the event, the date, the time, and the description of the event, right? And also, you want to add some new instructions here. So, for example, wait, be patient, might take a while to connect, whatever. And you just give them some information to the agent. Now, I think, honestly, this could be improved, but I just want to give you an example of how it works, right? And then if you want to drag in the date and the time, or select random stuff from the account, you can just, for example, drag and drop this information that's been taken previously. So what this is doing is taking the JSON information from the Google Calendar event and then telling the AI exactly what our appointment's about so that it can figure that stuff out, right? Now, also, we've got a system message, right? So what we're going to do is click on require specific output format. We're going to add a system message like you can see. So let's add that in, plug that in. If you're wondering what the system message is, basically, as you can see, it's your Julian Goldie AI, the world's best appointment setter. Call the lead who's already booked in a call from Julian Goldie's calendar. Confirm that they can attend the scheduled time, blah, blah, blah. Now, one thing I'd actually change, if it was me doing this again, then I would highly recommend that you actually change this so essentially it only asks like one question at a time. Because if you don't do that, the AI agent might talk too much, it might ask too many questions, etc. It can get messy. I wouldn't recommend that. So you can see it's got the output, the notes, all the information about the appointment, etc. So we've configured that. set up the specific output format, we're good to go on that. Now, what we also need to do is set up a structured output parser, right? Now, the way that you do that inside your workflow is you would go over here, and then you're going to select output parser, structured output parser, and then you just take the information from your appointment. Now, you can rewrite this inside ChatGPT and ask it to rewrite something unique based on the specific details that you take, but this is just what I'm using for the JSON. It's pretty easy to set up and simple to do, right? And by the way, all the instructions with the importable template are inside the AI Success Lab. You've got the agent prompt example here. You've got the instructions for the system message, the structure output example as well. So you can just copy and paste this stuff from me if you want to steal it, and then customize it to you, your business, your API keys, etc. So we've plugged that in now. And basically what this is doing is you can see it's taking the event name, the date, the time zone, about, contact, etc. So we're good to go on that. Now we're just going to test this, make sure it actually works. Let's click test step and make sure it works. If there's any errors, we can fix it. And let's just double check this on the structured output. We just need to change this to define below. All right, so make sure you've selected in your structured output parser, define below. So now we're just going to retest the AI agent. It's good for you to see stuff like this to know how to fix it. Now it works perfect, beautiful. You can see the inputs, the outputs, etc. Living the dream, my friend. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to add a HTTP request for the outbound dial. Right, so we're going to click on plus over here. There we go. And then we're going to select the method as post because this is going out, right? So if we look at this example of what's already working, you're going to select post, then you're going to use this URL, right? And at this point, you might be wondering, okay, what is retailai.com? Let me show you an example. So Retail AI is basically a way of automating your call operations with voice AI, right? Really powerful tool, pretty cool, easy to set up, and let me show you exactly how to use it. So you've got an example right here, and what you want to do is just create an agent. So you go to create an agent, single prompt agent, that's all you need. Now inside that single prompt agent, here are the settings that I used. So I pasted in the same prompt from the system message on N8N, which you've got inside the AI Success Lab if you want to steal it from me. And then, so this is the system message. And then inside here, we've got a welcome message, right? So you want to click on AI initiates, AI begins with a dynamic begin message, like you can see over here. What I would also recommend is that you set up a knowledge base for that agent as well. So it's got, for example, details of you, your recipe. And then you can also choose between what language you want. So you can do this in multiple languages. It can even be multilingual. As you can see, if you get appointments in Spanish, French, whatever language, you see all the languages, then you can have this as a multilingual agent. I've selected JSON, but there's a bunch of different voices that you can use as AI agents here. So, you know, female, male, different voices. Some of them very flamboyant, I'll be honest with you. But you get the point. And then from here, you've got different APIs that you can use. Now, some of them are more expensive than others. So for example, you can see here, Gemini 2.0 Flash is like 0.006 per minute, right? So super cheap. Whereas you got GPT-4o Mini Real Time, which is like 0.125 per minute, right? So that's going to get pretty expensive. So it's up to you what you use. I was using GPT-1 for my example. We've got JSON right there, English, boom, right? We're ready to go on that. Now, the next thing that you want to do is inside retailai.com is you're going to go down to API keys and just make sure you have an API key, like you can see right here. And then additionally, we just need to go to phone numbers. Now, you can buy a phone number for free. You actually get $10 when you sign up, and it costs $2 for a phone number. So I just bought a phone number like you can see set up, and we selected outbound call agent as a single prompt agent we set up before. Right, you can see that right there. Right, so that's the outbound call agent. This is the ID for the phone number, and we're good to go on that. Right, now you've plugged in your URL inside the HTTP request, and then what we're going to do from here is we're going to select generic as the authentication credential type, and then from here we're going to select custom auth, And by the way, if you're wondering, like, am I the genius that figured all this stuff out? No, I learned from an amazing YouTube account called AI Workshop. Would recommend checking out. That's where I learned this stuff from. It does a lot of awesome test tutorials on N8N. But it's pretty easy to figure out and pick up, even if you're not technical, like I'm not technical at all. So from here, what we're going to do is click on Send Body, and then we're going to select Using JSON, and then we're going to use this process right here, which I'll explain in a second, right? So what you can see if we pull this up as an example is we basically have the from phone number, right? So that's a phone number that is inside Retail AI. So if you're wondering how to get that, you go to Retail AI, make sure you've bought the phone number that we talked about before, go to phone numbers, and then grab this phone number and put it inside the quote marks, as you can see. For the to number, that would be the contact phone number from the appointment, right? So you can see that's the contact phone number from the appointment. We'll put that inside the to number section. Then for the Retail LLM dynamic variables, we've got the event name, and we've also got the phone number, etc. And the final thing that you need to customize as well is also the agent details, right? So this is the override agent ID. Now, if you want to get that, all you do is you go back to your agent, as you can see right here. Then you're going to click on single prompt agent. And from here, you would just copy this code in the top right. That's going to give you a copy and pastable agent ID that you paste inside the quote marks over here, right? So you just put in, boom. And then if you want to run the phone call, you just click on test step, and it's really easy and simple to set up, right? So basically you get a bunch of ideas of what you can create, how to create it. Just make sure you set up send body, JSON, using JSON, plug that information right there. If you want to get the JSON from me, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I've put the HTTPS request example inside the instructions right there. I will delete my API key after this, but that's basically how you can do it. Simple and easy. I would also recommend maybe you want to run this through whatever you want. And also here inside the knowledge base, you can click on add new knowledge base and just plug in the information. So for example, let's wait for that. You can see here I've uploaded my sales SOP for the appointment setting agent who can just go off and figure stuff out, right? So really simple and easy. You can add knowledge, and if you have an SOP on how to do outbound calls like we do for our setters, then you can put that inside the knowledge base plus some information about you, etc. And that just helps make the agent way better. So you can, for example, add web pages, upload files, add text. So we could go in here, we could type in like juliangoldie.com, and then you can see it actually, this is really interesting. So it actually takes all the pages from juliangoldie.com and it's which ones do you want to include inside the agent knowledge base, right? So we could just take the home page, hit save, or the about me page, etc. Type in the details, and we can auto sync that. So if you make any changes to your website, you can auto sync that every day. Click on Julian Goldie website, for example, hit save, and now that knowledge is going to be updated to the AI agent. So when it makes outbound calls, it's going to be way smarter because it has more context, right? It's not just a generic AI agent. You could also, for example, even take a transcript of your best outbound calls, upload that to the agent, and then this can do it as well. So it's absolutely amazing what you can do. Easy to set up a phone number. The only thing with the phone number is like you can't make outbound calls until this is fully verified, which literally takes 1 minute, but you have to open up your phone app, take a picture of your ID, plug in your face, etc., and then it's all verified, and then you can start doing calls, right? So you'll see a little button in the top right that says verify your call. And then you've got the phone number, you've got the agent, you've got the knowledge base, etc., all set up inside this bad boy, and then you got the API key over here. Just going to plug that into N8N like you can see, and then you can easily make outbound calls, right? Automated. You can even set up a trigger where it's right as soon as this webhook comes in, and that webhook is an appointment from your calendar, then as soon as that comes through, then you make the outbound dial, right? So it's like speed to lead is super fast, and you can just call people as soon as they've booked in the appointment. So let's test that out again. We'll take the appointment. Here's the full workflow. Again, you can download it inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free. Just go to this section here. It's called N8N Outbound Calls Agent, like you can see. And then if we go inside N8N, we'll run a test here. So we'll click on this. Just make sure as well, if you want to test this out, that you're testing each stage of the process, right? So you have to test this, then that, then this, then that, right? And each stage of the process has to work because it relays the information onto the next module. So for example, if we click on this one, then we're going to click on test step. And there's always a little bit of a delay before the outbound call comes in. Obviously, it's not like directly instant. There we go.
Call from? Of course. After.
Hello?
No worries at all. Take your time. I'm here whenever you're ready. Just let me know when you're available to chat about your upcoming appointment with Julian Goldie.
Hello there.
Hi there. Thanks so much for picking up. This is Julian Goldie's team. I'm just calling to confirm your upcoming appointment with us. Can I quickly check, are you still available for the scheduled time? And is this the best number to reach you on for the call?
Boom, right? That's how easy it is. Ready to go. You can customize the agent a lot more. You can make the prompts much better and smoother, but that was just a little demo to give you a little taster of how it works, right? If you want the workflow, you've got it attached inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. I've given you the demo, showing you how easy it is to link to your Google Calendar. You could also have that as a webhook from your CRM as well. To be honest, I would recommend the CRM method because the faster you get to those appointments, the more likely they are to confirm and be impressed by your amazing workflows. And you can see the knowledge base example. I've included all the links inside the AI Success Lab. And yeah, that's basically it. Now, if you also want other automations on like a scraper agent, a social media post automator, N8N is absolutely amazing. And you can get all of these templates inside the AI Success Lab. It's completely free. You can just join today. Big community of 5,900 people, and also a bunch of other training like you can see in this section here. Now, if you want to upgrade, if you need support, if you need help, if you want people to actually answer your questions, because that doesn't really happen inside the AI Success Lab, then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community focused on making more money and saving time with AI. And additionally, inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you can get weekly calls, so you can jump on live calls with us, ask any questions that you have, get help and support, get all the coaching that you need. Also, you can DM us with any questions that you have. And additionally, you can post inside the community here, like you can see everyone is doing, and then get help and questions and advice on whatever you need, right? And that's the best way to do this. I think if you need help, if you need support, if you want to save hours and messing around, this is the best place to go. So feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments in the description. So what I'm going to show you is an easy way to basically scrape anything with N8N. So you can see this is an example web scraper that we built. And if you pull up this example right here, you can actually see that we've scraped 50 dentists. And you can do this for free. I'll show you how in a minute with all their details, like their phone numbers, email addresses, etc. And then we've actually blasted that over to a Google Sheet, which you can see on this example. And here's an example of the data that we scraped directly from Google Maps. Now, it doesn't have to be from Google Maps. It could be from I think there's like thousands of platforms on the app that I'll show you in a second. But essentially, if you want to quickly scrape data for free and then plug it into a Google Sheet automation, like you can see, you can easily do it with this web scraper AI agent. Now, I've actually included the template for free inside the AI SEO Success Lab. So you can get the scraper agent directly inside the AI SEO Success Lab. If you want to get free access to it, just import the JSON, as you can see down here. We've also included links to all the relevant resources. And let me show you exactly how this works and how to set it up step by step. So essentially what's happening here is we're running a request, and then we've plugged this into something called Appify. Now, Appify, directly inside the Appify store here, they have something called actors. Now, actors are like basically pre-built agents for web scraping and AI automation projects, right? So you can get an API from any of these different models, and then you can plug that into N8N and use this to build stuff out. So as an example of that, I actually took the Google Maps scraper and then plugged that into N8N to create this automation. Now, you may say, okay, is this free or not? So we actually get free usage, and I rinsed it this morning and it's only cost me 41 cents, and you get $5 of free usage that resets every month, right? So you can do this for free. It is a scraper. You can get the data and then you can plug that into a Google Sheet automatically. You don't even have to map out the fields. It's incredibly easy. So you can see here, I mapped it automatically to a Google Sheet, and it's absolutely insane that you can do this, right? So if you want to see exactly how to set this up, let me show you. So I'm just going to zoom out here and I'll set it up from scratch as an example. So let's say we want to set up the scraper. So we're going to click on HTTP request over here. Then from here, we're going to select post. And what we need to do is select whatever we want to scrape from these actors inside the Appify store. Now, if you're wondering, okay, which one do you want to use? It depends on your use case, right? So for example, if you wanted to just get some details of local leads, then Google Maps would be great. If you wanted to, for example, scrape Instagram and get like the latest viral posts, you could use the Instagram scraper. There's so many different apps inside here. It's absolutely wild. Facebook comment scraper, even like LinkedIn profile scrapers. Really powerful for lead generation, but also just for scraping data and building stuff from the web, right? Even like, for example, getting ideas for viral content from TikTok and places like that. So for example, if we go over to Google Maps, and then what we're going to do from here is we're going to type in whatever the search terms are that we want on Google Maps, right? So let's say, for example, we wanted to search locally inside the US. We could select our city and location over here in the location section. Then inside the search terms, we can select whatever we want. So for example, we could select restaurant, and then here you get to choose how many places you want to extract from the data, right? So for example, do you want to extract 50 different responses or 30 or etc., right? Obviously, the more responses you use, the more API credits you're going to use in your free usage section here. You can also, for example, choose whether you want to use like Google Maps listings and all that sort of thing. But the point here is that you can scrape almost anything you want using these free agents. And the cool thing as well about N8N particularly is that with N8N, you can self-host this and then it's free as well. So then at that point, you're not paying for N8N, you're not paying for Appify, and yeah, all of this is pretty free. So it's really simple and easy. So for example, let's say we want to search restaurants in New York. I don't know, something like Chinese restaurants, right? Let's say you're a lead gen agency targeting Chinese restaurants. We can take the information, and then from here, we're going to go to the API section. So let's go to the API endpoints. And then from here, we're going to click get the run actor section. So let's copy that. As you can see, we're going to go back into the HTTP request. We are going to also make sure we select post. Instructions inside the AI Success Lab if you want to get free access to this stuff. So put the URL, method equals post, we've got the information right here. And then we just need to make sure that we've got the details plugged in. And also just make sure here that you've selected send body. And then using from here, go back to Appify, X off that, and then go to the JSON section. And inside the JSON section, you can just copy this code over here. And you can see here I was selecting Chinese restaurants and it's scraping 50 places inside the US, right? Now, by doing that, you can see all the different search filters that you've got inside here. It's just like a Google search or like using any sort of filter, but the difference here is like you're scraping data and you're scraping live data like you can see. So then you're going to take that, copy that, plug it in here, select JSON, using JSON, send body, post, and the URL. We'll test that step. And you can see that has worked perfectly. All right. So once you've set that up, then what you can do is add another HTTP request. And inside this section, you're going to keep it as get. So make sure that you select get here. And then for the API, you're going to go to API endpoints. And then from here, you are going to select get last dataset items. So if you go to get last dataset items, we'll copy that. We'll go back to the web scraper, plug this in as a URL, hit test step. And one thing we just need to do here quickly is just check on the runs, which we've done. And then you can see an example right here. So we just executed that workflow as an example. This is for the dentist workflow. But you can see an example of how it works step by step here. So let me show you from scratch right here. So we've got get, then we'll get the endpoints, scroll down, get last run of dataset items, plug that in over here, hit test step, boom, there we go. If you want to change the endpoints, you want to change the filters, etc., let's go back to Appify, Google Maps Scraper, go back to manual, then change the search. So let's say, for example, SEO agencies, we want to scrape something like that. We'll plug this in. We're searching New York, 50 places to extract. Grab the endpoint, get the run actor one, copy that, go back to N8N, insert that into the first HTTP request, post, URL, send body, JSON, using JSON. And then obviously if you change any of the filters, then the JSON changes as well. So just copy that like you can see, go back, delete that, plug that in, hit test step, make sure it works. Boom shakalaka, that's working nicely. And then you can see all your previous runs over here. You see what we're doing, how we worked, how much it cost, right? And you can see this is finishing scraping, right? So what I would typically do if you wanted to run this from scratch, you can add a new section here, wait 22 seconds before you go ahead. And then that will just allow the website scraper to scrape and complete scraping before you move on to the next step, which is this one. And again, we'll just test that step. And boom, look at that. We've got all the internet marketing services and SEO agencies in the local area of New York using that process, right? Really simple and easy. Now, if you want to clean this up, keep it all neat and tidy, you can click this button for tidying up in the bottom left. And then if you want to add a new module, let's say you want to send this to Google Sheets or whatever, we can add Google Sheet section here, append to row. So we'll click on append row in Sheet. And then inside this section, we can search dentists just for my random template. Then inside here, we'll update that sheet. And you get an option here, which is map each column manually or map automatically. So I'm going to map automatically, just save a bit of time. And basically, we've got all the headings inside the spreadsheet mapped to the Google Maps scraping search, right? So what you can do here is if we click on test step now, that's going to send all this information inside the Google Sheet. You can see it's all been appended to the spreadsheet. So we've got, for example, all these SEO agencies inside New York from Google Maps listings. And we're living the dreams, my friend, right? Now, let's say, for example, you wanted to take this information and then, for example, do some outreach. There's a couple of ways you could do that, right? You could take the information from the spreadsheet. You could go over to ChatGPT. You could say something like, okay, create a short, funny, personalized email to this person from my SEO agency to sell white label building to them, right? Something like that. I'm going to use GPT 4.1 because that's what I tend to like the most. And now you can see he's created an interesting outreach email template based on the personalized details of that lead, right? So for example, here it said, let's millionify, right? And Millionify is the name of the agency. Even more, Millionify with easy link building, something like that, right? So I hope business building. I'm Julian Goldie, founder of agency. How many tabs do you have open right now? If the answer is too many, you don't need enough finger on a plate. Here's how we can help you. Millionify plus our links equals your client's ranking, your margins laughing, and you're finally having time for lunch, blah, blah, blah. So if you want this, here you go. We can insert our calendar link, boom. So that's one way to do it. The other way you can do it is like, for example, you could go inside. This is super interesting. You could take the information like so. Get an AI agent, right? Then we can define this information below. We can take all the information from the Google Sheet. All right, so for example, the title, the address, etc., the website, and then we can add a ChatGPT agent. So OpenAI chat model. We'll select GPT just for now. And we can take the information from Google Sheets and send that to the AI agent, right? Now, if we stop that workflow, we can now tell the AI agent with a system message, you are an outreach assistant helping me write emails for my leads based on the information in the prompt, right? And we've put in the address, the website, the title. We could put the neighborhood as well. What else could we put? I think that would be it, to be fair. Category name maybe as well you want to include in there. Right, and then you just label these. You put like title, for example, here. And this is basically taking the information from the Google Sheet about the lead and then using that to just automate the outreach, right? So for example, if we say, okay, lead details here, based on the information in the prompt, write a nice personalized email, right? Something like that. Then we can go inside chat. We just need to make sure that's working. I think it's going to be okay. So let's just test that workflow. And then you could chat with the AI agent and just use that to get responses. So if we delete that and then we add a new node here and we'll put chat trigger, and then you can see it's taking the information from the Google Sheet right in the email based on this, right? Pretty simple and easy. Boom. Now, if you want to get access to all the templates, etc., just go to the AI Success Lab. It is free. Link in the comments description. You can get free access to this. Go to the classroom, go to the AI course, and then you'll see the latest module right here with the N8N scraper agent details. And you can just download this JSON file, like you can see. So we can click that, download it. Then we can go back over to N8N. Just going to hit save. We'll exit that. We'll open up a new workflow. And we shall import the template that I've given you for free. So let's import that from file, open up the web scraper, and there you go. You got the web scraper ready to go. Obviously, you need to plug in your own details inside this, but it's quite easy to set up. Super simple, doesn't take much time at all, all right? But basically, it's one of the most powerful ways to do lead generation and automate it with AI, right? Because if you combine the AI agent that we've built with the web scraper, you can create personalized emails. It's really simple, doesn't take long at all. And you can do it inside the chat nodes like so, right? Now, if you want like personalized coaching on this sort of stuff, if you're struggling to implement it or you're struggling to actually get it loaded into N8N, etc., then you can actually go to the AI Profit Boardroom, which is basically like an upgrade from the AI Success Lab, right? So come to all my best automations, workflows, templates, AI agents. But the most important thing here is you get support, right? And I would say that's the biggest thing is like, you want to be in a group of people that are learning AI, learning with you, growing with you. You can jump on weekly Q&A calls. We're actually increasing this to 3 calls per week, which is going to be super interesting. So we're actually going to be launching coaching calls 3 times per week inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. And you can get all the support you need from the DMs, from the community, from the weekly coaching calls, and the classroom modules inside here. So if you really want to learn and implement this stuff, I would recommend the AI Profit Boardroom. But if you want to get it for free, you can get it inside here. Feel free to get it. Let's try another one now. So we're going to try and build something with, for example, TikTok. So let's put in a HTTP request here. We can do that. In fact, let's try Twitter just to mix it up. So let's say we're targeting like content around AI agents. We want the latest content, maybe like the top 10 tweets. Then we can do that. So we'll grab the API key. So we'll grab the endpoint over here. We'll copy that. Go back in here. Post URL here. Then inside the send body, we'll select using JSON. Then we'll grab the JSON over here. I'm flying through it now because I've already shown you how to do this stuff. We'll copy this, go back in here, plug this in, hit test step. That's running now. And then, for example, what we could do here is we can add a new HTTP request. We're going to link that in. We'll just select it on get. Then we're going to take the URL from the API. So let's grab that. We'll get the endpoint, as you can see. We'll scroll down. We'll get the last run dataset items. Copy that. Then we're going to go back to N8N, paste in the URL over here. You don't need to do anything else. And you can see the node is executed perfectly. And we're good to go on that. Happy days. All right, so it's really easy to set this up. Once you get the hang of it, once you get your head around it, it's super simple stuff. And as promised, inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, if you go down to the N8N scraper agent, like you can see, you can download the template in the resources section. You've got all the links over here. You've even got the template for the spreadsheet that I used, as you can see. And this is completely free along with all of my best agents. If you also like, for example, social media post automations and shorts, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab along with a community here. And if you want to upgrade, you can upgrade to the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. This is a much more supportive community where you're going to get coaching, DM help. You can ask questions inside the community, get support whenever you need it. You can jump on weekly coaching calls as well. You also get access to tons more training templates, etc. And you connect with like-minded serious entrepreneurs who are serious about scaling and learning how to use AI automation to make more money and save time. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Today, I'm going to show you how to automate posting reels to social media automatically. And this works with TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, basically any platform you can post to. You can automate the posting of social media content easily to any platform, right? Using this N8N workflow. And you can see an example over here. So here's an example. This is an automated post to social media with AI. The whole video was actually generated with AI. And it's very easy to actually post that directly to social media as well, right? So for example, this was actually posted through this N8N workflow. And you can see an example. So we actually took the video from a platform called Blotato, sent it over, and then posted it directly to TikTok on autopilot, along with the captions and everything else. Again, you can set this up for Instagram or any other platform, and it's very easy to do with this AI agent. So if you want to do this super simple workflow, and you can automate this so you can generate videos, say every hour, and then post those automatically every hour to social media, like you can see in this example. So what we're doing here, for example, is we're scheduling the trigger, which is going to be every hour. So if you want to set this up, let me show you exactly how it works. I'll start up a new workflow inside N8N for you, just to build it from scratch. All right, so you're going to click on create a new workflow in the top. Then from here, we can just add a new step, and we'll call this schedule trigger. Like you can see, now you can schedule this hourly or every 20 minutes, however often you create content. But essentially what we're doing here is we're going to schedule this to run on autopilot so that we don't need to post ourselves. And this is going to take URLs from a spreadsheet, read them, and then post them directly to social media. So let me add another module like you can see right here. And basically what this is doing is reading our spreadsheet and then putting the outputs over here. So if you want to set this up, you would just click on the plus sign, type in Google Sheets as a module. And then from here, you're going to select Get Rows. So if we type in Get Rows in a sheet, this will take the data from our pre-formatted sheet. Now, if you need a template for the sheet, let me give you an example. So you can see an example right here. And if you need to steal that sheet from me, link in the comments description to the free community where you can get all of these templates for free. All right. You can see what it's basically doing is taking the idea, the caption, the production, the environment, and then plugging that into our sheet. So if we want to take that, we're going to take the spreadsheet from Google Docs. We'll take the spreadsheet named N8N from my Google Drive. And then we're just going to select the sheet, which is this one. And you can actually filter this by production. So if you had like options for like pre-production, not ready for production, etc., then you can select that inside column D. So for example, here we can select all the inputs and we'll just click on test step. And you can see now it's taken all the information from our spreadsheet. So we've got the row, ID, caption, etc. Right? Now from here, what we can do is we can use a JSON input to create the next step. So you can see here, we've got this new setup. And basically what we're doing here is we're taking the information from Google Sheets and then plugging that into JSON format. All right, so we've got mode equals then. And what this is doing is it's actually taking a platform called Blotato, which is an amazing name, by the way. And then it makes it really easy to post to different social medias. Now, there's many platforms where you can do this, but honestly, if you want to automate it, I think Potato, number one, has the most amount of platforms. And number two, it makes it very easy to set up. So let me show you what I mean. You can actually get a free trial and you can try it for free. But basically, this allows you to grab an ID. So if we go and log in here, you sign up for a free account, you can get a free trial. And then inside your settings, you can grab an ID, right? So you can see here, for example, we've got account IDs for my TikTok, for Twitter, etc., right? And so what we're doing here is we can log in with any of these platforms. You just click login, really easy and simple. Then you can connect your platforms like you can see, and then you can grab the account ID and plug that into JSON format inside N8N. So you can see here, for example, squiggly bracket, quote marks, TikTok, colon, then the ID from my platform, and then the key over here. All right. So that's basically it. That's going to send it over to Blotato. And we'll just test that out. There we go. And basically what this is doing is grabbing the ID. So it's taking the information from the JSON format here, putting that into the output. And then the final bit is the post section here. So what you can do is you set up a new HTTPS request. Then you're going to select post as a method. Use this URL for the backend, so post into Blotato. And then inside the send headers section here, you're going to plug in your API key, right? Now, I'm going to delete my API key after this video. You never want to be showing your API keys online because obviously it's like a password that you're sharing with everyone. But essentially, if you want to post to social media, automatically, then you would get your API key. Now, if you're wondering how to get an API key, you would just go inside your settings, so my.blotato.com/settings, and then scroll down here and you can get API access, right? Now, if you copy that API key, you can plug it into your N8N workflow, like you can see. And then the format for setting this up is Blotato-API-key, all lowercase. That's how it's set up. And then underneath, you're going to select send body. And inside the send body section here, using the fields below, you're going to put the name and the value. So inside the name section, we just put URL. And then inside the value section, we take the URL from Clean, like you can see, right? So I've got this stored on Clean. You can get it wherever you want. If you look at my previous video and the previous section, you'll see that I've got a full automation on this. If you want an automation to create reels like you can see in this video, then you can get that inside the AI SEO Success Lab, like you can see. All right, pretty simple and easy. So now you set that up, it really isn't simple. We're just going to test that out, make sure it works. There we go. So we've got that ready to go. That's been sent over to Blotato. And then this is the easy bit. You're just going to connect it to whatever social media platform you want, right? So for example, if you just want to do TikTok like I did, and again, you can do this to all platforms. Like it doesn't have to be limited to TikTok. It could be Instagram, Threads, Pinterest, Blue Sky, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Whichever platforms allow you to post videos, right? If you can't post videos to Pinterest, then you wouldn't use this automation unless you're posting images. But essentially, that's how it works, right? So inside here, we are going to set up the HTTP request. So it's going to be post. Let's select post over here. Then inside the URL, we're going to use the backend for Blotato, like you can see. And again, if you want to get like any of the URLs, you can actually get the automation from me inside the SEO Success Lab, like you can see inside the resources section. And you'll see screenshots step by step where you can actually view all the settings for each module, right? So if you want to steal this stuff from me, you can just grab it right there inside here. Right? I also added to the AI Profit Boardroom, which comes with like weekly coaching and all sorts of upgrades on that. So now we're going to click send headers. We're going to send the Blotato API key, which is the same as before. And then we just have to send the body, which is a JSON. So if we send body, use JSON, take this in, plug it in over here, hit test step, make sure that works, post submitted, boom. We should be good to go on that, all right? So if we go over to my profile on TikTok, here we go. That was a video I literally just posted. Pretty awesome. And it was easy to automate with AI. We create the whole video with AI and it's posted to social media with AI. Unbelievable. So that's basically how it works. So if we go back to automation now, the only thing that I would do here is just make sure you do actually rename all the steps, right? Keep it neat and tidy. So for example, in the Google Sheets section, I'm just going to call that get URLs from Google Sheets. And then inside the HTTP request, I'm going to rename that and say post, send, video. And then for each social media platform that you add, so for example, TikTok, then you just rename this as well. So if we click on rename, we'll type in TikTok here, hit rename, hit save on that, and then we're good to go on this, all right? You can also activate this. So you can activate the workflow and then it will run on autopilot every hour based on your scheduled trigger. If you want to test the workflow, you can see we can test that like so. That's firing over, and we'll probably post it for the third time to social media, like you can see. All right, so that's works perfectly. Let's go back to TikTok now. Go on the profile, and you're good to go on that. All right, there's a video ready to go. Simple and easy. So if you want to automate shorts, like you can see, this is exactly how to do it. You can post to any platform. I've shown you how to do it for Instagram and everywhere else. And it is pretty awesome. Now, again, if you don't want to set all this stuff up yourself, then you can download the JSON file. So you can download that. And then if you go to N8N, click on import. I'm just going to save on that before I overwrite it. Import from file. Here we go. Insert the JSON. We've just literally just popped in that JSON file right there, right? So if you just want the template to easily import, you can do it like so. No problem at all. And that's probably the easiest and fastest way to do it, to be fair. So it's absolutely amazing what you can do. Again, if you haven't seen it already, let's go back to the AI SEO Success Lab. So inside here as well, you've got the N8N Shorts automation, right? And you can get the JSON file to import here. And basically inside here, you can actually automate the full video itself. And it was really easy to do with this N8N workflow, right? So if you want to learn how to actually automate the workflow, how to create videos, etc., you can see step by step, this is exactly how, from stage 1 down to stage 6, we automated the images, the video itself, the audio for the image, and even the idea and the prompts for the video as well. And then stitched it all together down here and then sent it over to Google Sheets. So it's a beautiful automation. And if you combine the power of posting to social media automatically, like you can see, and you combine that with the power of automating shorts, then you've basically got something that can automate shorts, post them 24/7, and it's incredibly easy to do. Plus, if you are too lazy to set this up, or you're like, I just can't be bothered, then you can grab the JSONs and import them directly inside N8N, right? So link in the comments description to this. Just go to the Classroom AI course, and you can see all of these automations on the left-hand side that you can download and use, etc. And if you want to get an awesome community of people focused on making money and saving time with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an awesome community focused on just making money and saving time. If you need any help with this stuff, because I know it gets complicated, then you can ask inside the community. We also do weekly Q&As calls inside here, and it comes with all my best automations, templates, AI agents, and workflows. Right? So feel free to get that link in the description. Appreciate you watching. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how to get more leads, traffic, and sales, feel free to get that. On this free call, we're basically going to give you a custom tailored game plan that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. You'll discover the secrets of SEO link building, answer any questions you have, and it's completely free, right? It's just designed to help you make more money and save time with SEO. So feel free to get that. Appreciate you watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. Today, I'm going to show you how to automate shorts like you can see right here. So this is an example of a short I actually automated with N8N, and it's actually not that hard to automate this. I'm going to give you the full free template today, as well as I'll show you how to post plus create the video, and you don't even need to come up with the idea yourself. Now, it's pretty simple. So here is the full automation that I used to create it. So you can see an example right here. This is the example of the short that was created and then the final output. And then additionally, these are the accounts that can go viral. So you can see a bunch of AI automated animal related videos absolutely popping up on TikTok. And you can now easily automate them using the process I'm about to show you. So let's get straight into it, and I'll show you exactly how this works. So essentially what we've got here is stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, and stage 6 of the process. This is actually an automation I learned from Robert Nuggets on YouTube. You can see his original video right here. Would definitely recommend checking it out. But essentially, this is how you can build the full automation. And if you want to get the full template from me, you can get it for free inside the AI Success Lab. Just click the link in the description to get access to that. You can download the JSON and then import it directly into N8N as a free template. So if we have a look at this automation, basically what we're doing step by step is, first of all, we are generating the idea. So you can see here, we've generated the idea, and this is the idea generator. We're using ChatGPT basically to just come up with related and relevant video ideas that we can create and automate a short about, right? So you don't even need to come up with your own ideas. If you do have something in mind, then you can easily put that into the prompt. And let me show you exactly how this looks step by step if you want to build it yourself. So we're going to open up a new tab inside N8N. If you want to have a look at this, I've actually got a 3-hour course on N8N on YouTube if you need to check out anything more on this. And essentially, if you go over here, open up the workspace, you can start creating your own workflow just like this. If we go to create workflow in the top right, and then from here, we're going to start building stuff out. Now, the cool thing about this is it's automated. So it's scheduled to trigger every hour if we want to, or we can trigger midnight or whatever we want, right? So we can have days between triggers. We could set this up to trigger every hour. So we could say every 60 minutes, generate a new short, and it's incredibly easy to do. So first thing you need to do is just set up a trigger. So let's say, for example, schedule trigger. And if we switch this now to hours, and let's say you want a short to come out every 60 minutes. So you can set up hours, then 1 hour, and then you're good to go on that, right? From here, and this is stage 1 of the process, we're then going to come up with the idea generator like you can see. So the way that we're going to do this is click on the plus sign, and then from here we shall click on ChatGPT and OpenAI. And then the method for doing this is message model, resource equals text, operation equals message model, and model is, I honestly, for speed, I would recommend using ChatGPT 4.0, but if you want like the best quality prompts, then I would recommend using GPT 4.1. So that's up to you how you want to set this up. But if you want to get similar outputs to what I created, then you can easily use ChatGPT 4.0, and obviously that's going to be a lot cheaper for you as well, right? Inside here, we can simplify the output, and then we're going to put the output content as JSON. And then inside this section, we're good to go, all right? Now, we just need to select this prompt. If you want the full prompt, or if you just want to steal this stuff from me, then just get it inside the AI Success Lab. You can grab the blueprint down here, and you can see all the resource links. But essentially, if we paste that prompt in directly here, this is going to come up with the ideas for our prompt for our videos. So you can see here it says, you're an AI designed to generate compelling, viral video short ideas for social media. And I've put, just for fun, I've put make it jungle themed, about animals in the jungle. You could easily change this and say, okay, make it SEO themed, for example, whatever your niche is, whatever you want to post about. It doesn't have to be about anything in particular, right? So whether you want it to come up with ideas for you, or whether you want the ideas to be generated automatically, you can do it directly inside this prompt here. And if you look at the outputs, it's pretty amazing what it came up with. So for this example, it came up with the caption. So it's like monkey steals tourist GoPro and films jungle life. It came up with the hashtags, posted it automatically to social media. And then you can see this is 1 minute long, this short, which is pretty cool as well. You could also monetize the account, and the images are super nice. In fact, these are not images, these are videos, but you see the point. And essentially, then the monkey just goes off and films the jungle and that sort of thing, right? Films all his jungle maze. And so this is basically how it goes step by step. And then from here, what you're going to do is you're just going to change this. So let's say, for example, I'm going to say make it SEO themed and educational, right? Then we're just going to test this step. At each stage, you want to test the step, make sure it actually works. Because if you don't test the steps, then you don't know if it's going to work or not, right? So for example, here for our business related content, it said the day Google got a cold, comes up with the ideas, and then it's like a quirky animated story follows the Google robot who catches a cold and accidentally buries a small business site until an SEO detective, MetaMax, saves the day with metadata and backlinks, right? So it's very creative in the way that it comes up with ideas, and it's all automated using N8N. So once you've set this up, you've now got the idea generator, right? And that is stage one. Stage one is complete, my friends, and that was really easy, right? Now, stage two is actually taking the video prompts. So taking the ideas and then generating video prompts. Now, if you want an example of this, and you want to know how to set it up and just set it up nice and clean, like you can see, so you've got stage one, stage two, etc., then that's pretty simple as well. And so all you do is you can press Shift and S, and that will generate a sticky note for you, and then you can annotate that. All right, so for example, here we'll put stage one, idea generation, we're good to go. All right. So stage 1, idea generating. Here's a schedule trigger. Here it is, step by step. Boom. Now we're going to do stage 2, and I'm just going to resize that so it looks nice and neat. And here we're going to duplicate and take this down. And this will be stage 2. We shall call this idea to prompts. So now if you want to change the color of the sticky note, just keep it nice and organized. So you can do it like so. So you can select different colors right here. And then we can keep going along. So the next stage is to take the idea and plug it into a Google Sheet. And this just keeps everything organized, plus you can see what's ready for production, etc. So if we type in Google Sheets over here, then from this section, we shall select, if we click on this, just double check, sheet within document. All right, so the operation is going to be append row. We're going to select append row, and then I'm just going to choose a spreadsheet from my Google Drive. Let's take that one. Then we're going to take the sheet here. Second. Here we go. And we'll take the sheet. And then we're going to map each column manually inside the spreadsheet. And essentially, just so you understand what's going on here. So at this point, we are creating a nice Google Sheet template. Like you can see, we've got the idea, the caption, the production environment, and the final output, which is actually the video file, right? So if we click on that, it'll actually take us to the video file to download. We've got the video file downloaded and ready to post to social media. And you can actually automate the posting of social media as well, which I'll come on to. So you can see the idea, the caption, production, environment, final output, and the ID as well. What you would do is you would just map out the document. By the way, this is inside the school group. You can just grab the N8N workflow and then make a copy of it. So you just go to File, Make Copy of the spreadsheet. And from here, the ID, we're going to put row -1. All right, that's basically going to label the IDs. So video 1, video 2, etc. -1 because obviously we're not starting from row 1, we're starting from row 2. Row 1 has the headers inside it. Then from here, we're going to take the idea, which is generated by ChatGPT. We then have the title, the environment, etc. All right, so the caption we can take as the title. The production, we can just type in like for production, for example. Environment, we can just drag and drop that. And that's going to be dynamic each time this workflow generates. And then final output, we keep blank because we're going to generate that later with the URL, which I'll come on to in a minute. All right. So this is basically how you can map out the content of your videos into an N8N workflow. Pretty simple and easy. So at stage 1, idea generation, stage 2, idea to prompts. And then what we're going to do from here is we're going to set up the prompt generator. All right. So this is a message model. We'll click on plus, we'll type in message, type in ChatGPT, then message a model. And if you want to save time here, you can just duplicate this, right? So we can right click this, click on duplicate. And then from here, we've got the AI model duplicate, right? Just saves you time when you're setting this up. Now you can also rename each module just to keep it clean and organized. So for example, here we can put video idea generator, and then inside this section we'll call that prompt generator. And if you have any questions as we go along, feel free to comment, happy to help, or post inside the AI community link in the comments and we can help you out. All right, so with the idea generator, then we're going to do the prompt generator, which we've got here, and we're going to start setting this up. Now the way that we're going to set this up is we're going to just copy the original prompt. So we're going to open this up and take that and plug this in, right? So basically what we're doing here is we're saying you're a hyper realistic prompt engine built for generating ultra specific documentary style image prompts. Make the prompt simple and easy. Okay. And then your objective is to create a 13 scene static photo sequence. Here's what to do, here's how to do it, etc. And the first thing we need to do just before we do that is just test each step. So we're taking the data from the previous module, plugging it into the next one. And also, if you want to save the outputs, so let's say, for example, you don't want to generate this every single time, you want to pick up where you left off, you don't want to have to test each part of the workflow each time, then what you can do here is you can actually pin these, right? So if you right-click the module, click pin, this will save the output so you don't need to test the workflow every single time you're setting this up. All right. And then you can also save here as well. So inside the prompt generator, I'm just going to take this information, plug it in here, then we'll click test. And there we go. So you've got examples here of what we're doing step by step. Now, we're just going to flick to expression, like you can see. And inside expression, basically this allows dynamic fields. So it takes the inputs and the ideas in the environment and everything else and plugs it over here. So you always want to be testing each step, just making sure that the outputs are what you expect. Because if you don't get the right outputs from the previous module, the next module is not going to work very well. So you can see here, now it's come back with the ideas, the step-by-step scenes, etc. So Google, Chrome, Roma, blah, blah, blah. Here's what it's doing, step by step. And there we go. And by the way, if you just want to copy and paste all the prompts from me, get it inside the AI SEO Success Lab. You can just steal the JSON right there. Right. And then from there, you would just go to import from URL or import from file and upload the JSON file. So you can see here, we've got some formatting. Now this just makes the code more accessible for the next steps in the process. So we're going to click on add module, click code, and then we're going to take the code from here, plug it in, test that step. And now you see how this has turned all the step-by-step scenes from here. So we've got scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, etc. It's plugged it into a full description here, which is going to make it better and easier for the next stage in the process, right? So when we're asking the AI to generate the outputs, this is going to be much easier to digest for the AI. And that is stage 2 completed. All right, so stage 1, idea generation, stage 2, video prompts, and then we're going to move on to stage 3, which is generating the images. So I'm just going to duplicate this sticky note again. We'll plug that down here. We'll rename this. So this is where it starts getting interesting, because now we're going to generate the images, right? So even if you didn't want to make videos, you can now generate images on Autopilot too, like you can see. So inside the generate images section, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a HTTP request, right? And the model that we're going to be using for this is Flux. Now, Flux is pretty good for generating images in a cost-effective way. And the way that you're going to do this is click the plus sign down here, and then you're going to type in HTTP request. Then you're going to switch this over to post. So we'll take this. And then the other thing that we need to do here is select send headers. So if we select send headers, then we're going to take authorization and we're going to get an API key, which I'll show you how to do in a second, all right? So if you want to get an API key, you're going to go to File AI. Now, File AI is really good for generating videos, sound, images, etc. And it's all inside one single platform, which makes it much easier. It's kind of like OpenRouter, but for multimedia, not just for generating text. So with File, you can grab an API key. You can see I've got my API key plugged in, which I'll delete after the video. And the way that you can get an API key here is if you go to API keys at the top, then you're going to click add key, and then you're going to copy the API key that you get back, like you can see. Make sure you do copy it, because the problem is once you've set this up, you can't go back and view the key, right? So if I click on that, I can't view it. I can only delete it. So just something to bear in mind there. But once you've set that up, we can then start using Flux to generate the images. So you can see here, we're using q.file.run, and then the URL basically for creating images with Flux on Autopilot. So we've got the URL for Flux, we've added the headers, authorization, plugged in the key there. And then for this next section, we're just going to click on send body. We're going to select the type as raw. Application/JSON is the content type. So you select JSON there. All right, so raw, and then application/JSON. And then inside the body here, you're going to take this section here, plug it in, boom, ready to go. So we're just going to test that step now. And as you can see, that's basically sent a bunch of requests over to Flux for each scene inside the prompts, right? So let me talk you through what we're doing here. To generate this cheeky little video right here, we had to come up with the idea. The way that we did that was we selected this stage idea, like, right? Let me show you what I mean. So we had to generate the idea, which we did over here. That's sent over to Google Sheets. Google Sheets created the prompts for the images. And then you can see here, we're generating the images in this section using a HTTP request. And the models that we're using here are ChatGPT and also Flux for now. But we'll come on to more in a second. So you can see here, we've selected the body. We're creating the images like so. We've plugged that information into our workflow, and that's generated all these images. Now, if you want to see what has been created so far, let me show you how. So if we go back to the AI SEO Success Lab, and then you're going to click on Flux. So this link right here, then you click on requests, and inside requests, you can see all these requests we've created for the Google bot. So these are basically like the images we're generating to start creating our short video, our faceless video. So if we go back inside here, we've sent the request over to Flux to generate the images. And now what we're going to do is we are going to add a new section, which is just wait, right? So it takes a minute or so, like you can see, for the images to generate. So we're going to add a new module called wait. Just add a second there. Click test step. Make sure that works. You can see that's waited, so we've got everything inside the queue. And then from here, we're going to click on Get Images. So if we click on Get Images, which is another request, type that in. And then from here, we're going to copy the URL, plug that in. All right, so this is the request for taking the images from Flux. So what you can see here is we're doing the request. We're choosing the method as get, take it from Flux, add in the JSON format after that, and then we need to click on send headers. Inside the send headers section here, we've got authorization, and we're just going to plug in our API key again. Okay. And then we also need to send body type. So let's click on that. And then from here, we'll type in this into body section and just double check that. All right, so we've got the files ready to go. So what you can see here is these are the actual files generated by Flux that we've literally just generated a second ago, which is pretty cool. So we can not just generate the images with a HTTP request, but we can also get those images directly from Flux. And now we're automating and we're getting pretty close towards generating the videos and that sort of thing. Now, another thing you can do here at the bottom is you can select options and then batch in, and this will just help you avoid some errors. So if you select options here, and then from this section, you can just select 2000 milliseconds, click test step, and that will just stop it from having any errors, right? So if there's any errors or if you overload the server, etc., then you can bash your URLs and it will just help you avoid any errors along the way. So there we go. We've got the files back now. Boom. And you can see there's multiple pages here at the bottom. And we've completed stage 3. So just to recap here, we've created the idea, we've generated the video prompts, we've generated the images, and now it's time to start generating the videos. So what we can do from this section is if we click on create video prompts, let me show you how. So we're going to duplicate this. We'll call this stage 4 is create video prompts. Now we're going to click the plus sign, just drag that down there, type in ChatGPT, hit OpenAI, and then from this section, what we can do is we can click on analyze image. So what this is going to do is going to analyze the images that we've generated just a second ago. So you've got the images generated from the URLs, which you can see over here. We're going to drag that over. So drag that over to image URL section. We're going to select the model as ChatGPT 4 latest. There we go. And then what's in the image, we're going to take that, right? So this basically analyzes the images from our prompts and also the image URLs, which we've got down here. So I'm just going to grab the prompt from the previous part of the workflow and we'll cut that and plug it inside here. There we go. All right. So again, this is a dynamic JSON prompt based on the prompts from before and the URLs from the images we generated. We'll just test that. And as an example, you can see for the GoPro monkey image that we generated, the video, it's broken it down step by step. So it's like a young monkey grips a black GoPro with both hands, crouched low on a lichen-covered rock. A soft sunlight brushes the tips of his orange fur, right? So simple prompts, easy to generate, and we're automating it with this process. So if we go back to the example prompt and we compare that versus the output, so a young monkey, you can see it's quite a small monkey right there, grabs a black GoPro, which we've got over here, crouched on a rock. There's a rock, and the sunlight is grazing its fur, which you've got over here, right? So it's basically mapping out exactly what we want inside the image. Now, it can take a while for that to generate, but you can see now we've got that generated. The reason it takes a little bit longer than usual is because you're analyzing these images, which does take time. So from here, we've created the video prompts, and we're now going to do an HTTP request for video generation. And the model that we're going to use inside here is Kling. So if we click on HTTP request, then we're going to select post as the method, like so. Then we're going to use this URL as the URL for generating the outputs. By the way, any part of this video, if you need the prompts, if you just want to steal them from me, I'm showing them on the screen. You can pause the video, take a screenshot, and just ask ChatGPT to type them out if you need to, right? Or you can just download the template from school and then plug that in, and this school is free, right? So inside the authentication section, we're good to go. And then inside the send header section here, we are now going to select authorization. And again, we'll take that value for the API key, like you can see. Inside the send body section, we're going to select raw, application JSON, and then we'll copy the body. Like so, if we test that step now, and one thing you should do as you go along here is just make sure that you label everything, right? So for example, you see how we've got get images on stage 3 rows over here. Just going to do that now. Change this to get images. We'll hit rename, like escape off that. And then if we go inside the get images section, we're now going to plug in the prompt that we found before. We'll keep going through. Zhao says hi, shout out to you. And let's just wait for this to load. There we go. All right. Then we're just going to test this again. Just waiting for this to load. So bear with me. There we go. So now this should work. Let's just hit test step, make sure this works okay. Yeah, there we go. Good to go on that. And I'm just going to rename this video creator, so I know exactly what it does, etc. And then we're going to wait again. So I'm just going to add a wait section here. We'll wait a second. But again, if you were like generating the outputs here, it might take 4 minutes for Kling to actually come up with outputs. So that's what we're doing step by step. And also in this section, you can see we're using Kling video, right? Kling video, that's what we're using. Now I'm using the standard version. You can use the pro version, which is even better, to be honest. So if you want like better quality images or something like that, like this was just a test run. The images still look good, to be fair, the videos. But if you want even better responses, then you can switch your models, right? So for example, if we go inside the course again, then we're going to go to requests. Inside the request section here, you can see the inputs for the video and what we've created so far. But if we actually go back here, we can switch on the drop down to Pro, right? Image to video Pro. And that will just make sure that the images you're using are even better quality. So if you want the creme de la creme, but you're willing to pay more, then you would use Video Pro. If you want like the standard sort of usage, then you're going to switch to image to video. From here, we've done that. We've worked our magic. We're just going to wait a second here, generate the outputs. There we go. We're good to go. And then what we're going to do is click on get video, right? So we're going to add another HTTP request. Click get, type in the URL to get requests, which you can see right here. Now, important thing to note here is if you have a space after the request URL, it's not going to work, all right? So make sure that you use the exact same format that we've got right here. And then we've attached a dynamic JSON request from the previous responses, which is going to get the Kling video step by step, right? Now, just to recap here, you've got get, you've got URL. Inside the settings as well, you would send headers using fields below. Then you're going to select the name and the value for your API key. Again, whenever you're typing stuff like this, especially if you're sending headers and stuff like that, you've got to get it precise. If you add the wrong keys and stuff like that, it's not going to work. So for example, with the API key, we put key, space, and then we have the rest of the field right here. And then for sending the body, we'll select that. You can just duplicate it from the last one, but I just want to make sure it's super clear what we're doing here and how we're doing it. If we're sending the body, we're going to take the description from the prompt, and then we're going to put the batch in as 1 and 2000 is the interval time. Just test how it works. Some people are asking, like, how do you get access to the templates, etc. So let me show you how this works step by step. So let's say you are watching the live stream. You can click on the video, find the description down here, click on that. And then inside here, go to Classroom AI course. And then you can find the template and all the resources down here. So go to Classroom and then AI course. Hope that makes sense. Just going to double check this, make sure we've got it all right. And also, it does take a while for the outputs to generate on Kling, right? So if you want to see where you're up to in terms of generating the outputs from Kling, then we can go out to Kling over here. We're going to go into requests, and you can see, for example, the videos ready to go over here. Pretty cool. Charles says, good to see your show. You seem to be doing good work. Thank you very much, sir. And then I'm just going to change this as well to video. And there we go. Just one thing to bear in mind here. When you're doing this, make sure you got everything set up correctly. Otherwise, it can break. It is temperamental. So you want to make sure everything's matching nicely. Now, once you've done that, you'll see an example like this. So you just test step at each stage. Here's an example. And then you're going to move on to the next stage, all right? So we get the video, like so. Here's an example. You're good to go on that. Then you got stage 5. So stage 5 is where you start generating the sound. Now, I'm using GPT 4.1 for this. Again, it is a little bit slow, so if you don't want to use it, you can just test something else. You can see an example of the output right here. And then this, again, is a ChatGPT message and model. We've got the prompt, like basically it's just a prompt to generate the music. So for example, it looks at the image, it's a lively symphony of rainforest life unfurls, leaves whisper overhead as a humid breeze stirs through the treetops. Beautiful and poetic. And it's got descriptions for each scene. Then from there, it's going to start creating the sound. Now this is another HTTPS request, post. We're using audio for generating this. Plug in your API key again, and then send body, select raw, JSON, and here's the example of the prompt that we're using. Then you're going to wait a second, and then from there, get the sounds. So what this does is it takes the audio from audio, you send the headers, you send the body, there's the descriptions, etc., and you're good to go on that. And that leaves us with stage 6. Now, stage 6, you're basically stitching everything together. You're taking all the code, then putting it into a format it can actually understand. So it's taking all the URLs. It's downloaded. It can download the video. So this is like a 5-second clip. It's taken all the 5 seconds that we've generated with Kling and stitching them together. So you can see here what we've done. We've said code, list elements, run for all items, language, JavaScript, and then here's the code to generate that. That's going to stitch the video using another HTTP request, so post. Here's what we do, the headers, and then raw content type equals JSON again. You're just going to take the URLs. So these are all the video URLs we're plugging in. So you can just drag those in. Then you're going to wait a second, and this gets the final video. So for example, if we take a look at this output, and we open this up, this is the final output of the video we generated. Like you can see, downloads it automatically. And then the final thing that we want to do is just plug that into our Google Sheet. So here's an example of all the settings we're using, the idea, etc. Here's the code that we plugged in. And basically what that's going to do with the final output is it's going to match the column based on the idea. We're mapping it manually. Then it's going to look up that idea and plug it into our Google Sheet. So if we go back to the Google Sheet template, which you've got free access to, it will plug it directly into the sheet, as you can see right here. So this will plug directly into the Google Sheet and have the URL. So that's basically it for automating Reels. The next part that I'll come on to later is how to actually automate the posting of all of this directly to social media. So just to recap here, we've come up with the idea, the video prompts, generated the images, generated the videos, created the sound, stitched it all together, then plug that URL into a Google Sheet. And with the Google Sheet, we can actually take the outputs and then automate posting that directly to social media as well. So here's an example, right? So if we look at this one, you can see that for the idea of a monkey, we've got the caption, production, the environment, and then the final output of the URL, which takes us to this video that we've just downloaded, right? And you can automate posting that directly to social media, like you can see, which I'll come on to in the next video. So that's basically it. That's how to automate and create Reels with just one idea. You don't even need to come up with the idea yourself, and it's super powerful using this whole spreadsheet. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get free access to all the templates, workflows, etc., you can get that inside the AI SEO Success Lab. Link in the comments in the description. And inside this community, we post a bunch of like notes from the courses and the videos that we do, so you can see like client and stuff like that. And then if you want to upgrade and get, for example, like coaching, weekly calls, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, so you just click on that and then that'll take you to the AI Profit Boardroom and you can sign up and get coaching, an awesome community of people focused on really scaling with AI, and also all of our best courses, agents and workflows and that sort of thing. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. If you want us to build this out for you or any sort of SEO automations as well, feel free to book in a free SEO strategy session, link in the comments description, and we can help you out with that too. So thanks so much for watching, appreciate it, and I'll see you on the next one.
In this free AI agents course, you can learn how to basically automate anything using AI agents. Now, one of the first tools that we're going to kick this off with is N8N. This can build seriously powerful AI agents. In fact, your only limit is your imagination. Let me show you exactly what I've worked on, and we'll start with the basics and then we'll get more and more advanced as we go through. We're going to be talking about how to use Gemini, DeepSeek, ChatGPT agents, how to insert feedback loops, human approval loops, even how to, for example, browse the web and scrape the web with AI agents, and even some of my best workflows, including AI avatars, web scraping, sales agents, etc. Super excited to show you everything that exists inside here. Now, if you just want to get started with the basics, and you can just go inside N8N, click Create Workflow, and from here you can add a step, which is an AI agent, right? And basically what you're doing inside N8N, you're essentially creating workflows that link AI APIs. Using these workflows, you can build all sorts of complex AI custom agents that you would have never found before. Now, I'll show you some example workflows in a minute, but this is how it works. Now, usually when you're building out these AI agents, you want to have a trigger. So this could be, for example, like a Telegram message. It could be a WhatsApp message. It could be just adding a chat inside the chat down here so you can talk with your AI agent directly. All right, now once you've done that, you're going to add a row to an AI agent like you can see. And inside this AI agent, you can just give different directions. Now, you've got two choices here. You can, number one, take the prompt from the chat trigger, or you can define the prompt that you want, right? So if I go into the chat, I can set that as a trigger, and that could be the prompt for the AI agent. Or what I can do is I can click on Define Below and take the input inside the chat over here, plug that into the text, or just change it to something like "You are a friendly assistant." Right? And then what you can also do is you can have a system message. So a system message is like giving instructions on who that agent is. And this way it knows exactly what its role is, how it's using its AI, what is basically its main priority. All right. So once you set up your AI agent, then you can go inside the chat model here, and you've got all these choices of AI. So you can use, for example, Anthropic, Azure, DeepSeek, Google Gemini. Gemini is actually free. You can grab an API from aistudio.com and then plug that for free directly into Google Gemini. You could use Grok. That's also got some free options. Mistral, Alarma is free. That's hosted locally. OpenRouter, OpenAI. Now, to keep things really simple, I'm going to use OpenRouter. And the reason for that is because you get access to all these different APIs directly inside it, right? So if you select OpenRouter and you plug in your credentials here, just click on the drop down, go to create new credential, then you can plug in your API key. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how do you get an API key from OpenRouter? Just go to OpenRouter. You're going to sign into your account or create one. And once you've done that, just go down to your settings in the top, so hover over your profile picture, click on keys, and then from here, you can create your API key that you're going to plug into N8N. And the good thing is, once this is set up, every workflow you create is already plugged in and ready to go. So you've got access to all these different APIs directly in here. If you want to go free, if you want to go on a budget, for example, you can actually just type in free on the model section and choose between all these different options. So you've got DeepSeek there, Google Gemini, Flash Experimental, to Llama. Llama is very fast. Not many people know or use it. And you've got Quen as well, which is another Chinese AI from Alibaba. So, for example, we can just go with DeepSeek Chat, for example, or Flashlight Preview, and then we're good to go on that. All right, so that's our AI plugged into the agent. Now, this agent won't work without adding a chat model. Of course, you've always got to add that. And inside the tool section over here, you can select between all the different apps and tools that you want to select, right? So, for example, you could insert a tool like HTTPS. This would basically scrape the internet, right? So it can scrape the internet based on the URLs you give it, and it can just read live web pages. You can also, for example, connect this to Gmail. So if we type in Gmail on the tools over here, we've got the Gmail tool. We could plug in an extra tool. You don't have to have one tool as well. You can plug this into multiple places. So you could, for example, link a Superbase database. We could add inside here LinkedIn, right? And look at our LinkedIn profile. And you can see all these different branches of tools that we can build in here. We could also add Twitter. And then we can link our AI agent to multiple different apps. I'll show you how to connect these later in the video. But essentially, that's what you can do with the power of this. Now, inside the memory section here, this basically gives the AI agent recognition of all the other stuff that you've created. So if we click on Window, Buffer, Memory, this is by far the easiest to set up. And once you've set that up, you can basically read previous interactions that you've had with the AI agents. The agent has a memory of your interactions with the chatbot. Now, that's useful because the more context your AI agent has of how you like to interact with it, the better the outputs of what you get from that AI agent. So we could add, for example, like 10 different messages, and this would read up 10 past interactions with the model, and it would look at those as context of what we've done so far. And if you want to delete any of this, just right click the module or just click on the bin at the top there, and there you go. All right. Now, if you wanted to test this workflow out, this is basically how to build your own AI agent custom built to what you want in literally a couple of seconds, in literally a few clicks, like you can see today. Then we can say, okay, are you working? And that's going to trigger the AI agent to work. And it's okay, I will be a friendly assistant. How can I help you today? All right. And so you've built your first AI agent in the space of a few clicks. Very simple. And also the API didn't cost you anything because we're using Google 2.0 Flashlight Preview. Bear in mind, like when you're using some of these APIs, if you're using a reasoning model, you're going to get slower responses. And I wouldn't recommend, if you need quick responses or you want a quick workflow, I would recommend just using an API, for example, Flashlight Preview, that seems to get much faster responses without the deep thinking mode, right? So that's something to bear in mind as well. Otherwise, what you're going to have is like a chain of thought in the reply, which is quite time consuming, quite annoying, etc. Now, if you want to, for example, turn this AI agent into a chatbot, right? So you don't want to use it inside N8N directly, but you do want to use it as a chatbot you can just visit anytime, then you can click on active over here. So you can make your workflow active. And then inside the chat message, you can click on make chat publicly available. That will give you a URL that you can navigate to. Then we're going to go back over here. We'll hit save on this. And now we can navigate to our chat, right? So this is a URL we got from N8N. We've got our chatbot ready to go. We can say, are you working? And it's great. I'm ready to help in a friendly way. What can I do for you today? All right. That was so easy to set up an AI agent, custom built to whatever we want. Now, if we hide the chat, and then if you want to know how to like scroll, you can just press Command and that'll help you scroll to the left or to the right. Inside the chat here, you can also add a more complex system message. You can actually take the inputs from the previous workflow. For example, we can take the chat input and then put that as a prompt that it works with over here. So we've dragged that in. And you see how it says JSON.chat input. That is the input from the previous workflow. And that previous step is the chat, like we can see. And then you can also choose whether you want like a conversational agent, a tools agent, all sorts of different agents there. And inside the settings as well, you can see all these different options you get as well, right? So you can say stop workflow on the error or continue and just pass a message on and carry on. And then for the next output, you can actually link the output to another AI. So you can have different AI agents with different roles. Or what you can do in here is you could say, okay, send this message that we got from the AI agent over to Twitter, right? Whatever you want. So that is the basics of setting up an AI agent inside N8N. It's going to get a lot more complex all the way to the point where you're building stuff like this, where you've got positive feedback loops, you've got like 4 different agents in one single workflow. It's working with Gmail, and it's got filters for the messages that you send, so whether stuff is approved or declined. And you've got multiple different AIs and APIs working together, like you can see. We're going to cover that later in this course. But for now, if you want to know how to do web scraping inside, what you can do is you can connect a P request, and this will look at your live website. So for example, we've plugged in juliangoldie.com as the URL to get, and then that's going to send over to our AI agent. And you can see as the prompt inside this AI agent, we've said, rewrite the copy on this page, plus make it more interesting and fun, add some emojis, and write it in HTML as a beautifully designed landing page. All right. Now, if you wanted to test it out, we can go over to the chat here. We can say get started. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to scrape the web. So it scraped my homepage, and it's taking that live data, and now it's using that to create the HTML. And the output that we get back from the AI agent is going to be available once the workflow is done. Right? And you can move the chat up or down like that. Just click on the arrows pointing up and down. So we'll wait for that to load, and I'll show you what you can do with this. So for example, you could take live data from the web, you could take headlines, you could use that as research. You could also, for example, use it to create your own website. Anything that you can do with a web scraper, you can now plug that straight into an AI agent, and you are ready to go on that. And I think this is super powerful to know, because a lot of people love these AI tools, but most of them are based on outdated data, right? You got stuff like, for example, Claude that's outdated. You got these other AI tools that are outdated, whereas this can plug live into the internet. So we've got the HTML here to preview. If you go on to liveweave.com, we can preview the HTML that's rewritten from our main homepage. So I'm just going to delete the previous stuff that was here, plug that in, and we've got our landing page recreated like, right? And that was based on the live page that we have over here, right? There's no CSS in this, but there is the HTML content, which is what we've rewritten with the AI on autopilot. When you're doing all this stuff, your only limit is your imagination. I've seen some absolutely mind-blowing workflows that I never actually thought was possible. And honestly, you can create something that's better than a SaaS tool. Like, you can create your own startup SaaS in the space of minutes. You get faster and faster as you use this more. And additionally, it's all personalized to you and your situations. I don't code, I don't understand code, but I can easily build an AI agent that does. And I can create a team that's almost like a team of employees working together. But instead of waiting days or weeks for the work to get done, it gets done in one click, like you see today. So with that, let's get straight into the rest of the course. I'm going to show you how to build AI agents using Gemini 2.0 completely for free. So first thing you want to do is go over to N8N, get your free trial for 2 weeks. And then also from there, you're going to grab a free API key. Now, the way to do that is you are going to go to aicool.com, then you're going to go to get API key. From here, you're going to click on create API key, and this is completely free, and you can just click create an API key, right? Once you've done that, you can actually plug that into an AI agent workflow like you can see inside N8N. Now, I'll give you access to all of the tutorials and templates from today inside the AI Profit boardroom. But essentially what you can see here is we've got an AI agent ready to go, plugged in. We've tested, are you working? It is working. It's beautiful. It's easy. And it's very simple to create these one-click AI agents for free. Let me show you exactly how we set it up step by step. Delete that. We'll start from scratch just for you people at home watching. We're going to click on add a new step now. And inside the AI workflow, you want to make sure that you have AI agent set up, right? Or what you can also do is just add a first step. And if you want to trigger the workflow with a chat trigger, so for example, when you chat to your AI, then you can easily do that using this method right here. So what you can see is you're building out an agentic workflow, and it's really simple and easy inside N8N, and you just click on AI agent, right? So you can connect different apps and automate a lot of different things using this autonomous AI agent, right? So if we click on AI agent, so it's going to connect it over here. We've got the options. I'll come on to exactly how to set that up in a second, but essentially when a chat message is received, that will trigger the AI agent. And then inside the chat model over here, you want to select Google, and we're going to select Google Gemini chat model so that we can use the latest AI. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how do you connect the API that you got from Gemini inside here, right? So the way that you do that, create a new credential, and inside the Google Gemini account section here, you can leave the host as the default and then plug in your API key, which again, you get from AI Studio. Click Get API Key, create API key, and then you can plug that in. Pretty simple stuff. Now, the good thing is once it's set up inside N8N, you got your credentials saved, they're ready to go. You can select them anytime. Now, the important thing here is that you're not going to use the default model selected. So it's going to start off with Gemini 1.0 Pro. Obviously, you don't want that. You want to go for 2.0 and the latest model. So you can see here, we've got different dates on the releases. So if we look at the drop down, for example, we've got like 2.0 Flash Experimental, 2.0 Flash, which is great. But we want the ones that have just been updated on February the 5th. So for example, we've got Gemini 2.0 Flashlight Preview and Gemini 2.0 Flashlight Preview 5th of February. All right, so those are the two that you want to focus on. So we'll go with this one for now, and that is ready to go and set up. If you want to just test that it works, once you've added your API key and the chat trigger, then you can go inside the chat and just say, are you working? Just to double check, okay, is this actually working? Have we got the AI assistant ready to go? And if it's set up correctly with the right API key and everything else, then we'll say, okay, yes, I'm working, I'm an AI and always ready to assist. Okay, all right, once we've done that, if you want to just reset the workspace and zoom out a bit, then I press Command 0, that just zooms me out, and now we can zoom out and look at everything. Now, from here, what you can actually do is just connect tools. So you don't just have to set this up as a standalone chatbot. You can, for example, like connect different apps, different tools over here. And this is super useful because now the AI agent can take the data from whatever tools you connect, and then you can easily feed in that information. So let's say, for example, you want to create a AI content creator using Gemini. We can take this prompt right here that I use for creating content. I'm going to plug that into our AI agent. And inside the add option section down here, we're going to select systems message. And instead of having the default, which is you are a helpful assistant, we're going to switch that now to create an SEO-optimized article for this. Keyword equals the keyword I give you. We're going to test that step now. So if we go inside the chat and we'll say keyword equals what is SEO, now going to write that content for us, right? So you see here, we've got the whole article ready to go. And this is all customized to the prompt we plugged in earlier. So you can see it's actually created a full article. How long is that? That's 1,000 words with one little prompt. We just give it the keyword and it does everything else. So it's like, why is this? And the content itself was written really nicely. You can see here how you can optimize blog content, SEO content, Twitter content, whatever you want, even YouTube scripts you could easily do. And it's written it really nicely. As you can see, it's also formatted it super nicely. And we've got bullet points, we've got SEO optimized content. And here's the other thing as well. It's actually personalized all the content. And bear in mind, this is free, right? This is not costing you anything because you're using the free API from Google and you're using the free trial from N8N. And if you don't like it, then you can get rid of it after 2 weeks if it doesn't get you the ROI, right? And you get expert help. Look, SEO can be complex. My agency has done this. If you want to join the SEO Elite Circle, go here. If you want to book in a call, go here. And if we click on that, it's created a personalized link to our funnels, right? So we've easily automated personalized content that's better than most humans can write, nicely formatted and ready to go into blog. And if we actually hide that chat now, we can select this to go out to a blog or a Shopify blog, right? So if we type in Shopify, you can connect this to your e-commerce store if you want to automate blog content, or if you want to automate content on WordPress, you can just click on WordPress right there. Let's have a look if it's got Webflow as well. I know a few people switched into that recently, including authority hackers, saw that recently. So yeah, you can connect this to Webflow as well. And then you can just automate really high quality content, personalized to you with all your internal links in, and boom shakalaka, you've done it for free using the free API from Google AI Studio. Crazy stuff. Now, if we type in WordPress over here, we're going to click WordPress, then we're going to click on create a post. And from here, we can select what we want to do. So we can say resource, post, operation, create, title we can put as what is SEO or whatever your keyword is. And then inside the add field section here, you're going to add your content and you can add a slug as well. So I'm just going to delete slug for now because I don't want to manually fill it in. And then for the content itself, you can just grab the output like so. And what I'm actually going to do inside the AI agent as well is I'm going to say, write this as boom, right? And what that's going to do using the chat feature is just create super personalized content with internal links, nicely written for free in literally a minute, and then send it over to WordPress. Super easy. Crazy how powerful this is, right? So let's just test this works. All right, I'm just going to log into WordPress. Happy days. And then we need to link the chat message to the AI agent that was unlinked a second ago. I'm going to go over to the chat. I'm going to refresh the chat, just delete all that. And we'll say, okay, keyword equals SEO training Japan. That's going to write the content. If we just lower that slightly so we can see what's happening. So basically, just to explain the workflow in case you're unsure what's going on here, basically, we've taken the chat message, which is just plugging in our keyword. The AI agent, the SEO AI agent, is taking Google Gemini, taking our prompt, which is keyword equals, writing the content, and then creating a post over at WordPress. Now, if we go to WordPress, so we'll go into posts. We've got the title of the article we just created just here. And if we click on preview, boom, look at that. So easy, simple to do. How long did that take? Literally just one single prompt plus a keyword. We're ready to go off that. Super powerful and easy to do. And then it said to us, okay, SEO training Japan, you guys crushing it in the Japanese market. And the content itself super nicely written. Additionally, what it's done is it's actually linked to our funnel pages where we want to send traffic and get clients. And it's personalized all the content to us as well. Obviously, you would edit it before you publish it. This is just a draft, which is the beauty of this. So you quality control it before you publish it. But you can create free AI SEO agents that can create blog content or create social media content, and you can do it using Gemini Pro, which is the latest model from Google. Absolutely amazing. So what we can also do here is if we move this over here, we'll move that over there, we'll move this over here. And what we're going to do from here is we're actually going to duplicate that AI agent, and I'm going to unlink this. So let's delete the link between the AI agent and that. And we're going to connect that to another AI agent, right? And so what this is doing now is we're going to have Google Gemini over here as well. Inside the Google Gemini chat model, we're going to select 2.0 and the February the 5th model, so the latest version of Gemini. And then we're going to say inside this AI agent, right, which is totally different from this one. This one's going to be for writing content, and this one's going to be for actually coming up with keywords. And so I'm going to say inside this AI agent, when I ask you for a keyword, give me a keyword that's related to my niche. One single keyword, no other responses. All right. And what I'm looking for here is like long tail, localized, simple, e.g. SEO training Japan, SEO training in London. All right. And you can plug this prompt in however you want. I'm just doing this for speed. Obviously, it's a YouTube video. We're not going to go too in-depth on that. But basically, what we're trying to do here is we're going to ask for a keyword that's going to run through the keyword agent. And I'm just going to rename this agent SEO keyword agent. We'll rename that. And then inside this agent, this is actually going to be our SEO content writer agent, right? And so now we can automate the keyword, send that over to our content writer agent, and then send that over to WordPress in one smooth workflow. Now, inside here, what you're going to do is you're going to execute the previous nodes. All right, so I'm going to click on play over here. Then we're going to open this up, and we're going to take the output from the previous keyword agent and plug that into our SEO content writer agent. So if I take the output, we're going to take that and we'll plug it into the keyword section over here. All right. And so now every time this agent runs, I'm going to say pick one keyword from this, use that to write the article. Okay, so now basically what it's going to do is it's going to pick one keyword from the outputs of our SEO keyword agent, and it's going to use that to write the article. So if we go back to the keyword agent, now we just need to really give it some clear instructions on exactly what it needs. So I'm going to put that inside the chat input, which is our prompt into the chat, and say, based on this, when I ask you for a keyword, give me one single keyword that's relevant to my niche, one single keyword, no other keywords. This will be used for an AI agent to write an article. Okay, long tail, localized, simple, SEO training Japan, SEO training in London. And you can personalize this prompt to you, your niche, whatever. I want to show you how personalized you can make it. We'll say, okay, now SEO training Dubai. All right, we'll put examples of keywords equals this. Okay, so now we're going to test that step. And you can see here the output. So it's giving us an output here. And so if we go into our chat model, we'll refresh the chat, so reset the session. I'm just going to hit save on that as well so we can save our progress. And if we run the whole workflow now, I'm going to run the chat. I'm going to say, okay, my niche equals SEO agency. And just going back to the SEO content writer agent. So if you want to edit that, click on that. You want to change the source for prompt from connected chat trigger mode to define below. And so now put keyword equals, and that's going to be the chat trigger for our SEO content writer agent. Right? So it's all linked together. And now we're going to test it. So I'm going to say my niche equals SEO agency. That's gone straight through the keyword agent, lightning fast. Now it's writing the content, and that should plug over to WordPress. So we'll just go back over to our posts inside WordPress now, and we've got the article ready to go. So let's click on preview, and boom, look at that. Right? The AI picked out the article for us, the keyword. All we had to do was tell it our niche, right? And it did everything else. Now, if we go over to WordPress and the output here, now that we've got the keywords from the keyword node, we can actually plug those into the title because that's picking the keyword for us, which is the title. And also, if we add the field here, we can select slug. And then inside the slug, we can also put the keyword from the AI agent. So if we just grab that, we'll plug that in. And if you understand what we're doing here, I'm flying through it because obviously it's a YouTube video and this could be like an hour long. But essentially what we're doing here is we are literally automating our whole SEO strategy, not just the content, not just the publishing, not just the keyword research. Literally all we need to do is just go, here's my niche. The AI agent will figure out the keyword. Then the AI agent will figure out the content, and then it's going to send it to WordPress. So let's try that workflow again. I've already shown you it works, but I want to show you something else now. So we're going to click off that and we'll refresh the chat. So we've reset that. And then inside here, I can say, for example, okay, niche equals SEO agency. We'll hit enter. So that's feeding into the keyword agent. Now it's feeding into the content writer agent. And boom, we've just sent that to WordPress. N8N is by far the best platform, the easiest platform to use once you get your head around that. I started using this like 2 weeks ago properly. I actually started testing out about a year and a half ago, couldn't get my head around it. And now it is absolutely amazing. So you can see here, we've got a nicely formatted article. It's all personalized to us. We didn't even have to think about the keyword that we were going for. And the AI has come up with the keyword, come up with the content, personalized it to us, sent it to WordPress, created a draft, and that is absolutely amazing. Now, this could be an infinite workflow, right? So you don't just have to send this to WordPress. If you wanted, you could add another action in that. So if you click here, you can actually send this over to Twitter as well. And you could, for example, like create a tweet, right? And you could automate all your social media content, not just your SEO content. You could even, for example, like create a video script for that and then send that over to whatever your favorite AI video content creator is. But the main thing about this is you are creating an absolutely amazing workflow based on this AI agent. So what I'm actually going to do is I will take the workflow from today, the JSON file, and if you want to import that into N8N yourself, so you can import the JSON. So then what I'll do is I'm going to plug this into the AI Profit Boardroom. If you go to SOPs, we'll add a new page, Autonomous Gemini 2.0 AI Agents, and we'll call that Gemini 2.0 AI SEO Agent likes. All right. And also what I'll do is I'll take the transcript from today, turn that into an SOP, and then you've got the SOP plus the template from today. Additionally, if you go inside the AI Profit Boardroom, because we're still building it out right now, for example, like Halima posted recently saying, I'm looking for assistance with designing an opt-in page, setting a blog, and building up a website. And so what we actually did was I just created custom SOPs and tutorials for them directly here, right? So if you want to be a part of this community and you actually want something customized to you, I'm building out these AI agents completely for you for free to help you, and you can get all of that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Normally you're paying agencies like $2,000 to $5,000 to do that for you. We did it within 24 hours for Halima just to help her because we want to build the best AI community in the world. So feel free to join that link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to book that free SEO strategy session in this free link building acceleration session. You'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, answer any questions you have one-to-one. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly our ranking competitors and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Today, I'm going to show you how to build one-click DeepSeek AI agents using a new workflow I've never shown before. So what we're going to do is, first place you're going to start is at N8N.io, and then once you're logged in, you're going to go to create workflow, and over here you're going to add a new step. Now inside this new step, what we're going to do is we're going to click on chat trigger, and that will trigger our automation based on the actual chat, right? You can even make this publicly available if you want, so you can share it with people, that sort of thing. And by the way, I will give you the blueprint at the end of this video, so make sure you keep watching if you just want to steal this workflow from me. Now, from here, what we're going to do is inside this workflow, we're going to click on AI agent, right? So if we click on the plus sign, we can now create an AI agent using DeepSeek, and we can trigger that to run our automations. So we've set up the chat trigger, which means the automation will start as soon as you start chatting with the AI agent. How do you start chatting? You just click on chat down at the bottom. And then how do you add DeepSeek to the AI agent? Now, at this point, we need to connect DeepSeek. How do we do that? So if you're using an older version of N8N like me, we need to update the workspace. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we update this, hit save changes. The workspace will go offline for a minute or two, but then if we go back to our dashboard, once that's updated, which should just take a minute, then we can get back into the game. All right, so that was super quick and literally took about a minute. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to go back into the workflow. All right, and once you're back in your workflow, you're just going to hit on chat model. There's two ways you can implement DeepSeek, right? So they actually have a DeepSeek chat model where you can plug in the API directly, or what you can do is you can plug in OpenRouter. Now, the beauty of OpenRouter is that you can actually add in your credentials right here and just get an API key from OpenRouter. So if we go to keys over here and click create key and create your API key like so. Once you've added a new credential, plug in your API key, hit save. That's going to say connection tested successfully. Once you've done that, you can actually flick between many different models, right? So you don't have to be limited to just DeepSeek, but if you do want to use DeepSeek, then you actually get access to R1 distilled Llama, which is a distilled version of DeepSeek R1, and that's completely free. And additionally, you get access to DeepSeek Chat for free as well, right? And you can have DeepSeek R1 for free as well. So you can leverage the power of DeepSeek and its API completely for free, and you can between many different models. We've got Mistral, NVIDIA, OpenChat, Qwen, etc. And so it's crazy what you get and how you can use it for free. For example, if we select DeepSeek Chat, like we now have that plugged into our AI agent. So if we go into chat and just check it works, we'll say, are you working? That's going to trigger the automation, and we can see if OpenRouter is actually working or not. Inside here, we can test the AI agent. If we just say, are you working? We've got that running like so, AI agent running through OpenRouter using DeepSeek, and that chat model was working right there. Now, I've selected DeepSeek Chat. You can choose whatever you want, but that's basically how it works step by step, right? Now, what we can do is inside the tool section, we can connect this to many different apps, and also we can give custom instructions to the AI agent. So if we delete that, we're going to refresh the chat here, and we'll hide that chat. What we're going to do from here is we're going to select add option system message. We're going to say inside here, using a previous prompt that I've used for creating video transcript blogs, I'm going to plug this directly into the system message over here. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a AI agent that can basically take the transcripts from my videos and then turn that into a blog post, ranks for SEO. Now, you might say, okay, why would you do that? Well, actually, a lot of my transcripts written with AI are actually ranking really well. You can see, for example, all this traffic that we're getting with potential leads for our relevant keywords that you want to get on Google, right? So here's a keyword, here's a page, and these pages are written with AI using the transcript from our video example right here. The same, for example, inside Perplexity as well. We can rank our videos, but also our blog content inside these AI search engines, get more customers that way. Now, what you can also do is we can delete this model right here. So let's delete that, and we can stop the whole workflow. And then we can actually add DeepSeek directly in here as well. So if we click on DeepSeek Chat Model, then we're going to add a credential from DeepSeek directly. So it's gone to DeepSeek, we're going to the API platform. This is available at platform.deepseek.com. Then we're going to go over to API keys, create a new API key, and then inside the credentials here, we can just add those in. As you can see, hit save. That's connected. Nice and easy. Inside the AI agent, we've got the same prompt, same system message, etc. And we can take the chat input inside the system message section and plug that into the top. So now the system message is using this input, which is a video transcript. When I paste in my video transcript, write part 1 of the article. All right. Then we're going to test this step. And then you can see here, for example, I did simplify the prompt just to make it faster for the sake of this demo video. But you can see here, we say, create a blog from my video transcript that I give you. And then inside the response here, it's giving us a video transcript. We plug that into a new document. We've got the blog ready to go right there. Let's have a look at that. So it's taken that transcript and then created a nice little blog. So really simple to create these AI agents. And then what we can actually do is we can actually create multiple different AI agents and feed them together. Okay? So if we click on AI agent over here, this is going to take the input from the source prompt. Then we're going to add the system message, write the second part of this article like so. This will just carry along in a long line. Now we're going to link this back to OpenRouter. Again, you can use DeepSeek if you want to. We'll select OpenRouter for now. Then we'll select DeepSeek Chat. DeepSeek Chat is a lot faster and it's better for writing content. You will get the output, but you will also get the thinking and reasoning behind that output, which is not very useful. So what's better to use is the DeepSeek version 3, which is the chat model right here. So what we've got over here is an AI agent that's programmed to create content, and then another AI agent, and you can link these both to DeepSeek inside these modules here so that you can write part 1 and part 2 of your article. Right? So for example, if we open up this AI agent, you can see here we've got tools agent, then we've put source for the prompt defined below, and then we said based on my video transcript that I pasted in, create a blog, and basically this .chat input is the chat transcript that I would take from Descript. So I've got my video transcript right here, and then I've taken that and plugged it directly into the chat. That's what's going to form part of the prompt. So this bit is dynamic and it changes every single time you write a prompt. Now inside the system message, these are the instructions on how to write the article, how to prompt it, etc., how to get the best out of it, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to call this transcript 1 part 1, and then we'll call this one part 2. So we've got part 1 and part 2, and then what we can actually do is, so we take the transcripts like so, and then we're going to link this to WordPress, create a post. I've already got my WordPress credentials plugged in right there. We'll just call this example 1 just so you can see how it works. And then inside the content section, we are going to take the transcript from part 1. Now inside the WordPress section, what we're actually going to do is take the outputs, right, from the AI agents. So we've got transcript part 2. And you can just drag and drop that into the output section over here. And what that will do is actually take the outputs and plug them over into WordPress. So let's test this step and you can see it's worked nicely. Now, if we refresh the page, we've got the preview ready to go. So if we click on preview, this is the example, and you can see we've got the content from the page. And actually, it's pretty long, right? That's all personalized to the transcript that we plugged in. If we check the word counter, it's 1,200 words. However, there's an issue here because what you can actually see is that it's written in Markdown, right? So you've got these hashtags and all that sort of thing. So what you would do inside the prompts earlier in the workflow, if we go back to N8N now, we'll press escape to get out of there. And inside here, we're going to say, okay, output HTML. So output in HTML. And we'll do the same inside part 2 as well. There we go. And that's just going to make it better formatting for when it goes over to WordPress. So if we go back inside the chat now and we'll test this out. So I'm going to grab this transcript. So plug that into the chat, hit enter. That's going to run the automation nicely. And now it's on to part 2 of the transcript and it's writing the content and then it's plugging it over to WordPress. So if we refresh WordPress now, we can preview this and that's running over to WordPress now. Now, the one thing I want to say over here is that inside the chat, right, if you're loading in something quite big, like a long article, complex, like you can see right here, you've got multiple chains inside the steps, multiple agents working together, like these transcript agents, then you can use other APIs, right? So for example, if you find like DeepSeek is too slow for you, then you could use something like Mistral, which is super fast, or you could use Google Flash Thinking, right? So it depends what you optimize it for. So we're just going to refresh the page now. We have the preview ready to go. Let's open this bad boy up. And now we have the content ready to go. Like you can see, it's all updated. It even has a CTA to join the free SEO Accelerator, which is our Facebook group. This is all customized to us, nicely formatted, ready to go. And obviously you would quality control it before you publish it, but you get the idea. You could also delete that and you could add like a different app. So for example, if we type in apps over here, so if we click the plus sign, we can actually type in, for example, like Google Docs. You could output that to Google Docs. If you actually wanted to publish it directly to LinkedIn, they do have this LinkedIn tool. and then you can click create a post. And if you want to delete any modules that you add, you can do that too. But yeah, super powerful and simple. Now, also based on this, what we can do is we can click on Advanced AI Agent, set up another DeepSeek module right here. And this can be our keyword agent, right? So let's say, for example, if we add OpenRouter, select DeepSeek, this can be our keyword agent that basically finds a relevant keyword and title for our article. So we'll click on define below inside this module. Then we're going to grab the output from the transcript. And I'm going to say suggest a relevant SEO keyword for the article below. Should be short, relevant, plus SEO-optimized. Okay, let's test that. And it's given us the output, but you can see, and I think it's good for you to see this. So for example, like DeepSeek AI tutorial, but the problem with this is it's given us multiple and it's given us a lot of fluff around it. Whereas we just want the title, and I'll show you why in a second, because basically what we're going to do is plug this into WordPress. So I'm going to say, don't give me anything else but the keyword. And it should be one single keyword idea. All right. Pick the best one. Now I'm going to test it out. And the good thing about this is you can test the steps. You can see what you think. You can trial each stage of the progress before you get what you want. Okay? So for example, it's come back to us with DeepSeek AI automation workflow. Perfect. We just don't want any quote marks. Let's test it out again. And the better you get your prompts, the less you need to edit the content and the outputs later, right? So the more time you spend on the prompts now, the less time you have to waste later getting the best outputs. So you can see here, for example, we've gone from a massive paragraph to 5 different keyword ideas to one single keyword idea, but it had a hyphen and quote marks, to like a title and a keyword that's ready to go. Boom, right? Now, if we zoom out of this workflow, we're going to go back into WordPress. And what we're going to do over here is we're going to take the keyword output and we're going to plug that into the title, right? We'll delete the previous title, which was example 1. We don't need that. And also inside here, we're going to add a field called slug. Inside the slug, we'll grab the output, and that's going to be the URL of our article. So using that keyword stage, we've now got a title and a URL for our article. So for example, like juliangoldie.com/DeepSeek AI automation. Now, I saw a YouTube comment the other day that was asking, should you ask it to come up with an SEO title and a meta description and all that? I don't bother with all that, right? I want to make this as optimized and as fast as possible. And bear in mind, like 50% of the time, Google, when it comes to SEO, is just going to come up with a rewritten meta description based on the content. So most of the time, you don't need to specify a meta description. Most of the time, as long as the keyword is relevant, you're good to go. We've got that automation looking really good. Now, you might ask as well, like, why would you have 2 different sections for the transcript, right? If you're writing one single article. The problem with that is if you just have one section, it's just going to write 400 words, 500 words. The article is not going to be long or as in-depth as is required for a good article. So it's better to have 2 different steps. Get the article and the research and the depth you need. Get the keyword so that you can filter that to WordPress. And the cool thing about this is it's all set up and ready to go now. So every time I create a video, I can create a nice transcript that's just ready to go over and over again. Every time I return to this workflow, it saves me so much time and we're absolutely flying. So now let's test this all out together. I'm just going to make sure I save this. Always save your progress on N8N. Otherwise, when you back out the workflow, it's not going to be there for you anymore. And then if you want to change the name of your workflow, like for example, video transcript creator, you just basically do that. Now, if we go back to the chat and you want to delete the history, you can reset the history likes. And then we can just plug in a video transcript. It's creating part 1. Now it's generating part 2. Seems to be going pretty smoothly so far. Now we've got the keyword generating and that's gone to WordPress. Wow. Now you might be saying as well, okay, but why not just use like one of those SEO tools that you can build AI with, or why not just use ChatGPT? But the thing is, the whole point of this is it's an automation, right? So you literally just paste a transcript and it customizes everything to you, your business, plugs it into WordPress, saves you a lot of time, inserts your internal links, writes it in HTML, writes it exactly how you want it, using the API that you want to use, and gives you so much freedom over the process, so much control, and the best possible outputs you can get. All right. So if we go to the article, we've got the title right there with the keyword, and it's chosen DeepSeek AI agent techniques. Automation has finished running through, like you can see. Perfect. Now, if we refresh the post section on WordPress, we can click on preview on the latest article, and it's picked the title. So the keyword tools agent has then plugged in the title right there. So we've got the SEO-optimized keyword title. Additionally, that's going to be the slug of the article as well when we publish it. Then we've got a nicely written article. So it said, want to build killer content fast? Ever wondered how to automate your content creation using AI? Then you've come to the right place. I'm going to show you how to build one-click DeepSeek AI agents using a workflow that can seriously streamline your content process. And then you see it says, watch the video tutorial below, and you just insert the URL that you want to embed. Everything is nicely set up as well. As you can see, it's all nicely formatted. And additionally, it's linked out to our funnels. All right, so for example, this is all customized to us, our brand. It's giving us it's inserted some nice techniques, how to maximize efficiency, AI tools, and then also a CTA at the end, plus some FAQs again. And that was super simple and easy to do. Now, before you publish, of course, you want to always quality control anything that is client facing in your business. So I've got a checklist that will include inside the AI Profit Boardroom along with the workflow from today. But that's basically how you can build like DeepSeek AI agents. So you can customize it to whatever you want. So today, for example, I wanted to create an AI agent that could take my video transcripts into SEO-optimized articles. But basically any repetitive process that you're using day in, day out, you can now automate using DeepSeek. And it's very linear. Plus, it's just like drag and drop. There's no coding involved here. It's absolutely amazing. The other thing I tend to find is it's a lot simpler and breaks less. There's Zapier. Zapier constantly gives you errors, and Make.com is a lot more complicated to set up. A lot more things can go wrong. Whereas N8N, once you get your head around it, it's just absolutely amazing. It's really powerful. Now, some other cool stuff as well you can do. If we go back to the chat trigger over here, we can actually click on Make Chat Publicly Available. If we select that URL, it's now ready for us to just start using as a chatbot plugged into our N8N automation, right? And then you can change the initial message here. So for example, you can say, hi there, what's the video transcript you want to use? You can have an authentication as well. So if you want to password protect that, you can. Then if we save that, click on the URL, you can see inside the chat here is, hi there, what's the video transcript you want to use? And then you just plug in the video transcript that you want to create content from. As an example of that, we've just pasted in this video transcript. It's running the automation like so. We'll just wait for that to roll out. And then once that automation is finished, it will plug it into WordPress. Pretty simple and easy to use. So I'm just going to unselect. And then if you don't want it to be available anymore, just deselect, make chat publicly available. But yeah, that's basically it. Now, what you could even do is you could have another branch off here. And you could say, okay, Twitter, create a tweet. And then based on the video transcript that you created a blog around, you could also, for example, like create LinkedIn content or Twitter content or whatever platform you prefer to post on. So there's loads and loads of potential to this, so much power. But something like that would normally take me like 5 to 10 minutes going back and forth with Claude. So for example, like normally I'm using this project inside Claude for creating blogs around my YouTube videos. I can now easily automate inside N8N. And the outputs are going to be 10 times better. So crazy stuff. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to download the JSON file. And if you want access to that, we'll plug that inside the classroom, inside the SOPs, and then we'll add a new section called DeepSeek AI Agents. And we could just upload a file here. We'll call that video transcript creator. And then if you want access to that and my SEO checklist for quality control in your content, you can get that directly inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with an AI crash course, recommended watches, all my best SOPs, and weekly calls directly with me, plus a community that you can post in and ask for help anytime. So feel free to join that link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to put in. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors per month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. And this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets to SEO link building, or answer any questions you have one-to-one. You learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors to link building, and how to turn SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients like you see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. These new Google Gemini 2.0 computer use agents are absolutely insane. These can basically go off, use your laptop, surf the internet, do whatever task you wanted to, automate it in one click. I'll show you exactly how. So what you can see here is we've got the LM configuration as the new model of Gemini. So you can select which model of Gemini we want. And obviously the latest 2.0 update just came out within the last few days. And if we go over to run agent, we'll say, okay, go to .com and tell me where I can buy sleeves for my t-shirt. All right. And then we'll hit run agent. What this is going to go off and do, like you can see over here, if we open this up, is it's now going to start going off using Google automating whatever task we give it. Literally just took one click, right? So you can see I'm not doing anything, I'm not typing anything. And you can see how it's analyzing the page because it highlights the different visual elements. And then it's, okay, let's figure out where we can get this man sleeves for his t-shirt, all right? And you can even read, for example, Google Maps. And if we go over to the results section over here, not only do we have the latest recording from what we just did with the agent, right? So you can see that's a 31-second recorded, but also what you can see here is actually giving us the details of where we can buy sleeves for our t-shirt. All right, absolutely amazing what you can do with 2025. This didn't cost us a penny. There's also some really cool new features, for example, like deep research, and you can also configure many different LLMs, right? So you don't have to use Google if you don't want to. I would say it's probably the easiest one, and I'll show you exactly how to set it up in a second. And also, you've got a choice between OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepSeek, Google, Alarma, as well, Mistral as well. Now, one of the best things about Google is not only that it's a very new model, and not only is it completely free, but also it seems to work much better than something like DeepSeek, where typically if you use DeepSeek as the API, so if you select DeepSeek down there, the problem with that is it doesn't have vision, right? So it's not going to be able to analyze the page. And also, if you're using DeepSeek R1 inside the chat right here, the problem with that is that if you're using the reasoning model, then it's going to take a lot longer for the responses because it's going to have to think in multiple steps before it takes any action. Whereas if you give Gemini 2.0 Flash Experimental the job, it's like, boom, let's go off and do our magic. And all you need to do is plug in the API key. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how do I get the API key? Then you just go to ai.studio.google.com and you can grab an API key completely for free here. You just click create an API key. That's it. Simple apps. And then you plug that in down here. You leave the endpoint blank and you're good to go. And then you just select whichever model you want. And also you might be wondering, okay, but how do you actually get the browser use web UI? So here's the actual page. This is the GitHub, right? So you can install this locally. That's another benefit to this is if it's stored locally, it's more private, etc. And also you can use your own custom browser, right? So it says you can use your own browser with our tool, eliminating the need to log into sites or deal with other authentication challenges. This feature also supports high definition screen recording. You can also choose to keep the browser window open between AI tasks so it doesn't automatically complete it. And you can see the history of AI interactions. And if you scroll down here, they've got the steps on how to set it up locally. Like you can see, I'm running down here in the terminal, right? Now, if you want to see the exact steps on how I set it up, I'll include that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. If you want to get access to that, we'll just go to Classroom over here, SOPs, and you get all the video notes from today directly in there. So if you want to follow the instructions step by step, we've got all the links. And we've got the details on how to set it up in a Mac, along with all these other modules, including our crash course plus weekly coaching with me. So let's get straight back into this. Link in the comments and description to that AI Profit Boardroom. What we can also do over here is we can select deep research and we can actually create a deep research report. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what does that even mean? So inside ChatGPT, for example, they have this deep research option, right? You click that and it will take about 10 minutes to generate a very deep research report. That's absolutely amazing, but it's going to cost you $2,400 per year because it's $200 per month for the ChatGPT Pro plan, which is where you get access to deep research. Really good feature, but expensive and unaffordable for a lot of people, right? And so if you go to the deep research section in here, you can actually use this for free and create a deep research report using the API that you plug into browser use web UI, right? So you can see now it's beginning to do the research. It's searching the web, right? This is the other thing is it's connecting Google's Gemini 2.0, which is not normally connected to the web, and then it's going and it's doing all the research like you can see, and it's just browsing the web whilst we don't do anything. And the other cool thing about this is if you have it open in a different window, like you can see right here, so this is running on Chromium, which is a totally separate browser to our main Chrome, so it's like a virtual environment, then it's going to go off, it's going to do the research, you can do whatever work you want to do on your own separate tabs, and then you come back in 10, 20 minutes, boom, shakalaka, you've got the deep research ready to go. Now, if you want to see, okay, what's going on, and then you can see here is processing the data in the background. Once this is done, obviously it's going to take anywhere between 10 to 30 minutes to get that back to us, and then we can download the research report once it's done. Also, you can see now, if we go back here, it's already doing the research, it's accessing different papers around the web, and this is all whilst I'm recording a video talking to you, all right? It's just in the background doing its magic, searching the web, and again, this is completely free. Plus, when I set this up this morning, between setting up web UI and inserting the API for Google AI Studio, it literally took me like 5 minutes, right? It's so quick and fast to use these, especially once you get a bit of experience setting this all up. Now, inside the Run Agent section as well, you can also add some additional information, so like some hints on to help the LLM complete tasks. So for example, potentially you could give it like some login details if you feel comfortable with that, and then it can go off and start logging into different places and doing its magic. Obviously, if you're scared about privacy, you wouldn't do that. And then also you can click here and select use your own browser, right? So this is how you can configure the browser settings inside User Web UI to just go off and start using your own browser so that you don't need to log in for it. Then because we're using a vision module, aka because the API from Google Gemini can actually see your screen and interact with it and understand what's going on, then you can select use vision here, which you can't get with many other models. There's not many models that use vision as multi to be able to operate the internet. Also here you can change the actions per step. So you can say, okay, I want you to take 10 actions per step maximum. So that, for example, if you're using something like OpenAI, then you don't get rinsed on the credits. And also, if you're using a free API, then you can have more actions if you want to go more in depth without it getting stuck. You can also change the temperature, so the amount of randomness in the model outputs. And you can even load like a previous config file, right? So if you've got like a configuration that you really like, every time you set this up locally, let's say I close the terminal and then have to set this up again, then I can load the previous config file and we're good to go. Now, I did stock the deep research early just because I'm recording the video. I don't want to be waiting 20 or 30 minutes to complete the video before we get back to it. But here's what we got back from the deep research agent. So it's actually formatted it really nicely. It's created a nice report. Bear in mind, I only let it run for 120 seconds and it already did all of this. If we go to the word counter, it's already come back with 700 words of research connected to them. And that is very useful. That's an actual use case. I know a lot of people say with agents, they don't have a use case or that sort of thing, but actually this does. Research is something, particularly if you're a content creator or a business owner, you're going to be doing like every single week or every single month. So super powerful to do, very useful to have it there. So what we're testing out now, as I've said, go to llamacoder.together.ai and build out a to-do list app. And you can see it's already typing that out using Qwen 2.5 Coder. It's just running in the background, building out an app for us. I can't even code, but I'm getting an AI agent to do it for us. It's doing this all locally. It's not costing us a penny. Now, if you see it struggling like that, for example, what we can say inside the context, we can say, wait 15 seconds for the coder to build out the app. Plus be patient, man. You can't rush greatness, all right? Then hit run agent. Now at this point, you're probably going, okay, that's great. It can code for you, it can build apps for you, but it's using Chromium, which is not logged in with your current sessions. You can't interact with your actual environment. Maybe some people watching this are feeling a little bit crazy and want to test something out. So what you can actually do is you can set up the EMV file inside I've got details on how to do that inside the AI Profit boardroom. And if you select use your own browser, run your Chrome in debug mode and set up the EMV file correctly, then what you can actually do is just get the agent to run directly in your Chrome browser, which is absolutely wild stuff. Let me show you an example of this, right? So if we say now inside run agent, go to aistudio.google.com/new chat, start chatting with the AI. Right. And we've got the LM configuration as Google Gemini 2.0 Flash experimental. We're going to run the agent inside this current browser session so that the AI is speaking to the other AI. And we just get really meta here. So if we run the agent that's going to open up a new tab. Now you can see it's navigated to the correct window and it's analyzing the screen. It's hello AI, right? And by the way, this is really weird now because you got an AI speaking to an AI. And they're just having a cheeky chat back and forth, aren't they? So start. And it's messing around. It seems to be messing around with the temperature. It's having a little conversation, a little bit of small talk. And it's what can you do? And so now the AIs are both going back and forth with each other. And it's, can you generate images? All right. So you can see how the AI can interact with another AI. And then what you've got is an army, like a swarm of AI agents all working together to get whatever workflows you want to get done, right? So this is really a previous limitation of AI. So you couldn't get it to generate blogs for you without you being there to supervise it. But with this method, you could go off, you could create a cup of tea, and who knows what they're talking about in the background. Now, I don't recommend it. This is probably not a safe way to use AI, particularly if you've got all your logins, all your details stored inside the browser. but I would take that risk on for you just to show you how crazy this can be. Okay? And then one day, maybe I'll get sleeves on my t-shirt. All right. I'm going to stop that browser session for now, but you get the idea. If we go over to results now, you can see that it's giving us the final results and what happened, how it worked, etc. And that was just with a super basic prompt. So if I say go to aistudio.google.com and then create the best possible SEO article you can about AI SEO with Gemini 2.0, and we'll say make sure it's beautifully formatted, conversational, add some emoji tonality, plus add some emojis / subheadings. So we'll run the agent, and now we can basically automate anything inside that existing browser for this agent to just go off and do stuff. For example, if you actually said, okay, go over to Amazon and order something for me, like I'm pretty sure it could do it for you if you already logged into Amazon directly on there. Or for example, let's say you wanted it to watch a YouTube video and then tell you exactly, okay, what happened on there, what was going on, etc. Then it could probably do that too. At this point, because it's logged into your browser, because it's completely free, it's super fast, it can use AI directly, etc. You can really do some interesting stuff. And I think this is the way things are going. Give it a few months, Google, ChatGPT, etc. They're all going to release their own versions of this. So you can see here, for example, like the AI is saying, write an article about SEO. It's going to hit run on that. I didn't type that in. The AI agent did that directly. We've got the blog written and drafted, like you can see. And that was super simple and easy to do, right? The other thing to note here is if you switch back to your tab, let's test something else out now. So I'm going to say, go to YouTube and analyze my competitor's channel, Julian Goldie, and give me a really in-depth analysis of his channel. We'll run the agent. So it's going off to YouTube now. And here's the other thing, right? If we actually go to a new tab, so I'm inside the web UI tab now, but you can see it's still running in the background, right? So it's still processing information inside that extra tab that you've got. And if we switch back to it, it's searching Julian Goldie SEO, it's going off, it's doing the same thing. It's wild stuff. You can see it's now browsing YouTube, it's seeing what's happening, etc. It's analyzing my channel. And this is the worst it's ever going to be, let's be honest. You can actually manually intervene as well. So you can see it's scrolling through the page, it's doing its own magic, but you can manually intervene and click off or stop it if you need to. But basically you can see how it's analyzing the page, and it can scroll up and down the page. You can analyze, you can look at the images with its vision mode. You can scroll through, see everything that's happening here and understand what's going on. So thanks so much for watching. That was basically how to use Google and its free API that was just recently released inside the browser. Use web UI, and then you can get these agents to control your browser, go off and do tasks, automate basically any sort of basic admin tasks that you want. It can do research, deep research. Even just that feature alone is saving you $200 per month. And you can see how it's connected to the internet and how these AI agents work, plus how to set them up using web UI. Now, if you want all the instructions on how to set up the terminal commands, how to get this running in your own browser, and also all of my best videos and tutorials and recipes on exactly how to use AI automation to make more money online and grow your business, feel free to get that link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 business mode and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales and Autopilot, feel free to book that in. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, or answer any questions you have. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. The new GitHub Copilot agent mode is absolutely insane, and it is free to get access to. I'm not paying for this plan, and you can see here we've got access to GitHub Copilot chat. Now I'm going to show you exactly what you can build with it, how you can use it. They've got two different modes. They've just updated it to agent mode as well. And if we select between edit mode, we actually get free access to GPT-o3 mini preview, along with Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Gemini 2.0 Flash. And they are free and available to use. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can get this set up. First thing you want to do is make sure that you download Visual Studio Code Insiders. That is completely free. You can download it on their website. I'll include the links inside the recipe as well today. And then once you've done that, you want to make sure that you go down to extensions once you've installed this, and then make sure that you have GitHub Copilot installed like you can see right here. Additionally, we can also install Klein, and this can help you build apps, tools, websites, etc. If we install the extension Klein, which is also free, so we're going to click Trust, Publisher, and Install. Then we go into the settings. Down here, we can select Visual Code LM API, and then we can actually get free access to code inside Klein 3.3 using O3 Mini, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and you are not paying for these, right? Pretty crazy stuff. So let me show you exactly how you can build apps, websites, tools with this process. So the first way that we're going to do this is we're going to get a prompt from my custom GPT. If you want free access to this, it will be inside the recipe in the video notes from today. We're going to say, for example, create an AI automation consultancy landing page, telling me what I do, etc. This will be used within Hub Copilot. And then we'll just get the prompt from this. This is one of the best ways you can generate prompts for creating websites and everything else, because you're leveraging the power of the AI to come up with the most relevant prompt for you so that you can easily and quickly build this out. You could also include information about you, who you are, etc. And if we go back to Copilot now, inside Visual Studio Code, it's important to note that you do need insiders for this. You need Visual Studio Code insiders for this. And then we're going to start using agent mode over here. We'll plug the prompt in. Also here as well, just to note, you've got the chat version, you've got Copilot edits, right? 2 different modes right there. Something else to know is that with the free plan, you get 2,000 completions plus 50 chat requests. If you're using the paid plan, you get a lot more. But for most people, they won't even go over those sort of limits. Then what we've done is we've taken the code from Copilot, as you can see, plugged that into the edit mode, it's created the HTML over here, and we've got that good to go. And now if we switch to agent mode, which you can do down here, so you can select between edit and agent, say now run this. Just make sure when you're doing this, if you're creating a new file from scratch, you would make sure you save the file. This is how easy it is. So for example, we've said create a website that looks like eBay using the agentic mode, and it's setting up the CSS and the HTML structure. And if you want to open up a new folder, and let's say you just want to store your files all in one place, you can click on open, set up a new folder. And then if you want to toggle the Copilot on and off, just click on open chat over here, and that'll start generating stuff for you. Now you'll see two different icons right here. So let me zoom in for you so it's a bit more obvious. But you've got the chat and you've got the Copilot edits. So Copilot edits is where you're going to find the agent, and you switch between edit mode and agent mode, right? So if we go to agent mode, and then we'll say something like, okay, create a website that looks like eBay, it's just going to start setting that project up for us. Now what you can see is it's creating the files for the project at the top. And if you need to switch between the files, like all you do is you click on the top left over here where it says Explorer, and this is where you can see your project files. It can be a little bit confusing, but that's basically how you use this. And then if you click on accept all the changes, we can click done. And then if we click run this, it will open it up in your browser like you can see right here. If we say, okay, create a beautiful SEO landing page, I'll plug in some information about me, who I am, etc. And then it will start going off and coding this. And the good thing about agent mode is that you can self-iterate, right? So it can see the errors, it can see any problems in the project, and then go off and fix them. So you see here how it says apply and edits, and it gives us a percentage. You can basically like scan through all your code and be like, okay, we're going to edit this, edit that, etc. Here's what we need to improve. Here's how we can change the existing code that we've got. And also the cool thing about this is because it can make edits itself, it can just go off, code the project, you can go and do something else, and then in the background this is running and coding and editing. Again, I'm not clicking anything or typing anything, but we can build all sorts of apps and that sort of thing. And again, I have not paid a single penny for any of this. Claude 3.5 Sonnet is normally a paid API, but it's free with Visual Studio Code within the limits, and it's now coding out the style CSS. The other benefit of this, say versus something like bold.new, is that it's hosted locally, so you've got the project folder with all the files, and then you can come back to it later. It's now finished running that project, and it's going to offer to run this in the terminal. So we open it up, and there's our website ready to go. Pretty nice, actually, to be fair. I think it's got links to all our social media accounts, nice and clean, full landing page ready to go. So you even insert some icons and that sort of thing. And then you can build out the rest of the pages later. So if you wanted to build out the rest of the website, you just feel like, okay, now create the About Me page, and the agent can just go off and do that. Now, whilst that's running in the background, we can also run a new window. So if you right click the icon and then open up a new window, you can open up another project and then code like multiple pages, multiple websites, etc. all at the same time, because this is running on autopilot as an agent in the background. So for example, if we open up a new folder And then we go over to edit mode. We'll select GPT-03 Mini, just test it out, see what that's like. Obviously, that only came out, about less than 2 weeks ago. It's the newest API from OpenAI. Normally paid, we get it for free inside GitHub Copilot, and that's just going to go off and do its magic. Now we've got the About Me page on the other website ready to go, so let's click and open this. And there we go, we have the About Me page built out on the website. So we've got the home page ready to go, and then we've also got the About Me page built out as well. And it wrote all of this content just by itself. The other thing as well, like you can attach images to the project later and insert those in. But yeah, it's pretty nicely formatted as well. Includes some information about us, our achievements, information about me, etc. We're good to go on that. We can also take the files from the project and then just run it through LiveWeave, especially if it's a simple one like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if we go back to the project, we've taken the HTML already. Now we're going to take the style CSS, go back to liveweave.com, plug that in down here, and then grab the JavaScript as well for the game. And now we have our game built out, collect the backlinks game. You can see the score is updating in the background with the website ready to go, like you can see. And if we go back to that project down here, we can switch to Claude 3.5 Sonnet for actually improving the front end, right? So for example, GPT-03 Mini, it will do a great job for coding the back end. But like you can see, like the design is not that nice when you actually land on the page. So even though it's functional, it doesn't look that nice. So the way that you can improve that is if we go back here and we say, okay, improve the design of the website, make it more beautiful, modern, sleek, and interesting. It's now going to start editing the page like you see. So it's generating the edits, going through the page, figuring out what to improve. And we don't have to do anything, right? It's really bridged a gap between someone who can't code but has an idea and just getting that implemented really quickly. Within the space of 15 minutes of testing this out and using it, it's really quick and easy to figure out, okay, here's how you use it, here's how it works, etc. And also, you can see it's generating the edits for the style CSS and the index HTML at the same time and improving the JS. So it seems to be able to edit like multiple pages at the same time, which is pretty cool. Now we can take that, go back to LiveWeave, we'll grab the JavaScript again, plug that in here, and already it's looking a lot nicer. Right, so if you saw what we previously had versus now, it looks a lot nicer. Even the design of the game looks a lot nicer. So Claude 3.5 Sonnet is probably your best bet for the front end, and for the back end, GPT-03 Mini does the job. So if we go back to this page now, we've got the game ready to go. I think the goal is collect the green ones, avoid the red ones. Game over if you hit the red ones. That's it. That's how to build a game and a website at the same time for free using Copilot and AI in one single prompt. Pretty crazy stuff. And the way that we generated this idea right here was again using this prompt forge AI method, which is a custom GPT I built specifically for prompting bolt.new, Copilot, client, etc. to get really good outputs. If you want access to that, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with our crash course on how to make money and save time with AI. And if you go to the SAP section over here, you will find the link to the GPT. Now, if you want to get access for free directly to Claude 3.5 Sonnet and to code big projects out with that, what you can actually do is if you go to Klein, so make sure you've got Klein 3.3 installed inside the extensions marketplace. You go to extensions, Klein, install that. Once you've done that, go down to Klein here, and then inside your settings, so click the cog in the top right, select VS Code LM API, and then in this list, you're going to find, for example, Copilot, GPT 4, 4.0 Mini, 4.0, 03 Mini, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and Gemini 2.0 Flash. Now, you can also insert instructions here, so you can insert custom instructions on how to use it. Let me show you some examples of what I've used previously. So inside here, inside the custom instructions, I've said, you're a coder for Goldie Agency, information about us, here's what we do, here's the links to our funnels, here's what to use, etc. You can also include like your brand colors and also information about your social media links. Each project can actually include inside the design. So let's test, for example, inside Client 3.3, we said build out a to-do list. We're using Visual Studio Code and Claude 3.5 Sonnet. We'll allow that. We'll close Copilot for now. And you can see it's based on this task to build a to-do list app in the current environment. And it's using the custom instructions that we gave it before. Now it's building out the file, as you can see. So it's creating the index.html. And the good thing about Client as well is that you can set it on auto approve. So you don't need to keep clicking approve or anything like that. It's just going to approve and build everything out for you. And then you've got the files stored locally. So for example, it switched from building out the index.html to the style CSS. And then eventually it will add a JavaScript for the functionality of the actual app. Now it's ready to go. So if we hit run command, That's going to open up the project. Now we've got the project ready to go. So it's created the whole landing page, etc. And it's given us some example tasks already. Let's test if this works. So we'll say test client 3.3, add the task, and you can see it's added perfectly. Plus, we've got a link to our free SEO strategy session on the page. And I think one of the best ways to use this is like you find recommended tools, games, apps, etc. that people are searching for inside your niche. And then you can easily create these mini landing pages or mini websites, host them, rank them, quite easy to do. So as an example of this, it's a great lead generation method. So if we put, for example, SEO game, you can see here people searching that on Google. As an SEO agency, we could easily create this, build it out with Copilot or Client 3.3, get it hosted, and boom, we've got a new lead generation method. Same, for example, if we put calculator, there's so many terms you can rank for around that. And obviously, whatever industry you're in, you would change this, right? So if you're in the finance niche, you can put finance calculator. Or if you're in the health niche, you can put health calculator or health game. That's actually pretty easy to rank for, decent traffic potential. And there's a bunch of other keyword ideas down here. It's so easy to build out these apps, tools, websites, games, etc. using a combination of Client 3.3 or GitHub Copilot. And by the way, if you're wondering, okay, like how do you get this hosted? For example, if we open this up, if we reveal that in Finder, we've got the project files right here. Now, if we go to Netlify, and this is a service someone could sell easily, is building out landing pages or apps or tools for a client. You can just go to add a new site, import from an existing project, Netlify drop, grab that folder from before, drag it in there, and then you can just easily deploy your files like you can see. And that literally took a minute or two. If we open that up, we've now got this hosted on a subdomain. We can share this with people. For example, if we open this up in a new incognito tab, we've now got a subdomain hosted with our to-do list or our game or our tool, and we built it all out for free. Even hosting it on the subdomain on Netlify is completely free. And just to be clear here, you're not paying for client, you're not paying for Copilot, or I haven't paid for it, and you've seen how much I've used it today. You're not paying for Visual Studio Code Insider. You're not paying to host it on a subdomain. Like, all of this is free. It's pretty wild stuff. Plus, you've got it hosted locally, so you can come back to the project whenever you want. And if you've never coded before, you could get this to work within a day. You can figure this stuff out. So thanks so much for watching. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to plug in all the SOPs, all the links, and all the prompts from today directly inside the AI Profit Boardroom. If you go inside the classroom, you get a ton of courses here, but we're actually going to plug this inside the SOP section, along with all my latest video SOPs. If we add a new page here called Hub Copilot Agent Mode, you can find a link to our custom GPT for programming these pretty easily. If you want the custom instructions for client, I've added that inside here as well. So you can just personalize those and copy and paste them in. If you want the example prompt from the game, I've also plugged that in, along with a link to an example site that we built just now, as you can see. And if you want the step-by-step instructions on exactly how you or your team or your virtual assistant can set all of this up for you, you could sell this as a service, you could do it for yourself, you could scale lots of tools out internally to save your team time, then I've plugged in the SOP directly into the video notes from today. That's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month, feel free to book that in, link in the comments description. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, so you'll get a custom tailored link building plan so you can generate more leads, sales, and profits to your website. You'll discover the secrets to SEO link building, or answer any questions you have one-to-one. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. DeepSeek computer use agents are absolutely insane, and they're completely free. So what you can actually do is you can install browser use web UI, and this is running locally on our terminal, like you can see right here. And basically, this is a free AI agent that you can install using DeepSeek to basically run your browser and run commands. So for example, if we go into LM configuration over here, you will see that we have Alarma, and then inside Alarma, they've just got a new update where you can actually have Alarma with DeepSeek R114B or DeepSeek R132B running in the background. And then from here, you can just run the agent and just ask it to go off and do whatever you want. So as an example of this, we can even use our own browser. And if you're wondering, okay, how do you set up DeepSeek and Alarma? This is pretty simple to do. All you're going to do is you're going to download Alarma. This is completely free and it's like a one-click install. Then once you've done that, you're going to go to DeepSeek R1. Then you're going to select B from the drop-down list, copy that code, go over to terminal, start a new window. All right, so right-click the icon, start a new window, plug that in. Make sure you have Alarma 2 running, so it will show up with the icon right there. Plug that in, and now you have DeepSeek R114B running along with browser use web UI ready to go. Now that is a pretty powerful model. If you're struggling to run that locally, then you can always press Control and D. That'll close the terminal like you can see, so you can stop it running. And then what you can do instead, if you prefer, is you can actually go over to AI Studio in Google, grab a new API key from Google, which is completely free as well, and then go over to LM configuration. You're going to select Google from the list, and you can plug in your API key down here, all right? But whether you're using DeepSeek, you can also use DeepSeek and the API right here, but obviously you have to understand that's going to cost money, whereas if you're running Alarma locally with DeepSeek and also supports Qwen, Alarma 2, and DeepSeek R1, then that's completely free. So this is a free way to get access to the browser agent. Now, here's the other thing, right? ChatGPT Operator, which is the OpenAI release from browser agents, this, which is OpenAI's equivalent basically to browser use web UI, is only available to pro users, and it costs $200 per month. But by watching this and understanding how you can use browser use web UI instead with Alarma, then you're saving yourself $200 per month. And not only that, ChatGPT and OpenAI also released deep research agents. But even if you're paying $200 per month, you're limited to 3 searches per day. So if you want to use this feature, it's going to cost you $200 per month, and then you can only have 3 searches per day. You are limited to 100 per month. Instead, what you can do is you can go over to Browser Use Web UI, and once you've configured your API, you can then go over to Deep Research, and you can ask it to research whatever you want. And that's basically going to use the internet to do a lot of research on whatever you're trying to find information about, and it will even give you a research report. But either way, number 1, you get to select the API you can run. Number 2, it's completely local, so it's more private. Number 3, you can run the agent in your browser and get it to do tasks. And number 4, you can use deep research and download the research reports. So let me show you exactly how this works step by step. So if you just want to use the agent, and let's say, for example, you just want to go to google.com and check the S&P 500 shares today. All right, we can run the agent. You can see it's processing over here. So we've got the information processing. And now you can see inside our own browser, look, I'm not typing anything out. You can get DeepSeek or you can get whatever API you want to use the internet. And this is all whilst it's logged in to your existing account. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't have it. But I want to take that risk for you. And you can see here now it's interacting directly inside my Chrome. It's not like in a virtual environment, which you can run by default. I'll show you how to set it up in a second, but this is actually inside my main Chrome. Crazy stuff, all right? And then if you go to results, you'll see the information from the prompt that you just ran. Additionally, you can also go to recordings and you can watch back your recordings. By the way, if you want to know exactly how to set this up step by step, I've got it inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. If you go to the SP section, then scroll down to the Computer Use Agent section, you can get all the instructions and the terminal commands I use to not just set it up, but also to set it up inside Chrome, because you have to give it a special command for doing that. And if you don't want to use your own browser, because obviously it is a little bit dangerous, you are letting an AI control your whole browser, then you would deselect that. So let me show you an example. So if we go back to Run Agent now, and we'll say, okay, go to Twitter and create an interesting tweet about SEO, then post it. Let's see if it can actually do that. I imagine that it's probably going to get stuck before it can post, but it might just draft it. So let's see what happens next. It's going over to Twitter, so it's navigating there. It's figuring out what's popping, what's going on. So you can see how it's selecting the whole screen and using its mode to really understand what's happening on screen. Now it's actually writing. This is crazy. This is crazy stuff. And now it is analyzing the page. Is it going to post it? Now you can see if we go back to the model thoughts, it didn't post it. I think it's going to have limits on what it can do, depending on which API you use. I'm pretty sure if you use something like DeepSeek, it's probably just going to post it straight out. But you can see here, you've got the model thoughts. So it's told you exactly what it's doing, how it's doing it, what it wrote, etc. It was incredibly fast at typing, actually. That was unbelievable. Now, if you want to stop at any time, you can just click stop, and that will stop the AI agent. Let's test something else out now. So I'm going to say, go to Amazon and find me the Link Building Mastery book by Julian Goldie. Let's see if it does it. So we'll run the agent now. You can see it's running there. So you're going to see if, you're going to know if it's working or not just by the bottom. And also, this can just work in the background, right? So whilst you're running this, you can just carry on doing whatever you want to do. So it's going to run in a new tab, separate tab, like you can see, and it's going to figure out, okay, here's what we're doing, here's how we're doing it, right? You can see it's searching for the book, it's analyzing which book to click, and then you can see in the final results, so go to the results tab, it says, the book Link Building Mastery, How to Rank Higher, Grow Your SEO Traffic and Build Authority with Backlinks by Julian Goldie is found, right? So it read the whole title from the book, found it, boom, ready to go. So it actually has a use case now because it can go off. It can draft messages for you on Twitter. It could probably go onto WordPress for you if you wanted to and start drafting a post. And it can also do deep research. So for example, if we say, okay, research how AI is impacting the SEO industry and websites in general, we're going to run the deep research report like so. You can now see it's running and it's just going to open up a new tab and start doing the research for us. So honestly, I think it's getting to the point now where it can do a lot for you, right? It can open multiple tabs. It can control your browser with all your logins in there. It can write tweets for you and draft them, so you just have to hit post. It can search for stuff on Amazon. It can build like full research reports like you can see. And it can do this all in the background whilst you do something else. As you can see, this is still researching, still looking things up in the background whilst we get other stuff done. Now, another AI browser, I wanted to show you this quickly because a lot of people are actually saying this is better than the ChatGPT operator as well, which is Convergence. And basically, you can get AI to complete your tasks here. Now, this is basically like a fully automated AI assistant. So, for example, let's say we want to summarize the top news stories today. We can just go to Daily News for me, and it already has these workflows built out. So, for example, it's like, you will produce a daily update for the topics of technology and economics. Now you can see it's searching the web. So it's actually gone on to Guardian. It says, navigate to the technology section, visit Guardian, pick a news story, click on the story and read it fully. And this is basically like another virtual environment. So it's a bit safer than running browser web UI inside your own Chrome login. Much safer to have it in a virtual environment. The only thing that I would say with this is it seems to be a lot slower than using some of the other APIs we were looking at before. So whether that's because of so much demand or something like that, you can see here it's still stuck on stage 1. You can see here it's gradually working through it, but I think if you gave browser use web UI the same prompt, it would get better results. Let's test this out actually. We're going to say the same thing now. So these are the results from Convergence, and this is browser use web UI actually just doing the same thing, but live inside our browser. Now, Convergence has come back to us and it's given us like a technology and news summary, as you can see, as well as a business news summary. So that is quite useful. I think you could use ChatGPT 4 for the same thing. I don't think you actually need a browser for that. And you can see the browser use web UI is just doing its magic, but it's already been 2 minutes. So we're going to stop it there and see how it went. Yeah, I would say Convergence AI actually got a better report. I think because of all the pop-ups, Convergence AI actually did a better result than the computer used agent inside browser use web UI. When you're doing this as well, just a little tip here is like, if you're going to run the deep research report, don't run it in the same browser. Use a separate browser because it's going to open up many tabs. Seems to be quite buggy if you use it in your own browser. So for running the agent, that's great for using it in Chrome. And by the way, all the SOP, all the instructions, all the commands that I use to set it up are inside the AI Profit boardroom. But if you're going to do deep research reports, just make sure you don't have that selected. So if we go back to browser use web UI now and we check out the deep research report on AI and SEO, we can check the report. We'll see how long this was. So this is a 588 word article on how SEO is changing the AI landscape. And you can see it's nicely formatted, it's nicely written, etc. Talks about how to future-proof your strategy. It's not bad at all. It's nowhere near as long as deep research reports from ChatGPT, but I think 99% of people are not going to read a 10,000 word report. Like, have you ever seen the reports from ChatGPT? Unless you are trying to create a dissertation, you probably don't need that much research. Or you're going to ask ChatGPT to reduce it anyway and condense it anyway. So thanks so much for watching. That is exactly how to set this up. The other thing I was going to say is you do get agent settings, so you can choose between, for example, how many run steps to the maximum number of run steps in each action, the maximum number of actions per step, and whether you want to use vision or not when you're running the agent. Additionally, this seems to be getting updated all the time, so I can imagine it's only going to get better. It's already better than most browser agents I've seen out there, so pretty powerful stuff. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to the SOP and how to set this up for yourself, feel free to get that. It's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. Just go to the SOP section and then computer use, and you'll see all the terminal commands. Additionally, this comes with a crash course to save you hundreds of hours, plus weekly coaching calls and Q&A calls with me. Additionally, all the Q&As are recorded, and you can ask inside the community if you have any questions. You can see it's absolutely popping off. We've got 78 people in there already. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that. Link in the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, so you'll get a custom tailored link building plan so you can generate more lead sales and profits. You'll discover the secrets of SEO link building. We'll answer any questions you have. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to 10x your SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients like you see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate watching. Perplexity have just released Deep Research. Now, this is like an alternative to OpenAI's Deep Research, except here's the biggest difference. Normally, you would pay $200 for deep research capabilities inside ChatGPT Pro, but now you get access to it for free inside Perplexity. So you get up to 5 queries per day for non-subscribers and 500 queries per day for pro users. Bear in mind, ChatGPT's deep research limit is 100 per month for operator. Whereas if you're on the free plan on Perplexity, you get 5 queries per day. You can see it in action right here. Here's an example of the benchmarks. So if we pull this up, this is a comparison for QA of Perplexity Deep Research versus OpenAI. And you can see a huge difference right there, which is pretty wild. We've got the deep research stats on Perplexity scores. So it scored 21.1% on humanities last exam, outperforming Gemini, Thinking, O3 Mini, O1, DeepSeek R1, and other top models. We'll be testing out today. I'll show you exactly how to get access and how to use this step by step. But I'm super excited. Perplexity always come up with the goods, so let's get straight into it. So if you want to get started with this, just open up a new thread, and then you're going to select Deep Research from the drop-down. So this is what you can use. And if we say, for example, okay, tell me about how AI will impact SEO in 2025, we'll plug that in, and you can see it's now beginning to do the deep research. Now it says, deep research often takes a few minutes to complete. I'll start by preparing a research plan. Now, bear in mind, if you're using ChatGPT and the deep research function in there, it's usually going to take about 10 to 30 minutes per research report. So we'll put exactly the same prompt into ChatGPT versus Perplexity and compare the deep research functionalities here. But here, what ChatGPT often does, it'll come back to you and say, can you clarify a few aspects? I'm just going to say, give me all of them, and it'll go off and start doing the research. But here you can see that it's actually going to take quite a long time to get that back. If we come on to Perplexity, it seems to be a lot faster when we're getting the results. Now, if we click on starting research, there's no feedback from ChatGPT. But if we go back to Perplexity, it's already telling us, okay, we've looked at 25 sources. Here's what we're going to do step by step. So it's like, think it out as a reasoning model. It's giving us all the sources, and then once it's ready, it's going to tell us exactly what we need to do. So if we have a look at these steps, first of all, I need to search the web for information on how AI is expected to impact SEO trends 2025, right? From the most recent research, I found a wealth of information suggesting that AI is significantly transforming SEO, blah, 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 and it's just going off and do the magic. Now, the answer has already come back to us, and we've got a pretty detailed report here. Now, it's still reeling off, but that is pretty powerful stuff. Now, for sure, this has been triggered by the release from ChatGPT on deep research, but you can see you get very similar outputs, except that Perplexity seems to be a lot faster. So ChatGPT is not even, I would say it's probably about 20% of the way through this. So it's going to take quite a while to get that back, whereas Perplexity has already come back to us with the goods. You can also inside here, ask to search images, videos, and generate an image as well. And it also gives you follow-up questions right here. Top of that, you can share this with people, so you can share it with your team. If we open this up on a new incognito, we'll check what we got back here. So if we open this up, we can X off that, and we can actually share it with people. Like, they don't need to log in or anything like that. And then we've got the sources, so you can see these numbers here. These are sources of the research that was used. So it's using, for example, like brandings, exploding topics. article on the future of SEO, and this was published in 2025, so it's not using like really old data from what I can see. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, again, this is a pretty recent blog that we can see from SEOmeta.com, and it summarized the key findings and then the evolution of everything. So it seems to be a lot faster, and again, you can do this for free. You get 5 free queries per day for non-subscribers. So you don't need to sign up to the premium plan. You don't need to pay for this. And this is like a very valid alternative to using ChatGPT's deep research, which costs $200 per month. Now that's halfway through, I would say at this point. It's already used 22 sources on ChatGPT. But again, like if you want speedy, fast results, you don't want to wait 30 minutes and open up ChatGPT and then close it and then wait ages, then this is probably the best alternative. Now, what I want to test as well is whether we can do multiple different research reports in different tabs. So I'm going to say, for example, research similar alternatives to profit boardroom community, and we'll plug that in. So let's see if we can upload images directly inside here. Yeah, so you can upload images, which is pretty useful. Let's have a look if you can do that inside ChatGPT Deep Research options. So if we select Deep Research, yeah, you can upload images inside ChatGPT Deep Research too. And then I'm going to say, based on my community, for the AI Profit Boardroom, give me a breakdown of the market and my competitors, plus what I need to think about in this industry to improve my offer. By the way, if you want to join the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. So we've given that to Perplexity to figure out now, and it's researching the profit boardrooms market and competitors, so that's pretty cool. And then if we go inside here, we're going to say, okay, do a research report on automation agencies. Here's some info about my agency services for AI automation, right? And then for this one, we're just going to get some information from our website. We'll copy that, we'll plug it into Perplexity and see what we get back. Now, the thing I like as well is it doesn't ask us for more information, it just goes off and does it. Whereas, for example, GPT makes it a little bit more complex because it gives you loads of questions, right, before you can even get the answer. And so, like, I think some people would just be like, I can't be bothered answering all these questions. I'm just going to go off and get the report, honestly. And then you've got the report already back from Perplexity on the community ideas. And then also it's doing the research on the AI automation. So you can open multiple tabs and then do multiple research reports at the same time, which is great, because then you don't have to wait for one report, then do another, and otherwise you're going to be wasting a lot of time. So let's have a look at some of the key ideas and stats from this report and just really analyze it in detail. So it's got key findings, AI overviews dominate the SERPs, content quality over quantity, that makes sense, fragmented search behavior. These are pretty valid key findings. I would say this is the way AI is going. If you see my interview with Neil Patel, then you have seen this insight on fragmented search behavior and how we were talking about how in 2025, it's really like a search everywhere, not just search Google SEO strategy that you want to be implementing. And then also, this is a pretty good stat as well. Automation efficiency, 86% of SEO professionals leverage AI tools to save 12.5 hours weekly on tasks like keyword research and site audits. Pretty useful stuff right there. Then it's talked about the rise of AI first search engines, for example, like Search GPT and Google Search Generative Experience. Everything in here feels better than what you would get normally from a research report. Everything in here is quite to the point as well. These are very valid insights, but it's not too wordy and it's not too long. If we take that whole report, let's see what we got here. So we'll take that, open up, and it is in total 1,200 words, so it's not too long. ChatGPT is still coming back to us. Meanwhile, Perplexity has already done 2 different research reports. So it's done 3 research reports essentially in the time that ChatGPT is still doing 1. And we'll compare the insights from Chat. Let's have a look on the next one. So it's giving us a market overview, and the global AI market is experiencing rapid growth with an expected annual growth rate of 36%. Good time to be in the market, by the way. Some ideas on different communities that we're competing with. I've never actually heard of any of these, to be fair. Let's see where they're getting that from. These are more like AI tools. I wouldn't say they're direct competitors, so I don't know how it's got that insight, to be honest. So indirect competitors, AI business tools and consulting services. Direct competitors, these are not direct competitors, to be fair. Like, for example, BoardMix, that seems to be more like an AI tool, not a community, so it's not really a competitor. Not very useful, honestly. I would definitely say like the SEO report is much more useful than the AI community report that's come back to us. Then it's given us key considerations for improving your offer, and we've already incorporated a lot of this stuff on the page, so that's not very useful either. And then it's given us some actionable reports. And it said, conduct a detailed competitor analysis using tools like BoardMix, invest in developing or integrating cutting-edge AI features, regularly engage members, thank you Captain Obvious. If you have a community, of course, you're going to do that. Monitor industry trends. So here's what I'm thinking, right? And my opinion has changed dramatically from this report versus the first one on like industry insights, super useful. Like this stuff, this is great, right? The second report that we got back for the community and how to improve the offer, all this stuff is super obvious and not very relevant, right? So I would say it's very generic. I would rate this report probably about a 2 out of 10. This report is probably coming in at a 7 out of 10 and probably better than most humans can do. Let's check the last one. So now we've asked for details on like research report on AI automation agencies based on what we're doing. So let's see what it's come back here. We'll check the word count first of all. 1,000 words. Honestly, like the word count is not that different from your typical Perplexity report. The whole headline feels like very AI, if that makes sense. Like the transformative role of AI automation agencies. Pretty generic and feels like AI fluff. This is all fluff. This is pretty useful stuff to know. So it's giving us some ideas on what we could sell. Pricing models, that's super useful to be fair. It's giving us some ideas on what we can charge, how much people are charging for like SaaS tools in the same space, retainers, and also challenges and ethical considerations. So I'm rating this one, I would say this is probably about a 6 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10. The conclusion isn't bad. Yeah, I'm giving that a 6 out of 10. Let's have a look what ChatGPT came back to us with. Wow, we're still waiting for that. Could be waiting all day for that. This could be a long video just waiting around for ChatGPT to generate the research reports. Let's see what else we can do here. So you can add it to a space. You can also convert it to a page. So when you convert this to a page, what that means is it's indexable and shareable to pretty much everyone on Perplexity. So for example, if we type in on Google Perplexity /page, which is where all the Perplexity pages are stored, you can see there's 10 different pages of content, right? And this stuff actually ranks on Google. If we go onto Google now, if we actually check out Perplexity's rankings and how much traffic they get from their pages section, you can see they're getting like 122k traffic just from the pages category, including subfolders, which is pretty impressive to be fair. And also this stuff indexes on Google. If we look over the last week, you can see stuff is indexing and ranking on Google within the last few days. So that's pretty useful as well. It's a nice little feature. And also you can design this page once you've published it as a page, and then insert sections, add media, edit different bits, insert more content at the bottom, etc. and add a cover as well. You can actually generate the cover using AI. So if we click on generate image and then photograph, it will actually generate like a cover image for our Perplexity page based on the original report that we created. Let's see what other sources it's used here. So it's using some pretty irrelevant stuff as well from the list that I can see. Not bad. To be fair, like the reports are not bad. By the way, that is a terrible image on the Perplexity page that's published. So I think it's a great free alternative. Very quick. That's what I like about it. It definitely is a competitor to ChatGPT Deep Research. I like the way that it cuts out the fluff as well. And also the stats and the insights, pretty useful in the majority of cases. All right, so came back 20 minutes later and the ChatGPT Deep Research report is still thinking. It's been stuck on like the last bit of progress right there for about 5 or 10 minutes. Doesn't seem to have come back to us. So from what I can see, Perplexity is definitely a better option. It's cheaper, it's free, it works quickly, you actually get results. The resources, I would say they're better than your average researcher, but they're probably not going to beat like your specialist researcher, if that makes sense. So someone who like, if you're comparing this versus a PhD researcher, I think you're going to get better results back from a human, but it's still pretty powerful and super useful. Plus you can ask follow-ups and go deeper into the topics that you want after you've done the first set of deep research, and you can keep that selected on deep research down there. Now, if you want to see a previous report that actually worked on ChatGPT for deep research, you can see this example. This was actually done in just 9 minutes using 19 resources. Now, if we actually look, the research you get back from ChatGPT is much more in depth than Perplexity, right? There's a much higher word count here. If we actually count the word count, let me have a look in a second, see what we got here. So that is in total 10,600 words. So it's a lot more in depth, but there's a lot more fluff in there as well. If you want to just get straight to the facts, he's going to do that job for you, like you can see right here. But if you need a dissertation level research report, then this is probably more in depth than a human can actually do. However, what you can see here is that quite often it will source places that are not that reliable, right? So for example, if you were trying to create an expert research report, you're probably not going to check on forums on Reddit where anyone can post. But inside ChatGPT, it actually does do that quite often. And additionally, it's just got a lot of fluff in there. To actually read this report, it's going to take you about an hour or so to get through 10,000 words. So, thanks so much for watching. Perplexity Deep Research is a great option, like you can see. Completely free. You can get access to it now. And if you want to get access to the AI Profit Boardroom, which comes with weekly hot seat calls, my best AI SEO, tons of training on AI agents, social media platforms, etc., feel free to get that link in the comments description. And additionally, it comes with a community of nearly 100 people interested in AI, along with weekly calls directly with me in the group. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to book that link in the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on Autopilot on this free link building acceleration session. You'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, or answer any questions you have one-to-one.
So today we're going to be testing out Data Button, which is like an AI agent that can essentially do a full stack code for you. So this is way beyond, for example, one-click no-code tools like Bolt or anything like that, because you can actually build the full stack and you can deploy it to a domain. It's very easy to do that. You can even, for example, integrate Stripe processing, and you can do it without coding because you can just go back and forth in the chat and connect Firebase as well. So let's crack straight into this. We're going to click get started. So you can also connect it to your GitHub account, which is super useful for pushing this live. And then once you've logged in, you can basically build whatever software you want. So inside the description here, you can just explain what it is, what you're trying to build, how it works, etc. So here's an example. We're going to say build an SEO job board app, add a login page, full stack application for SEO agencies trying to hire SEOs, allow them to upload jobs, etc. And then we're going to click continue. Now from here, what you can actually do is upload specifications, requirements, user stories, prompts, quotes, etc. And then I'm going to use a custom GPT to prompt this. This is inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I'm going to say for prompting Data Button, full stack AI creator, give the prompt to build an SEO job board app, add a login page, full stack application for SEO agencies trying to hire SEOs, allow them to upload jobs, etc. And then include information on requirements, user stories, specification, and quote. Now this just allows me to plan out the whole project using AI, and this custom GPT is built, for example, like prompting apps like Rucode, Klein, GitHub, Copilot, and also Bolt. So you can see here, for example, it's coming up with the specifications. So we'll be using Firebase for authentication, then adding some quotes, etc. And we'll copy that prompt and then plug it straight into Data Button. So let's download that. Then we'll drag and drop it in here. So that's uploading the requirements. Then once that's uploading, we can click on continue. It says, do you have any websites or images we can use for inspiration? Let's take a screenshot of for inspiration, like you can see. Obviously, you need to be careful with copyright and stuff like that. I'm not planning to launch a job app. This is just for a demo on a website. But you can see how we're building that out step by step. Then for creating accounts, you can actually link Fire, which will allow people to log in with, for example, with their Google accounts, for example. And also we can set up Stripe. So Stripe will allow for payment processing. You can also link this to Superbase as well. So there's some awesome stuff you can do with this. For authentication, let's go with Firebase. And now it is creating the app step by step. What I love about this is just how easy it is. And you can build MVPs. So you can see here, the AI agent is saying, I'm taking the information you've provided and turning it into a plan so we can follow to build an MVP users will love. All right, so we filled in the description, the requirements, the inspiration, the integrations. Now, this goes far beyond something you could build with Bolt.new or these other apps. Like this is creating something that's far bigger, right? If you just want to create a simple landing page, simple game, a simple tool, Bolt.new is great for that. But if you want to build something pretty epic like this, like you can see, it's even giving us the idea for the SEO agency job board name, which is SEO Connect Hub. And you can see step by step, it plans out exactly how to build this. Plus you've got a chat if you want to ask any questions. And you can see here is, hello, it's wonderful to chat with you. I'm excited to help you bring your SEO job board vision to life. I've created a detailed implementation plan that will take us from concept to a fully functional MVP. And the whole process is just so easy. All you need is the idea. And let's be honest, like you could ask ChatGPT specific for 20 different ideas in your niche, and then you can launch all these apps, share them for free, use it for lead generation or whatever you want. And you can also see there's a deploy option over here. Now, if we want to add Firebase, we can do it like so. It gives us the instructions and it's pretty easy to set up. And now we can start going off and completing each task step by step. So if we click on start task, this is now going to start working its magic. Like you can see, it's just going off. And it's right, now I'm going to create the landing page. So it's got the observations, the plan, and the next steps on what to do. Bear in mind, like I have zero coding experience, never learned code, but now I can build a full stack app using this process. You can see some of the other steps as well. So for example, like building job posting management for agencies, implementing the job search and listing page, developing the agency dashboard, the job seeker dashboard, and creating a basic admin panel for content moderation. Now we've got an update. It said implemented professional landing page with clean navigation bar, hero section, features grid, and strong. If you want to check this out, you can just click on here. So you're just going to add a custom username that you can use on the app. Then you can click on deploy app and it's got the subdomain ready to go. So we've got the app deploying in the top right, like you can see right here. So it's got like a load-in status. Now, once it's deploying, it might take a few minutes to deploy that. What you're going to see is a load-in section like this. Now we have the subdomain deployed and boom, look at that. That is very much inspired by Upwork.com. So it's got SEO Connect, you can sign in. You've got a sign-in page, you can post a job, browse the jobs, and create an account. It's looking pretty good so far. That's just stage one, so we can mark that as done now. And now we can move on to setting up the Firebase implementation. So this is how people can log in, get their usernames, etc. So if we click on Start Task, we're going to go over to Firebase, go to our project. Then we need to go to Project Settings. So if you go to Overview and then Project Settings, it would be better if it told you exactly where to go, because this is pretty general, to be honest with you, if you're trying to figure this out for the first time. If you're not sure what to do here, what we can actually do is just take like a screenshot of that. And then I'm going to go over to Claude, paste in the image from Data button and say how to set this up. So now we need to click the code icon. Here we go. Give the app a nickname. So we'll put Data button here, register the app. Then we need to take the code from here, go over to Data button, plug that in. And now all these links are linked, right? So if we go back here, we're going to click on or get started, authorize domains inside the settings section. So go to settings, authorize domains. Then we're going to copy this. We'll add that domain and we'll add that one. Here we go. You can also enable Firestore database, which will allow you to collect user data, and then we'll install this. So it's creating a login page for the app now. That was fairly simple and easy to do. And by the way, if you want the SOP for all this stuff that we're doing step by step, feel free to get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom, including all my best agents and everything else. So if you're getting stuck, or if you need weekly coaching, or you want to jump on a call with me, you can join the AI Profit Boardroom, and we do weekly coaching calls, plus you can watch back and ask any questions you have inside the community. So it's setting that up now, and this was easier than I expected. I thought something would go wrong there. Usually if you're using something like Bolt, you get loads of errors, you have to go back and forth a lot, but this seems to be much easier, which is great. All right, so we've set that up now. This should be looking pretty good. If we go onto our domain, we've completed step number 2, which is beautiful. And now we're just going to keep running through each section step by step. So we've completed stage 2, you can mark that as done. Let's get started with this. The rest of it should be pretty easy. It's really only the Firebase bit that's a bit tricky, because you have to integrate connecting the domains and authorizing it, and that just takes a couple of minutes to get your head around the first time you're trying it. But apart from that, this is pretty simple stuff. I'm no genius. So this should be good to go now. I've got the job management dashboard, the implementation of the management system, the edit job page. We can test that it works as well. If you have any errors along the way, what you can also do is say, for example, whatever your problem is, you can say, okay, when I try to test this and it doesn't work, here's the error, right? And then Data button will actually fix any errors and troubleshoot them for you as well. Bear in mind as well, when you deploy, you want to deploy the current version of it each time you want to test a change. So for example, this was last deployed 19 minutes ago, so we want to deploy the new version now. And once that's done, you'll get a successfully deployed app notification. Let's refresh the page, see what we got here. And if we click on post a job, which wasn't working before the deployment, now we can sign in with Google and test it out. And now we've logged in with the Gmail account, and that was beautiful. So now if we put in the details of the job, okay, SEO agency VA, we'll put in here job description for an SEO agency VA, on ChatGPT just so we can plug this in with some demo data. One thing to bear in mind here, when you're setting this up, you want to make sure that you have, if you're testing this on the test domain, make sure that you have the test domain set up as well, right? So we've got, for example, juliangoldie.databutton.app allowed on the domains list. Otherwise, you won't be able to sign in with Google. We're going to just put in this dummy data right here as an example. Location, Zimbabwe, of course, 100. We're feeling a little bit stingy. Maximum salary, 10 million, because sometimes you never know. And then we're going to click create job post, and we can just go off and create our job post. So it's all pretty simple and easy to do. I've shown you how you can log in, post jobs. You can build this within a few minutes. You sit down for half an hour, you can get this deployed and set up, and it's really powerful. Like, it's pretty amazing. This is by far like the best way I've seen to create something, to create some sort of big. One thing to note here as well is that we haven't actually paid for this tool. So if we go to profile and then we're going to select our plan, we're not on any paid plan here. This is completely free so far. They do have freemium options, but from what I've seen so far, I've not been charged, which is absolutely wild. Now, if you're making UI changes and that sort of thing, so for example, at this point, we're working on task number 4, which is adding the job search feature. So you can see that you can actually preview different parts of the project. So where it said add job board, job card component and search, we can preview that and have a look here. We can also look at the code that's been updated as well. So this is for the job search section. So it's easy to see changes as you go along, which is pretty cool. You can also change the brand colors. So if we say, okay, change the project's brand colors to these, it's now updating the code across the project, updating the index.css of the project files. You've got all these project files as well on the left-hand side. So you can see as well, you've got like the sign up page, the UI components, and you can see that's now been updated with our brand colors. So we added the orange. It's looking pretty nice now. The only thing that I would warn you about is the coding and the changes back and forth. They do take a little bit of time, so just be prepared for that. And then once it's done that, you can just redeploy this. So it's asking you to redeploy the app. We can click on yes, okay, let's go. And then we can go back to our plan, right? So in the top left here as well, just one thing to note is you've got a plan and you've got a preview section. So preview, you can preview what's going on inside the project, and then plan, you've got the step-by-step tasks for each section of this project. And then once you've done each part, you can just click on mark as done there and just tick it off. So that is deploying now. We've got that good to go. So let's open it up, and it's looking a lot better. You can see you got themed orange, the CTA buttons orange, etc. We can sign in as well. Let's try that. And you can also see here on the sign up page, you can choose between being a job seeker or being an agency. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get the full step-by-step SOP for you or your team, so you can go off and create full stack apps with data button, and there's no coding required here, and this is all free as well. You can see everything that I've done today is free. I've shown you proof of that. And inside the AI Profit Boardroom, I'll put the SOP directly inside there. This will also include the custom GPT for prompting data button, along with the full instructions on how to implement Firebase and follow all of this step by step. Along with that, this also comes with an amazing community of people interested in scaling, saving hundreds of hours and making more money with AI. You can post in the community if you have any questions. There's tons of courses and video tutorials like you can see in here that you won't find anywhere else. And also there's weekly Q&As. So if you want to just jump on a call with me, ask me some questions, you can do that each week inside the Q&As. And if you can't make them, the Q&A calls are recorded back. Link to that is inside the comments and description. And if you want to get a free SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot, feel free to get that. Link in the comments and description. We'll show you on this free link building acceleration session 1-to-1. We'll give you a free SEO domination plan, so you'll get a custom tailored link building plan to generate more leads, sales, and profits to your website. You'll discover the secrets of SEO link building. We'll answer any questions you have 1-to-1. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients. Feel free to get that link in the comments and description. Appreciate you watching.
These new one-click DeepSeek AI agents are absolutely insane. So what you can see here is a brand new workflow I've been working from, and it's all set up with where you can basically just plug in a message and it will automate a whole workflow for you from step by step. Now I'm going to explain exactly what's going on here, how it works, but one of the most important parts of this process is that we actually have a human in the loop method for approving and then creating feedback loops inside our AI agent process. So let me show you exactly what I mean step by step. So inside here, for example, you can see we are actually using DeepSeek, and you can use a free API from OpenRouter inside here. I'll show you how to set it up in a second. And this is on a platform called N. Now inside N8N, you can actually build AI agent workflows that connect to apps. So for example, this is connected to our Gmail. Then we've got different AI agents like a research agent, an introduction agent, an agent for rewriting content like you can see right here. And step by step, this is going to go off and do its magic for us, right? Now, what you also see inside this section over here is we have a research agent. Each of these agents inside the workflow has different functions. So what I'm trying to do in this workflow, and you can apply this to anything that you're trying to automate inside your business, I think it's really good for you to see the power of N8N and how you can set this up. But essentially, what we're trying to do here is automate the process of creating video transcripts for our YouTube channels. For example, inside my YouTube channel here, we create avatar videos with my AI functionality like this. This is not me, this is an AI. And this is 18 minutes long. It got 26,000 views. So I was like, why don't we use that process to create a really nice transcript inside N8N? We can basically automate the whole workflow with DeepSeek and one click, step by step. So first of all, what I'm going to show you is how the workflow runs step by step and how it goes. So if we go inside the chat over here and we say, okay, here's my video title. So I'm going to just put robots, right? New AI meta robots from partner. And what this is going to do step by step is trigger the workflow. So just by typing in and one click in that title, it's now going to send that over to the research agent. And the research agent is basically doing the research on the internet live to figure out, okay, what can we talk about in this process? Then we've got the introduction agent. So this is going to write the introduction for our video so that we can automate that. And now we have a process where the research agent has given the research to the introduction agent. The introduction agent has written it, send it over to this feature right here. I'll explain it in a minute. And now we can approve the content that's come into the script before we go any further in the workflow. Right? And this is great for any sort of workflows where you need like a human sort of feedback loop to give and improve the content that you create inside your AI agent's process. So essentially what this Gmail functionality here is doing is asking me to approve the email of the content we just produced. So you can see we get an email to our inbox. It says approval required. As please approve this introduction before we carry on. And so we've got the introduction for our video, and you can see this is actually using real data to create the content. Now this video transcript itself is pretty cool. And then if we click on respond, here we can actually give a response on whether this is approved or not. And then depending on whether the transcript is approved, if it's approved, it will go to the AI agent for creating content. And if it's declined, then it will go to the rewriting agent, which is then going to feed that back into the feedback loop to improve the process. So if this is approved, great, send it to the next stage. If it's not approved, let's make sure we improve it with another agent until it finally is good to go. And the actual content itself is written really nicely using DeepSeek as well. So if we look at this introduction, this is better than I could come up with on the spot. And you can see here it says, hey everyone, today I'm going to blow your mind with something that's about to change the game forever. Imagine robots working side by side with humans like they're best friends. Sounds crazy, right? Meta just dropped something called Partner, and trust me, it's massive. This isn't just about robots. It's about making them smarter, faster, and way more helpful than you ever thought possible. Now, Partner really only got announced like a few days ago, right? So this is based on recent data, this research process. The way that we come up with the data is we use this model right here, OpenRouter chat model. We use it in Perplexity's Sonar. Now, Sonar is a pretty amazing API where you could build your own generative search capabilities, right? And it's using real-time research from the internet to figure that out. And it's pretty cheap, it's very quick to use. And for doing research inside your AI agents, this is one of the best things you could possibly insert. So now we could say, okay, is this approved or not? So let me pull up an example right here. So you can see the process in real time right here. As you can see, this AI agent workflow afterwards is not complete. I just want to show you how powerful this can be as a feedback loop, first of all. And so if we go to our email for approval from N8N, if you like it, you can say approved. And if we hit submit, so what that's going to do is approve it and send it to the next stage of the workflow. So it's using a text classifier to figure that out along with DeepSeek. So it's analyzing the response from us, and then it sends it over to this process right here. Now, if this is declined, let me show you an example. So if we go to the chat and we'll run the workflow again and say it's declined. And just one thing to note here is inside our AI agents as well, we have these two agents linking directly to OpenRoute over here. So if we go back to our emails now we just need to say, okay, remove the CTAs from the content, hit submit, and that's going to decline the workflow and send it through to our rewriting agent like you can see. And so we create like a feedback loop where we can reset the whole process based on the feedback we've given the AI agent. So it can rewrite the content, and then we're good to go on that. Is put it through the rewriting agent. The rewriting agent is on a green tick, so that's worked successfully. Then it's send it over to the edit field section, and now we have a new set of content to approve. So you can see this has just come through a minute later, 10:49 a.m. versus 10:48 a.m. And that's the new content to approve. So if you ever want to stop the workflow when you're testing it, just click stop. And I'll explain exactly how this process works step by step. All right, the workflow begins when we set up the new chat message. If we delete that, we'll hide the chat. To trigger this whole workflow, you just click on chat. And by the way, if you want the whole blueprint from me from today, we'll click download on this. And inside the SEO section of the AI Profit Boardroom, I'm going to add a new page called DeepSeek N8N Agents. And we'll upload the blueprint from this agent workflow right there. So if you want to just import it and copy and steal it from me, you can inside the AI Profit Boardroom in the SEO section. Additionally, this comes with weekly coaching calls from me. So if you have any problems as you go along, feel free to ask me on the weekly coaching calls. And like I was saying, this process, we start with a chat. That's how we trigger the message. Then inside here, we've got the research agent. The research agent is essentially going to go off and research this particular topic. All right. So if we put Meta AI robots into the chat, the research agent will use Perplexity's API using Sonar to research that topic. That's going to feed into the introduction agent. And you can see here that we have connected the chat model to the API from DeepSeek R1 Distilled Llama. Now, honestly, for writing content, I would say DeepSeek Chat 2.5 is good. Chat is good as well. Whatever you want to use here. If you type in DeepSeek, once you've set up your OpenRouter account, then you get access to all these other models as well. So you even get Quen Distilled R1. Chat is probably the best for writing. I also like Claude 3.5 Sonnet as well. And then inside the introduction agent, let me show you the prompts we're using. So we've got a system prompt and we have a user prompt, right? So if we click this right here, this is going to open up the prompt in full screen so you can see what we're saying here. So we're saying topic, see the content from this website. Also, don't ask me any questions, just write the content. Don't mention title or teaser, just write the script, nothing else. Do not say title. The reason that we're saying that is because when we're using this process, I don't want like any notes. I want it to be able to just go straight into my AI avatar video creator. By the way, tons of training inside the AI Profit Boardroom for that as well. And using that process, we can easily create the introduction for our transcript. Now, we don't want to create the full transcript because we want to make sure the AI agent has written the introduction first, and then we can go step by step into the rest of this process. Now, the key of this is really having a solid process for the system message. Right? So this is a user prompt that's dynamic each time, and this is a system message that stays the same each time. It's like a custom GPT, but it's plugged into the rest of the workflows. It's more like an AI agent. And you can imagine here that you've got a team working together, right? So you've got the research agent working alongside the introduction agent, and then you have the rewriting agent that's working with the human feedback I give to the process. And so inside the introduction agent, inside the system message, we've said you're my video transcript agent, aim for 15 to 20 minutes per video, use the topic in the first line, which is dynamic each time, so that's fed in from the chat. So if we say, talk about AI robots, then this is fed into the user prompt above. Then from here, we said create an amazing 4 to 6 line teaser for my video, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Everything else is good to go on that. Now that's going to go into a email set module right here. Now you might be wondering, okay, what is that? So this is edit field set, and you manually map. And this is great when you've got two different agents feeding into one place, because what it's going to do is take the previous output from the processor, right? And then send it to Gmail for approval. So this module right here, the Gmail one, this is actually a human in the loop module. So if you go to add module inside N8N, and by the way, if you're not familiar with all the basics on N8N, check out my other videos on YouTube about this. It'll talk you through step by step how to do it. But essentially you can add like apps, agents, etc. inside N8N, link them together. And these arrows show you exactly what's linked together and how. So if we go inside the nodes here and we click on human in the loop, you can see that we can approve manually the content we've got so far from the introduction agent, Gmail or Google Chat, Slack or Telegram, I think Telegram would be great, but I also think that Telegram has a character limit. So that's why I focus on Gmail instead. And now that's going to connect to our text classifier. All right. So this will send an email to my emails like you saw earlier in the workflow. We can approve or we can say no to that. And then inside the text here, this basically sets a filter. So if the script is approved, it goes to the next part of the workflow. If it's declined, it goes to the rewriting agent and that fires it back over to the set field for human approval. Now, if we go to the text classifier, we've got two different options here. So we've got a category for approved, which means that we've approved the process, like it looks good to go, whatever. And then we've also got the option for declined. And if we open this up, the AI agent knows this is declined. Now, this is linked to AI as well. So you can see here, the model is linked down to OpenRouter using DeepSeek as well to figure out, okay, is this declined or is this approved? Are we good to go on that and we can send it over, or does it need more improvement? And then finally, we've got the rewriting agent. So the rewriting agent is also linked to DeepSeek and it's linked to this module over here. So you can actually link multiple chat models from the AI agents to the same AI, like you can see. And the instructions for this are basically take my feedback, which is the human feedback I give via email, improve the script, which you can see right here. And then you can also get the research for the script as well down there. And then if we open up the prompt for this, it's you're an AI-powered script improver. Your job is to enhance the provided script based on human feedback, improve clarity, accuracy, structure, and alignment with the requested focus whilst maintaining natural readability. Boom. All right. And that's basically the whole process. And it's absolutely mind-blowing. Like, I only started using this probably, I would say, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it felt really complicated. Now it feels like you can build anything that's personalized to you in literally a few hours, and it's a lot of fun as well. It's so much fun building out these feedback loops. So if you want to get all my best trainings and SOPs on, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just type in N8N once you join, and you'll see all these different workflows right here. Additionally, if you want to get the actual template from today, just go down to the SOP section and then go to DeepSeek N8N agents, and you can download the feedback loop method right there. Really good for creating content, because obviously content creation, if you post it without checking it using AI, it can be hallucinated, it can have facts wrong. And that's why you need a human in the loop feedback method like this. And hopefully it just gets approved in one click. But if not, you give it the feedback, you can improve it and then review it again once it's done. Additionally, if you want to jump on calls with me weekly, you'll get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with a community of 124 members, like you can see. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to book that in. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on Autopilot. And this free link building acceleration session, you get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, or answer any questions you have one-to-one. You learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to 10x your SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. Bye-bye.